Well, the atmosphere is primed for an active afternoon of severe weather. Some of the biggest cities in the south are squarely in the threat zone. We thank you so much for joining us for our special extended live coverage here on Weather Underground. I'm meteorologist Alex Wilson. We'll check in with meteorologist Mike Bettis in just a moment. He's got a look at the radar. He is tracking the storms as we speak. But I want to start off with those Torcon values. They have gone up from this morning. If you last checked in a few hours ago, now Torcon's up to 7 for parts of Oklahoma and Arkansas into the state of Texas. And that would indicate a higher risk of seeing more tornadoes. Also, stronger, longer track tornadoes. Torcon values still as high as 5, though, for the Dallas area, and we are awaiting a tornado watch that should be issued momentarily. You know, Mike, watching the radar, we've seen more of those thunderstorms beginning to fire here as we've worn off the cap in Dallas. We have, so a lot of action is likely to occur for us here over the course of the next few hours. It's just a matter of time here before these storms get going. You can already start to see here on the water vapor, see these little specks that are popping up. We're getting a lot more of those as we've got a really intense low spinning right in here, and we're going to end up getting a really strong push of air. Everything that sits with the low that sits right in here, everything is to be pushing in this direction, and so everything that's forced in that direction then taps into a lot of atmospheric moisture that's drawn in from the Gulf of Mexico. We'll be off to the races here shortly, we believe, in a place like eastern Texas. Torcons as high as 7 here. That could include a Tyler over toward Texarkana, areas like Dallas and Waco, near Austin, up toward Little Rock. 3s, 4s, and 5s on your Torcons. So elevated numbers for tornado risk today. It's a simple 1 to 10 scale. The higher the number, the higher the risk. Supercells capable of producing high winds, large hail today, and tornadoes. We think some of those tornadoes could be strong tornadoes, EF2 or higher, and they could be on the ground for a while. We call those long track tornadoes. It's not one of those, okay, quick spin ups, it hits, it's down for seconds, and it lifts and it's gone. These could be on the ground for a while. We're talking 10, 20 miles at a time, and that means 20 minutes, 30 minutes at a time, if not more than that. So be prepared for that danger. You can see a lot of lightning associated with the storms as well. What that tells us is there's a lot of vertical build to these storms. So you're getting a lot of upward vertical velocities in these storms to really begin to drive these storms upward. A lot of high dew points as well. 60s and 70s, typically 55 or higher is good enough for severe weather. These well exceed that. And a lot of convective available potential energy. I'm going to highlight the highest amounts of that, and that's highlighted in orange on your screen here. And you can see the storms are already beginning to initiate in this area of high available CAPE. And so what that means is get ready for the storms to really begin to blossom here over the next couple of hours. I think it really gets intense for us through the middle of the day. Down by the front, we've got pretty good storms here that are really keying in on that front here where you're providing a lot of lift in the atmosphere. Some big hailers possible there short term, and you can see how these storms are starting to fill in now around the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, and those storms could get very intense here short term. Would anticipate a watch to be issued shortly here, but heads up, these storms could be there, Alex, right through drive time. So be prepared for that if you're going to be on the roads, or try to be off the roads at the time these storms arrive. Be home, be safe. Yeah, that's really the best bet. And I want to get more on the severe threat there in Texas. Meteorologist Mike Seidel is live in Dallas, obviously bracing for a few active hours ahead, Mike.
Yes, indeed. Right now we've got some rain blowing at us at about 20 miles an hour with that wind southeast. Very typical of a tornadic situation and a setup, because we've got to have the change with wind direction with height going from the southeast to the south to get up in the atmosphere several thousand feet, and the winds are blowing from the southwest. So we've got that turning, and that's what's going to kick in that tornado threat, certainly as we roll through this afternoon and this evening. Behind me is the skyline of Dallas. It's a little murky now. We've got some rain between them and us out here on the east side on 30. We're about midway between downtown and Mesquite, and we'll watch that skyline come and go through the afternoon with the storms. Hey, let's put this in motion. Let's kind of forecast and time this out. Again, I've mentioned the worst of the weather in Dallas-Fort Worth will clear out of here, by 6 or 7 o'clock this evening. And after that, the front will continue to move east along with the showers and storms. Everything is going to congeal into a squall line and head across East Texas into Arkansas, Missouri, and eventually around midnight or maybe a little bit before into northwest sections of Louisiana. So a lot of areas east of here will have a threat of severe weather after midnight, but by that time, it'll become more of a straight line threat than a tornado threat. Needless to say, Nocturnal thunderstorms, nocturnal tornadoes can be very, very tricky because folks go to bed. So stay with us. By the way, we're on tonight, special live programming to cover this stretch for you until midnight Central and 1 o'clock Eastern on the Weather Channel. In the meantime, the heavy rain continues well north and west of where we are, Alex. Denton, Texas, picking up almost an inch of rain last hour. But so far, no severe thunderstorm warnings to talk of. And right now, we do have that tornado watch. I'll let you take care of it, Alex. It just popped up on my phone, too.
I was going to say, I'll take it because you've been talking, that wind picking up, so hang on to that hat. We do have that tornado watch. We've been talking about it coming. Mike Idabel has been waiting for it, and now we have that tornado watch issued. So we're going to get it up for you so you can get a look at the counties that will be affected. Again, this is going to be for the next several hours. So the concern is there across parts of the state of Oklahoma. So this is south of Oklahoma City over into parts of northwest Arkansas. And I believe, Scott, you said parts of it have not rendered yet. Okay, so we do have counties in Texas also included within that. So we've got down here towards the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, or on the east side, rather, and then we're also watching northward. I do think Dallas-Fort Worth is going to fill in here as well. So portions of I-20, portions of I-30, I-35 corridor. A lot of concern for this stretch here within the next few hours. There we go. Now we've got the watch in. So I-35, I-35 east, I-35 west, I-20, I-30. These are all areas that could see some problems. I-40, rather. We're going to be watching possibility of tornadoes, long track tornadoes, strong tornadoes. Tornado watch issued until 8 o'clock. But again, the next few hours, I would say through about 5, 6 o'clock, the bulk of the worst of the weather here around the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Really concerned about, say, 2 to 5 local time there on a lot of those highways. Cold front is moving eastward. We've already got that energy building, so it's warm. Mike Idabel talked about that. We saw how gusty those winds are. So that has been drawing in that moisture. Southeasterly winds on the gusty side, but even stronger winds aloft out of the southwest. So we have that turning of winds with height. We have that change in wind speed with height. And so that's the shear that allows these thunderstorms to develop those rotating updrafts. And these supercell thunderstorms are the ones that so often produce the very large hail and also produce the stronger tornadoes. You can get tornadoes out of really any setup, including a line of thunderstorms, but the ones that are the really strong ones more often than not come from those supercells. So thunderstorm coverage here over the next few hours between 1, 2 o'clock local time going to start to increase and then continue through the rest of the day. Again, late day commute, it's going to be a dangerous one. So if you have to be out on the roads, make sure you have a way to know what's going on around you. And should you need to pull off the highway, get to a safe spot. Torcon values up to a 7 in this area of purple. Very likely severe risk today in these areas. East of Dallas, up towards the Arklatex, northwest of Shreveport. Likelihood of severe weather for that burgundy color and then the bright red. That's a possibility. So there's a lot of area, a lot of metro locations, Austin, San Antonio, Houston, that at least could see some strong to severe thunderstorms. And again, highest likelihood in a place like Dallas, and then especially to the north and east. Here's late afternoon. So the thunderstorms have been moving through the Dallas-Fort Worth area, now moving into northeast Texas, eastern Oklahoma. But places like Dallas could get in on another line of thunderstorms as that front initiates more thunderstorm activity. So a 1-2 punch possible for you as we head into the late afternoon. Strong mid-level winds will increase the damaging wind threat. So instead of the supercell or the individual thunderstorms, we'll start to see the thunderstorms line out late tonight and overnight. And so that transfers our threat from mainly a hail or tornadic threat to one that's damaging winds. Still could be looking at some really strong winds. 60, 70 mile an hour winds are going to do damage. So I don't want you to think, oh, good, we go from tornadoes to wind. It's just a different threat. Still going to be a problem causing one. Torcon values, rather, 7 out of 10 in that magenta hot pink color. So again, highest risk we've seen in some time. Got to remind you, your family, about how to react should those tornado warnings be issued. Now, the watch tells us the conditions are there. Be prepared for those warnings. Increased chance of strong tornadoes, and we do think numerous tornadoes possible today, Mike. Some of those could be long tracks. So again, key is be prepared to take cover. Know where you are, where the safe spot is.
Exactly. You got to identify that spot, and you know exactly where it is, how to get there, and how to get there quickly in case you don't have much time. That is a virtual view of Dallas. Stormy skies for us for the remainder of the day. And included within these stormy skies could be that tornado risk. We know we're no stranger to violent weather here in Texas, but we really want you to understand what the risk will be for the rest of your day. There's that tornado watch that goes until 8 o'clock, does include Dallas and Fort Worth, down through Waco and near Tulsa as well. So these are all locations where tornadoes are possible for us here short term, next few hours. All right, torque count as high as a 5, so a medium chance for tornadoes today in Dallas. A 3 over toward Weatherford, a 7 as you go farther eastbound. Plenty of storms will surround us today. Again, the next few hours will be critical for you, so make sure you're frequently checking in with weather. You're like, well, how often is frequent? Once an hour? No, more than that. Multiple times an hour, checking in on the radar, checking in on the forecast, and making sure that you know if a warning has been issued for your location. One round and then the second round. This secondary line associated with the front itself, and that could provide some very strong winds, unfortunately. So the first round could provide tornadoes. The second round could provide hail and high winds. Towards Shreveport and Texarkana, torque counts of 5 and 7 for you here. So again, elevated risk for tornadoes to form for us. This will happen a little bit later than it will for the Dallas area. Here we are around, say, sunset. The storms are just to your west here in Texarkana. They're going to happen while it's dark tonight. Boom, in come those storms. Every risk is on the table for you here. Extreme winds, hail, tornadoes, lightning, flooding rain. Be off the roads, be home, be safe. 9 o'clock, the storms extend down through Shreveport. Everything should begin to clear overnight tonight for you, but a place like, say, Waco down toward Austin, the initial line's going to get us. The second line is the one we'll worry about down toward Austin and San Antonio. Once that goes through, we're clear after about 8 or 9 o'clock tonight, Alex.
All right, live look right now at New Orleans, looking at the Superdome. Let's go to the French Quarter. We were looking at the Superdome. I'll take a look at that in a second. New Orleans 82, but it feels like 86. So again, a sense of that moisture that's been on the increase. You know, we don't have that dry fall-like air that we've seen in some areas. Instead, folks walking around going, hey, feels a little soupy. There's the Superdome. Speaking of that, we've got Saturday offering up the best chance of thunderstorms over the next few days. Again, think we'll see the storms that are moving through parts of Louisiana overnight. They'll work towards the New Orleans area in the morning. I think they could still be on the frisky side. I don't think we're going to be looking at widespread severe weather, but wouldn't rule out a severe warning or two in the metro area. By tomorrow night, clouds clearing out, temperatures into the upper 60s. So much more active Saturday morning than Saturday afternoon. Tomorrow, again, possibility of severe weather. We don't have the issues that we're looking at today as elevated of a severe threat because remember, our low is going to move off to the north and east, bring that really windy weather to portions of the Midwest tomorrow. We've still got our front trailing through, and that could bring us a few thunderstorms that reach severe criteria. Gusty winds would be the main threat, but you can see as we look at our future radar, 5 o'clock in the morning, those storms are still rolling from Lafayette up towards the Mississippi River, Hattiesburg, Meridian, New Orleans getting in on big storms at 9 o'clock. Once we get to late morning and afternoon, though, you see losing a bit of their punch, especially on the northern flank, Mobile area by early afternoon. You could see a stronger storm, but moving into western parts of the Florida Panhandle, I think more than anything, it's going to be a heavy rain threat by that point. So less severe, more heavy rain, more flash flood potential as we move through the second half of the day. Sunday, much quieter start. So end of the weekend, better weather. All right, Mike, we got our first tornado warning now in parts of Oklahoma.
We do. So in Bryan County right now, we're under a tornado warning. Once you get to shelter as quickly as you can here, just south of Durant, near Calera or Colbert or Durant, south side of Durant. These are places where you want to be in your safe spot right away. Our warning goes until 2 o'clock this afternoon. It's this storm back here near Sherman, moving north and east into Bryan County. So be on the lookout for the possibility of a tornado here. This is a radar indicated tornado. And one thing that you're going to end up seeing with this is it could end up being rain wrapped, where there's a lot of rain that surrounds it at this point. Look at all the lightning too. We've had this huge lightning jump, and research has shown that once you get these big lightning jumps, it's usually a precursor of a tornado. 411 lightning strikes here in just the last 15 minutes around Sherman. That storm, again, moving over toward the Durant area, moving toward Bryan County. So there's the rotation right in there, just near Sherman. Once you get to your safe spot as quickly as possible, do you have a basement or an underground shelter you can get to? Do you have an interior room that is away from exterior walls? Avoid exterior walls. Avoid windows. Avoid being on the top stories of your building. Do you have a 2-story home? You want to be on the ground level, not the second level. Do you live in an apartment? See if you can get low in a stairwell in your apartment complex. There's the rotation, and we're going to show it moving off to the north and east here. So in Knollwood, 1:18 is the expected arrival time. So you've got about 5 minutes or so, maybe less, to get to your safe spot before there is a tornado on you. In Denison, around 1:31. So don't panic if you're watching us in Denison right now. Get to your safe spot. Grab the kids, get the pets. Everyone go to your safest location. Grab some shoes, grab bike helmets, grab your cell phone, and go, and then just monitor everything on your phone. In Colbert, 1:44 is when it's expected to come in for us, and in Durant, around 2:08. So again, that gives you a good idea of the timeline of where it is. This is going to be north of the Dallas Metroplex, by the way, all right? So we're looking at storms that are racing just north of the Metroplex, but the storms are likely to fill in as we go farther south. The green and the red next to each other right there indicates where the tornado is likely spinning. Basically, green is toward, red is away from the radar, and so ultimately there's rotation within that, right? So the rotation is like this is what's being detected on the radar. And so when those two contrasting directions are right next to each other on the radar, it implies a rotation. So a high risk for tornadoes today, high risk of 80+ mile-per-hour winds and a medium risk for some hail. You can see how the storms are all filling in our watch area, showing you where tornadoes are likely over the next few hours. Be safe. We'll be right back.
What's for dinner? Panera. Freshly prepared with clean ingredients. It's not just a night off from cooking. It's a delicious night on for everyone at the table. Panera. Only $1 delivery fee on our app.
With Downy Infusions, let the scent set the mood. Feel the difference with Downy.
Attention Roundup users. Are you an agricultural worker, farm worker, nursery worker, landscaper, or local highway worker or groundskeeper who has regularly used the weed killer Roundup? If so, have you ever developed cancer or non-Hodgkin's lymphoma? If you answered yes, you may be entitled to substantial financial compensation without going to court. In August of 2018, a jury ordered Monsanto, the makers of Roundup, to pay $289 million when a groundskeeper developed non-Hodgkin's lymphoma after using Roundup. Agricultural workers, farm workers, nursery workers, landscapers, local highway workers, or groundskeepers who have regularly used the weed killer Roundup may be at risk for developing certain types of cancer. If you or a loved one developed cancer after using Roundup, you may be eligible for substantial financial compensation without going to court. Call the Negligence Network 24/7 at 1-800-500-1117 for a free Roundup case evaluation. That's 1-800-500-1117.
To plan-approved locations, home-delivered meals after an inpatient hospital stay, an allowance of up to $1,800 a year to help pay for essentials like groceries, rent, and utilities, even an allowance for health and wellness items. Plus, if you qualify, you could pay nothing for covered prescriptions all year long, even the brand-name ones, and $0 for routine vaccines, including shingles, at in-network retail pharmacies. So if you want more from Medicare, call now to speak with a licensed Humana sales agent. Learn about Humana plans that could give you more healthcare benefits, including coverage for prescription drugs, dental care, eye exams and glasses, hearing aids, and more. A licensed Humana sales agent will walk you through your options, answer any questions you have, and if you're eligible, help you enroll over the phone. Call today, and we'll also send this free guide. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Don't be fooled by the outside, though. Sure, it's beautiful, but its real power is inside, where it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark, and why it can edit annoying items out of pictures, or shoot extreme close-ups and unblur faces. Why, it'll even put some of that genius in your ears, or on your wrist. Beautifully, of course. Introducing the new Google Pixel Watch, Google Pixel Buds Pro, and our newest Google Pixel phones.
COP27, the United Nations Climate Change Conference. Get complete coverage starting Monday on the Weather Channel and Pattern.
No, it has to be 5-star. It's my treat.
I could get get used to this.
Double chains and so many diamonds. It's the most we sell in the store.
Oh.
If they have your personal information, anyone can be you. Spectrum One keeps your personal data safe and private. That's privacy protection. That's Spectrum One.
Currently in our area, 71 degrees under partly cloudy skies. This afternoon, sun and clouds mixed. High 71. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, some clouds. Low 61. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, sunshine and clouds mixed. High 73. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Got something that's miles long and a mile wide.
After the flood, the house was gutted and the family pretty much lost everything.
We're building them a rock-star brand new kitchen and revamping the entire living room.
We only have less than a week to get this done, but I'm confident we can get it done. Come on in.
Oh my gosh!
They nailed it.
Absolutely incredible.
I wasn't expecting this.
Fast Home Rescue, tomorrow night, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
All eyes on the southern plains today. Torcon values now 5 to 7 across the area. So if you checked in with us this morning, those values have increased as our severe setup favorable for not just tornadoes, but several stronger tornadoes and long track tornadoes in the cards today. In addition, hail, gusty, damaging winds. So all modes of severe weather and very, very heavy rain. You know, Mike, here in the most immediate future, we're going to be looking at the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area.
We're already seeing the storms fire around Fort Worth and then north up toward the Texas and Oklahoma state line, where we have severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. 2 lines to follow. This line back here with the front, this line ahead of the front, and it's that initial line that's likely to produce the one with tornadoes. Tornado warning near Sherman and Durant. All right, so if you take a look at the radar, you can see a lot of rain associated with this, and the opportunity here that you're not going to see this tornado, so don't go looking for it. It's going to be coated in rain. You won't be able to see it. It's be very obscured here. Rotation detected near Sherman, headed into Bryan County. So in Durant, in Calera, these are all areas where you want to take shelter quickly. There's the rotation very near Sherman. I would say this, been following this frame by frame, was a little bit stronger, say 10 minutes ago or so, maybe even 15 minutes or so. That might be weakening a little bit, although they can cycle. We can get these tornadoes that may weaken a little bit, and then they may intensify. If you live anywhere within Bryan County, including in Colbert or Durant, you want to take a shelter right away as the storm is moving to the north and east. That warning goes until the top of the hour, so at least another 40 minutes on this tornado warning. As we time this out for you, Denison, it is almost there. You've got about 8 minutes to take shelter before it's in Denison, if not less than that. So get to your safe spot right away. In Colbert, around 141. If you're hearing your city named here, you need to take immediate action to get to a safe location on a ground level or below ground location where you're not exposed to windows or exterior walls or anything that might become a projectile outside, or maybe potentially compromise the building that you're in. Durant 202, the expected arrival time for the storm for you. We think this is just the beginning of what's going to be a very active afternoon. Back now into portions of West Texas, from Throckmorton back down past Abilene. We've got a cold front that's aligning up here, and so we've got hailers within this as well. You can see the hail core that's right in there, so we're going to have a hail threat. We're going to have a high wind threat that comes along with this, and a ton of lightning in all of these storms. Now, this is a pretty thin line. Radar's down here, so it's getting a pretty good look at it. Look at all the lightning, and what that's telling us is we've got a lot of frozen precip in the top of the storm, a lot of ice and snowflakes and hail up in the top, and that's creating creating a charge separation. Next thing you know, you're getting negative and positive charges of the atmosphere reacting, and lightning is the result then. So be heads up on that threat. But on all these storms that we see, high winds are very likely, and so objects that you may have in your yard right now, maybe you haven't put away the Halloween decorations yet, you still have the lawn furniture out there, all those things need to come inside. They're going to fly away, and the opportunity for power outages is there because we think that tree branches could come down, maybe even trees themselves could come down. So tornado risk high wind gust, high risk for that, medium risk for hailers. But we're seeing all those things already, Alex, and so it's just a matter of time before it comes to your neighborhood that you're watching from right now. Be very, very alert today.
Yeah, and especially if you're traveling, if you've got outdoor plans this afternoon or evening. I know fall sports are in full swing. Friday night football is going to be in play. Got to make sure you've got your safe spot and a way to get those alerts. Very likely for damaging winds today in the areas shaded in that bright pink, and not just 60-mile-an-hour winds, but 70-mile-per-hour winds possible. So I don't want you to think, oh, good, we're just getting damaging winds, not the tornadoes. Those damaging winds can still do quite a number on communities in terms of downed trees, power outages, structural damage. So please treat this like you would a tornado warning if you're getting the severe thunderstorm warnings, knowing that trees could be coming down. 7 is the Torcon in some of those same areas. So that area in that bright pink, we're talking risk of not just stronger tornadoes, those EF2 or greater, but also long track tornadoes. And I think we're going to see numerous tornadoes in this zone. Also the Torcon of 5 area, we've already got the tornado watch, so that's one of the things we look at with a Torcon of 5. Tornado watch is likely. We've got that, and again, could get some stronger tornadoes there. So the I-35 corridor here moving forward over the next few hours, obviously a spot to keep a very close eye on. Oklahoma City and points to the southeast. We're watching you closely. And then as we move into the late afternoon, now we've got East Texas, East Oklahoma, eventually by dinner time getting into Arkansas and Louisiana. However, a secondary zone of thunderstorms along the front triggering right around Dallas and Fort Worth again for mid-evening. So got to watch for a 1-2 punch in these areas. Here's 9 o'clock. Areas north of Shreveport could be getting in on some big hail, gusty winds, perhaps a tornado. Overnight, we see more of that line taking shape. And so again, transitioning to more of a damaging wind threat while you're sleeping. So again, think about sleeping in that safe spot. Torcon of 7 for Texarkana, Shreveport 5. Much more when we come back.
Say that something's impossible. I see that as a challenge.
Uh-oh, you hear noises outside your home at night, but it's too dark to see without a light. You'd love to have a light right out your window, but with contractors, fixtures, and higher utility bills, you'll spend a fortune. You need Bionic Duo from Bell & Howell, the wireless solar outdoor light with digital motion detection technology that automatically turns on the instant motion is detected and off when it stops. Just place the Bionic Duo where the solar panel can absorb the sun's energy all day to energize the light all night. No wiring, batteries, or electricity bills. Bionic Duo's unique design combines the look of a security camera and light to help keep porch pirates and intruders away 24 hours a day. Single lights offer limited coverage, but Bionic Duo's dual fixtures with high-intensity LED lamps double the coverage area, and they're fully adjustable so you can direct the light where you need it. It's like having 2 side lights in one. With Bionic Duo, you'll never come home in the dark again. You'll enjoy the safety of light along walkways and entryways, and it's perfect for pets and kids' evenings outdoors. It's the ideal lifestyle light for entertaining friends and enjoying outdoor quality family time. Add the yard stake today to illuminate your beautiful garden tonight. And Bionic Duo goes on when he's got to go and off when he comes back in. With instant motion detection, Bionic Duo alerts and deters unwanted visitors. And it's the easy way to keep critters big and small away without harming them. Bionic Duo is weather safe and all-season outdoor durable. So you can spend a fortune on wired lights, or you can go wireless with the solar power of Bionic Duo for just $29.95. But wait, call right now and you can get a second Bionic Duo for 50% off. And we'll even ship it to you free. And Bionic Duo is backed by the Bell & Howell 5-year replacement warranty. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-296-2106. That's 1-800-296-2106, or go to bionicduo.com. So call 1-800-296-2106. That's 1-800-296-2106, or order online at bionicduo.com.
With Solo Stove Pie, pizza nights look a little different. Watch your crispy creations cook to perfection with Pie's panoramic opening. With dual fuel, you can customize your flavor profile with your choice of wood or gas and be ready to eat in just a few minutes. So you can make the most out of the time you spend together and create new traditions in your own backyard. Fire up your pizza night with $10 off using promo code PIZZA10 at solostove.com.
We've got questions about Medicare plans.
Well, we've got a lot of answers. How can I help?
Well, for starters, do you have a Medicare plan I can actually afford?
How about a plan with a $0 monthly premium?
Well, that's a great start. What other benefits can we get?
Things like dental, vision, and hearing. But let me help you pick the plan that's right for you.
Ooh.
Don't wait. Call 1-888-65-AETNA to get answers to your questions and pick a plan that's right for you. And let's make healthier happen together.
First psoriasis, then psoriatic arthritis.
Even walking was tough.
I had to do something. I started Cosentyx.
Cosentyx can help you move, look, and feel better by treating the multiple symptoms of psoriatic arthritis. Don't use if you're allergic to Cosentyx. Before starting, get checked for tuberculosis. An increased risk of infections, some serious, and the lowered ability to fight them may occur. Tell your doctor about an infection or symptoms, or if you've had a vaccine or plan to. Tell your doctor if your Crohn's disease symptoms develop or worsen. Serious allergic reactions may occur.
Watch me.
Ask your rheumatologist about Cosentyx.
Well, a good Friday to you. Thanks so much for staying with us for our special live coverage. We are tracking severe storms across some of the biggest metro areas in the South Central and Deep South tonight. Special welcome to those of you now watching us on Hulu Live, where you can catch us daily. I'm Alex Wilson here with Mike Bettis. We've got Torcon values between a 5 and a 7, so higher numbers than we've seen in quite some time. A Torcon of 7 for Tyler and for Texarkana would indicate the risk of numerous tornadoes, some strong, some long track, and even a Torcon of 5 in Dallas gives the potential that we could see some potent thunderstorms there, and Mike, perhaps some really dangerous tornadoes. Right now, things are firing. We've broken the cap around Dallas, and the storms are on the build. It's going to be a really active next few hours.
No doubt it will be, Alex. We've had a lot of warnings in the last, say, 15, 20 minutes here. 2 different lines of storms that we're keeping an eye on. The initial line that's going to be, say, Tulsa down toward Dallas. That's going to be this line right in here. And then the secondary line back in here along the front that's producing some high winds and hail. It's the initial line, though, that has the highest likelihood of producing tornadoes. This storm line is back building now, so starting to fill in farther south and west. Bryan County under a tornado warning. So Calera and Colbert and Durant, please take shelter right away as the storm is moving off to the north and east right now. And the warning goes for another half an hour. We've gotten some rotation in there. I would say this has become a little bit more broad now and a little bit weaker. Those are good signs, but it doesn't mean it can't cycle. Some of the storms today may indeed do that. So green is up in here, red is down in here. So there's some rotation somewhere in between. But again, it's very broad right now. And there may actually even be some rotation that's moved up in this direction. I think there's actually been 2 pieces of this, one that's gone in this direction and one that's gone in this direction. So potentially right in there is another rotation trying to form in here, headed up toward Durant. So please get to your safe spot right now. That would be a ground level interior room or even to a basement. Those are places that can offer you some protection. Again, Colbert, expected arrival time now. So want to get to a safe spot. Calera here about 1:43 and Durant 1:51 to give you some idea of when the storm could be there and produce a tornado for you. There's a look at the severe storms that are happening between, say, Seymour and Throckmorton down toward Abilene, Haskell, Shackelford, Throckmorton counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. Radar's down here. It's getting a really good look in that. And that storm is also containing some pretty sizable hail. Storms up around Lawton and Childress and Wichita Falls. This is an area that's going to fill in for storms for the remainder of the day. So all these storms are going to ride north and northeast. So if you live in a place like Chickasha or Weatherford or Oklahoma City, the storms are coming in for us. Comanche and Tillman County with a severe thunderstorm warning until the top of the hour. High winds and hail, the dominant threat with that line of storms, Alex. So 2 different things to watch today. 2 different entities producing 2 different outputs. Unfortunately, that first line, though, already we believe producing tornadoes.
Yeah, and so for more on that severe threat that could do double duty there in Texas, meteorologist Mike Seidel is live in Dallas on the ground. So, of course, next few hours, busy. And then, as Mike pointed out, could see more along the front.
Yeah, so we've got some light rain right now. That has certainly impacted traffic on I-30 here. This is westbound traffic going towards downtown Dallas. We're out here between Dallas and Mesquite. And it's a light shower. The winds are still running at about 15 to 20 miles an hour, and we'll certainly keep you updated. We have that tornado watch now. That continues until 8 o'clock tonight. That covers all of North Texas and parts of southeast Oklahoma. We do have two areas of concern, as Mike Bettis just mentioned. We've got the watches and warnings continuing up in the near the Red River. In fact, Grayson County under a severe thunderstorm warning till 2. And that's also where we've got the heaviest rainfall right now. That's that rain that moved through Sherman, Denison. Still raining very hard in that area. Earlier, though, in Denton, they picked up as much as 0.92 of an inch of rain, almost an inch of rain. Then we have the other storms out with the dry line and cold front. In between the area closer to the Metroplex and the area out west, there's sunshine, so that's helping to destabilize the atmosphere. So we'll watch that and we'll time it out for you, because this is going to be in and out of here pretty quickly, but it's going to take another probably at least 3 or 4 hours before the rain moves out of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And both areas will congeal into what we think will just be a strong squall line later this evening and hit into the Arklatex later this evening and into parts of Missouri, Arkansas, and eventually around midnight or so into northwest Louisiana. Now, once you get a squall line, the biggest concern typically is straight line wind damage, but we can't rule out some spin-ups later on tonight. This tornado watch goes till 8. We'll see if they issue another watch or a severe thunderstorm watch. We've got you covered either way here on the Weather Channel. Live coverage continues from Dallas with Mike Seidel, yours truly, and our crew out here. And in the studio, we've got crews and folks lined up to take us all the way till midnight Central tonight. So we'll keep you safe, keep you updated as the weather goes downhill and gets more dangerous.
Thank you, Nature Made, for seeing that life is a little chaotic and creating new targeted blends to help. So when our sleep, stress, and immune health are thrown off, new Nature Made Well blends can help us find balance.
Heart-pounding design, intelligent technology, courageous performance. Discover a new world of possibilities in the all-new Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
This is our premium platinum coverage map, and this is Consumer Cellular's map. See the difference?
No, I don't see the difference. Do you?
Well, that one's purple. Exactly. That's our premium.
What does that mean?
I think it means it costs more. That's what makes it premium. That doesn't make sense, does it? No, but it is premium. I'd just go with Consumer Cellular.
Thank you.
They're the same.
Get the same coverage at half the cost. Save up to $250 a year on all the talk, text, and data you need. Consumer Cellular.
Dish makes TV easy. Now with all of your favorite live TV and streaming apps, all in one place. All right, here we go. Discovery Plus. Because we know how much you appreciate having all you need, all in one place. Streaming and live TV all in one place. Dish, tuned in to you.
Where can you go for the latest must-haves? And every season's nice-to-haves? Where can you get that perfect gift for dad? And hot cocoa mustaches for the kids? Where can you lose track of time all while saving time at the same time? Lowe's, actually. It's the best place to get everything you need for the holidays.
I'm Javi, I'm 31, and I'm a fitness instructor. I saw myself in a photograph, and we were all smiling, and I looked closer, and I was like, that's what everybody sees? I'm back, and I got Botox Cosmetic. The lines were so prominent, it's all I saw in the photograph. So now when I take photos and I see myself in photos, it's me. I just have fewer lines.
Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
But all you got was ham? And all you got was turkey?
With gravy.
That's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
My moderate to severe plaque psoriasis. The burning, itching, the pain.
Emerge Tremfyant. With Tremfya, most people saw 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. The majority of people saw 90% clearer skin even at 5 years.
Serious allergic reactions may occur. Tremfya may increase your risk of infections and lower your ability to fight them. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, or if you had a vaccine or plan to.
Emerge Tremfyant with Tremfya. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today.
Welcome back into Weather Underground. As we watch the radar, we've got Charles Peak, our storm tracker, out there watching the weather for you to give you a sense of what's happening. Right now, we are looking at Greenville, Texas. This is to the north and east of Dallas along I-30. You can see right now still very quiet, dry on the roadways, traffic moving okay. But over the next few hours, things are going to turn much different here along I-30, really from the Dallas-Fort Worth metro, places like Denton and McKinney, all the way over into sections of Louisiana. Arkansas also in play for some big storms. Mike, we've seen tornado warnings already, plenty of severe warnings, and we think those numbers only going up from here.
We do. The storms are getting a lot more dangerous around the Dallas and Fort Worth area right now. That line has produced a tornado warning right at the Oklahoma and Texas state line up around Durant. We're concerned about storms for you. Another secondary line back here, Wichita Falls, back down toward Abilene. High winds and hail, a big threat there. I want to focus in on this storm. There's still tornado warning until the top of the hour. It's probably embedded within a rain core here, and so basically it's got rain wrapped all the way around it. You're not likely to see it. It's radar detected right now. I'm going to show you the high resolution radar and the velocities. So green going toward the radar in this direction, red going away from the radar in this direction. So you've got some implied rotation in there. It's been pretty good rotation at the mid levels. Down near the surface, though, not nearly as pronounced. Having said that, we may have a tornado right in here, and we may actually have some rotation up in here that's actually clockwise rotation. Bryan County with a tornado warning. Calera, Colbert, Durant, get to your shelter right away. That storm could come across Highway 70 here momentarily. The storm down south of Fort Worth from Cleburne up toward Burleson, that's a really intense storm. We're getting a little bit of hail within that, maybe not meeting the criteria yet for a warning, but the storms are back building along that line, and we think this entire area begins to fill in, and even farther south from there, but really torrential rain along I-35, I-30, and potentially coming right through a town maybe like Arlington. Don't notice a lot of rotation within that, maybe more straight line winds than anything else. That's a good sign for now, but we're going to watch for the possibility of rotation with all of these storms as we go through the next couple of hours here. Tornado watch in effect until 8 o'clock this evening. This can be a concern. Notice the big cluster of lightning that we have here. When we get these sudden intense lightning jumps, as we call them, and 381 strikes in the last 15 minutes. When we get these sudden intense lightning jumps, that can oftentimes be a precursor to a tornado forming. So we're going to keep a really close eye on this one. As of right now, does not have a warning on it. We will let you know if it does. Close-up view of the storms over here, more towards Seymour and Abilene, Shackelford and Throckmorton counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. There's a good hail core within that as well, so you could be looking at 1-inch diameter hail. So staying inside is important. Make sure your car park inside is important as well. I think between Wichita Falls and Lawton, we're going to get some really intense storms also with high winds and hail. This radar site is getting a very close look at it right now. Comanche and Tillman counties, be inside right now. Off-corded electronics, a lot of lightning with these storms. If you're in, say, Chattanooga, I'll show you this. We're going to go back over to the storm that was in that initial line. They've extended the tornado warning off to the north and east here. So now coming across potentially Highway 70 shortly here, Atoka County. Possibility, and they did say there, that Scott, our weather producer, telling me they did say possibility of 2 tornadoes within there. So we were thinking about the rotation within that, maybe two different areas of rotation, one here and one up here. Although you could also make an argument there's some rotation up in here. So there could be all kinds of different mesos that are forming within that. I say the most intense one is here south of Durant at this point, but that's a little bit broader. But we could get areas where you get quick little spin ups off of a singular supercell, and that may be what's happening for us right now. So again, we extended the warning farther north and east now between Durant and Boswell. These are locations where you want to be taking shelter as quickly as possible. Rotation with the radar detecting winds in this direction and this direction, winds in this direction, and then in this direction where you could have actually maybe a counterclockwise rotation in one spot and a clockwise rotation in another spot. So it's not totally unusual to get a clockwise rotating tornado, but if they were to happen, usually it's some sort of offshoot of a previous supercell tornado. Again, Bryan County under that tornado warning and extending off to the north and east of Atoka County right now. So let's time this out for you. Armstrong, 144, the expiration on your tornado warning in Caddo. Around 152 is when it could be on you. I should say that's the timing for the cities. In place like Bennington, 2:04, the expected arrival time for you. We know these storms will be going likely for the remainder of the afternoon and evening, Alex. And for a lot of folks, some of these storms later tonight may hit while they're sleeping. So high risk for tornadoes, high risk for wind gusts, medium risk for hail. A lot of things to consider for the rest of the day.
Yeah, you make a great point about parts of the Mid-South. Now we get into Arkansas and Louisiana, and these are threats that are going to come in during the overnight, very early in the morning for a place like Baton Rouge. So very likely going into the start of the weekend, you're off work, you may be sleeping a little bit later than usual, and unfortunately, those strong storms may be alerting you, waking you up, whether or not you wanted to get up or not. Possibility of severe weather tomorrow. Once we get beyond the mid-morning, early afternoon, chance of a severe storm from Gulfport to Mobile, but we really drop the odds. Remember, our lows moving up towards the Midwest, bringing the gusty winds up there. So we lose some of that upper level support. Overnight, though, man, things are still rolling across parts of Louisiana, even Mississippi by mid-morning, weakening as they move east.
Weather Wellness brought to you by Discover proven quality sleep only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
You need a bed that's smart enough for both of you. The Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed senses your movements and automatically adjusts to help keep you both effortlessly comfortable. Our smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep per night. Don't miss our weekend special. Save 40% on the Sleep Number 360 Special Edition Smart Bed. Ends Monday.
If you think eating heart-healthy food to support your blood pressure has to take a lot of time and hassle, then you need to try Super Beets Heart Chews, the first and only heart chew with the unique polyphenol compound that makes supporting your healthy blood pressure convenient, while also helping reduce oxidative stress so you feel more energized. That's why Super Beets is the #1 pharmacist-recommended beet brand for cardiovascular health support.
It gets me going. It gets my circulation flowing, and I have that energy all through the day. It's just fantastic.
I can stick them in my bag and keep in my car. I love that I'm taking something that's healthy for me, and it's maintaining healthy blood pressure.
What makes Super Beets polyphenols so different from other antioxidants? In a leading clinical study, they were shown nearly 2 times as effective at promoting normal blood pressure as a healthy lifestyle alone.
In my 31 years of helping people maintain healthy blood pressure, I've never seen a polyphenol compound this effective. Super Beets antioxidants help support healthy blood pressure and help your body produce more energy.
Now I feel like I have this wonderful reserve of energy. My blood pressure is even more healthy. I'm loving it.
Now you can try our top-selling Super Beets Heart Chews risk-free. Call to find out how you can receive an extra 30-day supply of Heart Chews free with your first order. And for a limited time, we'll also send you a free 30-day supply of our brand new Super Beets Memory and Focus Chews. The only chew for brain health support to contain unique polyphenol compounds, clinically studied to promote healthy blood flow to the brain, while also supporting memory and focus so you feel more alert. This offer is not in stores, so call today. We'll even include free shipping, free returns, plus a 100% money-back guarantee. That's over $30 in total free gifts. Try Super Beets Chews today. Love your results or your money back.
To order, call 1-800-873-4187 or go to superbeetschews.com. That's 1-800-873-4187. Call 1-800-873-4187.
But all you got was ham? And all you got was turkey?
With gravy.
That's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
Hi, William Shatner here.
It's the Medicare annual enrollment period, and this year, it's simple. 1, before the deadline, call the number below. 2, check your zip code for a Medicare Advantage plan with prescriptions, dental care, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month. 3, you'll find out what you're eligible for. AEP has a deadline. Call now.
I called to find a plan that covers more of my dental expenses.
I call every year to make sure my doctor is still in my plan.
I called to find a plan with lower copays.
I called to see if my zip code has a plan with a benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I call every year to make sure my plan's copays didn't go up.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. You should too. AEP has a deadline, so don't delay. Call now.
Call 1-800-975-4570. That's 1-800-975-4570 now.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 72 degrees under partly cloudy skies. This afternoon, sun and clouds mixed. High 71. Winds south at 10 to 15 miles per hour. Tonight, some clouds. Low 61. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, sunshine and clouds mixed. High 73. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Severe thunderstorms and tornadoes hitting us across Texas and Oklahoma right now. We have a severe thunderstorm warning coming between the Fort Worth and Dallas Metroplex right now. We've got 2 lines of storms that we're following, this initial line, a secondary line in behind. So let's focus in on what's happening for us right now in Johnson and Tarrant counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. Storm's been back building, a ton of lightning with that storm. Arlington, Fort Worth, New Richland Hills, all spots where high winds and hail will be likely for you here. A warning that will continue until 2:45 local time. There's not much rotation in there. That's good news. There's not much showing up here on the velocities, which would show us if there were any type of tornado rotation within that. So at this point, that's good news. I think the biggest threat that we'll end up seeing with this storm, at least short term here, will be hail. There have been a couple of different hail cores, one near Burleson, one near Everman, coming across, say, I-20 for you here, and basically that interchange of 820 and 20. That's going to be rough for you here between Fort Worth and Arlington. So the last thing you want to do is be in your vehicle when these types of storms hit. So if you have plans to be out on the roads, I say put those on pause until these storms let up for us here. Some of the hail size is under criteria for a hail warning right now. So a severe thunderstorm warning would need to have 1-inch diameter hail. So about the size of a quarter or so would be the size of hail that you'd be looking for a warning. So we're maybe just up to that threshold, and that's about it. But those storms do pack a punch currently. That storm moving off to the north and east. So again, Johnson, Tarrant counties with a warning until 2:45. But the skies are dark and they are full of lightning currently. We have tornado warnings for Bryan and Atoka County. So Bryan County, the southern one, Atoka County, the northern one here. There could be a couple of different rotations that are forming within this one large storm cell. A little bit of rotation right in here near Highway 70. And there may actually be a little bit of rotation here headed toward Atoka. So we're going to keep an eye on that one very, very closely. But follow this initial rotation that's really been, if there's been one, it's been this one that's held together at least the most over the last maybe half hour, 40 minutes. Roberta, we've got a warning for you and potential impact around 1:52. So now, in essence, is when you want to get to a shelter in Purtle around 2 o'clock at around Bennington, 2:18. And all these spots, get to your safest spot in your your home and your building. Don't be on an upper level. Don't be on the second story. Don't be in that second level of your home. Get down to the ground floor or get underground if you can. If you have a basement, it's a safe place for you to go. Or an interior room like an interior bathroom or a hall closet or a hallway can offer you a lot of protection. Just put as many obstacles between you and the outside as you can. Comanche and Tillman counties over around Lawton under a severe thunderstorm warning here. So please take shelter with the hail and high winds. There'll be a possibility trees could come down. Tree branches could come down. Trees on your home can be a really high danger. So being in an interior room and on the ground level also advised in situations like this. High risk, we believe today, of tornadoes as well as wind gusts of 80 miles per hour or greater. That'll take trees down, and a medium risk for hail, although we've already seen some hail reports of 1 inch or greater. So let's talk some more details about this threat and bring in meteorologist Mike Seidel. He is live for us right now in Dallas. And Mike, things are getting a lot more active here.
Certainly west of here, over in Tarrant County, Johnson County is where we have the severe thunderstorm warning that you just discussed. Here in Dallas County, we've got some rain on us right now, but the impact so far has been around the Metroplex and traffic. This is basically volume. Not a whole lot of accidents, but across the entire area, we've got volume issues. This is I-30, and they're crawling off to the west towards downtown Dallas, and that is I-30. We're between Dallas and Mesquite right now. So this is what we're seeing across all of the metro area. And as Mike Bettis mentioned, the worst weather for driving is now over in the Arlington area and over around Dallas, around Fort Worth, where we have the very heavy rain, the risk of hail, and a lot of lightning. We've had no lightning and thunder here. So we're going to watch to see where that goes, but it is moving north-northeast and northeast at 55 miles an hour. So the brunt of that swarm of lightning strikes and heavy rain is going to stay out of Dallas County. But we've got other storms starting to develop downwind, I should say upstream, moving downwind towards us. And so we're certainly a long way from being out of the woods. The tornado watch goes till 8. I think our impact here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area will be done with around 6, between 6 and 7 as it moves off to the east. We got the squall line that will develop later on tonight. That'll impact those of you farther east into the piney woods of Texas, into Louisiana, Missouri, and Arkansas. But in the short term, we're concerned with a tornado warning now up on the Red River and things lighting up as rain picks up here on the east side of Dallas. We've got you covered. We're out here live in Dallas. Plus, we've got continuing coverage from the studio, and we're on with special programming this evening. This goes until midnight Central, and that's 1 a.m. Eastern Time, and that would likely include additional watches from the Storm Prediction Center. So stay with us and stay safe.
During Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days, every Monday is a huge deal. Get a $79 HP Chromebook, plus other hot deals. Join Walmart Plus and you can shop online 7 hours early. Head to Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days.
With Choice Hotels, missing family rides means you book it. Whatever your reason, save 20% when you stay 2 or more nights at participating locations. Book direct at choicehotels.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Meet Martha. Martha is 75 years old and has been on Original Medicare for 10 years now. But she's a bit cranky because she heard the 2023 Medicare Advantage plans are now available during the Medicare annual enrollment period, and she wants details.
I'm already on Medicare. Why doesn't my plan have additional benefits?
Hi, Martha. Many Americans like you may not have a plan with all the Medicare benefits that are available to them. Now is the time for everyone on Medicare to call during the Medicare annual enrollment period for your free 2023 no-obligation Medicare benefits review.
I already have my Medicare card. I am not calling.
Martha, right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2023 Medicare Advantage plans are now available, so everyone on Medicare can call to see if a Medicare Advantage plan may help save money or include additional benefits.
They probably won't answer the phone.
Well, Martha, if you call 800-581-4690, a licensed insurance agent will speak with you and look up your plan options and see if there is a plan with additional Medicare benefits.
Why don't I get these automatically?
Martha, right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2023 plans are now available, so now's the time to call.
I think I called before, so I'm not calling.
Martha, 2023 plans are now available, but you won't get a plan with additional benefits automatically. So everyone on Medicare should call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period and get your Medicare benefits review today. Just call the toll-free number on your screen. It's free.
Free?
Yes, Martha. The call and no obligation Medicare benefits review are free. They can look up your plan options and let you know if you're eligible to enroll in a plan that may have additional benefits.
Why didn't you say that sooner? It's time for me to call and get my free, no obligation Medicare benefits review.
That's right, Martha. I should have just given you the toll-free number. It's on everyone's TV screen now. Call 800-581-4690. 800-581-4690.
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
Hey, 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 hey. If you're coming and come, don't play, play. If you feel too shy, then watch for me. Watch for me, watch for me.
Shake it. This the biggest bounce of the summer. If you ain't coming, that's a bummer.
Watch for me.
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
Well, the atmosphere primed for an active afternoon of severe weather, already seeing it happening. Some of the biggest cities in the south squarely in our threat zone. We thank you so much for joining us. Our special extended live coverage here on the Weather Channel. You are watching Weather Underground. We're with you until 5 o'clock Eastern, 4 o'clock Central. I'm Alex Wilson. Mike Bettis with us in just a moment. But first, I want to show you the Torcon values, because if you checked in yesterday or this morning and have been away for a few hours, things have increased in terms of our Torcon values. So the threat of tornadoes going up today. In fact, anticipating multiple tornadoes. Some could be strong, some could be long track. Torcons in that 5 to 7 range. Mike, these are the highest numbers we've seen in some time. A 7. Really imperative that folks know their safe spot this afternoon.
100%. So identifying that location now. Where is it in your home? Is it your basement? Where is it on the ground level of your home? Is it in a bathroom, or is it in a hallway, under a stairwell, in a closet, someplace like that that's going to offer you protection away from exterior walls and windows? You don't want to be on top levels of buildings either. Getting down low is going to do a lot to help protect you. As Alex mentioned, Torcon of 7. We overlaid the rings of the Torcons on top of the visible satellite. A couple of things to pick out on the satellite. We've actually had quite a bit of cloud cover today. You can notice that a lot of times in these big springtime events, it's a crystal clear day, then all of a sudden storms really get to take off here. I'm hoping in some regards that some of this cloud cover is going to actually help us reduce our severe weather risk today. I don't think it eliminates it, but maybe in some regards it helps reduce it. But I think we've still got all kinds of other ingredients available to get tornadoes to form today, including a lot of low-level wind shear, which oftentimes can overcome all the other lack of ingredients and produce tornadoes. We've also got this line out here that's associated with a front, so there'll be 2 lines that hit us today in Texas. You can see the lines very clearly on the radar here and here. Let's talk about some of the warnings we've got over into Oklahoma from I think truly I-35, maybe Dallas up toward Oklahoma City, then over toward Tulsa. Those are locations that are really going to be primed for severe weather. Tornado warning force in Atoka County, so Bennington and Buckcheto and Cato. These are all places where you need to take shelter quickly. Now, I would say this, on the radar, there is some rotation in there. It's not well defined, and that's a good thing. If we had really well-defined signature of rotation, we'd be very concerned that there was a legitimate, strong tornado on the ground. This is weak, broad rotation. Having said that, I still think you got to get to a safe place as quickly as you can. Buckcheto, 2:08, so 7 minutes or so from now. In Bennington, around 2:15 is when it's coming for you again. Know where to go and get to your safe spot right away. Our warning until 2:30 this afternoon. And really what you're looking at there is that velocity. So with the velocities, it takes out all the rain, all the precip, looks at just the wind inside a storm. And so does it see any rotation within the storm? And if it does, then we can say, okay, we may have a tornado that's forming here, and please take shelter. The thing about that storm is it's going to be rain wrapped. Any tornado is not going to be just openly visible. It's going to be covered in rain, and you won't be able to see it. This is why you really have to rely on the radar in these circumstances. Big storm complex Metroplex here, slicing right between Dallas and Fort Worth, Johnson and Tarrant counties with a severe thunderstorm warning. Big wind is possible with this. It looks like right in here is a big gust, a big outflow of wind coming across I-30 right now and moving off in this direction. So I think 35E is going to end up getting some of that big wind as well. And a lot of rain, torrential rain with these storms, tons of cloud to ground lightning with the storm as well. We had a big lightning jump, and anytime we see big lightning jumps like that, we often think tornado because it can be a precursor of a tornado. 419 lightning strikes in just the last 15 minutes. That tells you something about the intensity of the storm right now, and eventually that does get into the Dallas area, probably Dallas and north side of town. Over into southwestern Oklahoma, between Lawton and Wichita Falls, Comanche, Cotton, and Tillman counties with a severe thunderstorm warning. A lot of these storms here have produced some sizable hail, Alex, so a lot of different threats to consider today in both of these lines.
Yeah, and when we look at that radar around Dallas, we know things are going to change. Meteorologist Mike Seidel is live in Dallas. Mike, you've been walking us through the last few hours. Obviously, I'm guessing you can see those storms off to the west, maybe even hear that thunder not far away now.
Yeah, I haven't heard thunder, but we had some heavier rain. Now it's light rain, got some blue sky. We're looking down I-30. We can barely make out the Dallas skyline, and traffic is a mess all over the Metroplex because of the rainfall. Some of it heavy, as we've shown you, and Mike Bettis has talked about over in Tarrant County. That's the home county to Fort Worth. Fort Worth has gusted over 30, and we just checked the airport DFW International, which is near Irving, which is kind of midway between Dallas and Fort Worth. They just gusted about 5 minutes ago to 37 miles an hour. That's an outflow coming in from that heavy rain and all that lightning. And there's a warning, not for that area yet, but that other warning goes until 45 after the hour over in parts of eastern, northeastern Tarrant County. The heaviest rain has now moved out of Fort Worth. So looking ahead, what do we have coming our way? Well, the storm's continuing to backfill to the south and west. So we're certainly a long way from out of the woods here on the east side of the Metroplex in Dallas. You can see as we go through this afternoon and this evening, everything congeals into one squall line, and that's going to head into the Arklatex later this evening. And eventually this squall line will impact areas from Missouri into Arkansas and northwest parts of Louisiana. Now, when we talk squall line, we usually think about straight line wind damage, and that is going to be the big concern later on tonight. But right now, it's that threat for tornadoes and straight-line wind damage. We could get wind gusts to 80 miles an hour. And also that warning in Tarrant and parts of Johnson County, you could see some quarter-inch hail and wind gusts to 60 miles an hour. So we've got a long way to go. The watch is until 8 Central. We'll see if they put out additional watches farther east. But right now, we've got all of North Texas covered, the Arklatex in Texas, and also southeast Oklahoma, so parts of 2 states. As we watch the radar and stay safe here, we're going to move to another location now in advance of what may hit us here in the next several hours here between downtown Dallas and Mesquite. So, Alex, watching and waiting and keeping your fingers crossed that the Metroplex gets just the much-needed rain, maybe some wind, but avoids the tornado touchdowns today and this evening, and likewise for the entire area. Everybody can use rain. Virtually nowhere in the U.S. can't use some rain at this point. So we'll take the rain and hopefully skip the danger and the impacts from the risk of very strong winds and tornadoes.
Mike Seidel, you're exactly right. You know, a lot of these areas are going to get 1 to 2 inches, so it's needed. It's welcome rain. You know, if we can avoid the worst of the severe weather, that would be good news. Knowing it's still in the cards for our forecast today, Mike Seidel on the move, so he's going to be in a safe spot as he can monitor those storms as they move through. And again, just showing so important over the next few hours. You know where your safe spot is. Where are you going to go if you get that alert? If that tornado warning is issued, that means the time to move is now. You've got a short period of time to get to that lowest level, most interior room. Energy has been on the build. We've seen those warm temperatures. We've seen those dew points into the 70s. Our cold front moving east, that's providing lift. Of course, southeast surface winds with southwest winds aloft. They're very strong aloft, so we've got that turning of winds with height. Those surface winds also bringing in the dew points. Mike talked about it. It's humid out there. You're feeling it in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So thunderstorm coverage starting to increase, really has already started to increase, and over the next few hours, you'll only see more thunderstorm activity. Moving into the late afternoon, our cold front, that'll also trigger some thunderstorm development, so could be a 1-2 punch there in Dallas. You know, the next few hours between now and about the late late day commute. That's one time frame for storms. Then a little bit more later into the evening, more thunderstorms rolling through. So very likely severe weather east of Dallas into parts of Arkansas, northwest Louisiana, Dallas, Lufkin, Shreveport in that likely zone, Little Rock as well. Those torcons as high as 5, and that would indicate tornadoes are likely, and some of these could be strong, even long track tornadoes. Some thunderstorms, in addition to tornadoes, could produce some large hail. So those supercell rotating updraft thunderstorms, those are those ones that are alone on the radar. And again, these are the ones that have the really strong updrafts that can produce the large hail and also produce oftentimes the stronger tornadoes. Strong mid-level winds will increase our damaging wind threat through the evening. So what this is going to help to do is organize our thunderstorms. So as opposed to seeing the individual storms that we've got this afternoon, we'll see things line out into the evening and overnight, and that changes the threat to one of a primarily damaging wind threat. Not to say we won't see tornado spin-ups overnight, but damaging winds in excess of 60, even 70 miles an hour, a possibility. There's the torcon of 7, torcons of 5 in the bright red, and when those numbers that high, numerous tornadoes possible, and Mike, increased chance of strong tornadoes and long track tornadoes.
So it should be, top of mind what we're going to do today if severe weather were to strike, and we certainly think that the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex is a target. We're already seeing the severe thunderstorm warnings there. This is a virtual view of Dallas, and again, stormy for us right now, likely to be that way for the next couple of hours. Then we might get a little bit of a break with more storms then coming in this evening. Let's break that all down for you, help you make sense of it all, and help you plan for the rest of your day. A torcon of 5 right through Dallas and Fort Worth, a 3 back to the west, and a 7 off to the east. So pretty high numbers here for tornadoes today. That's a look what's happening right now. It just kind of gives you a general idea. This is computer-generated, high-resolution modeling of what the radar could look like. So the storms will be there, and they're going to start to fill in over the next few hours. Tornadoes are possible. As I mentioned, we might then get a break a couple of hours from now, only then for another line to come in shortly after that. So right now, I think through dinner time off and on, we'll have the storms, with the storms finally exiting the Metroplex by 7 or 8 o'clock this evening. Think about that time and think about, what you have planned this evening, what you might be doing with you and your family, your friends, whatever it may be. Think about where your safe place is going to be if a warning were to be issued. I know a lot of the football games were rescheduled and played last night. I know still several games planned to be played tonight. So think about Friday night football and where your safe place could be if a warning were to be issued when you're watching something like an outdoor event. Texarkana with a torcon of 7. Shreveport, a torcon of 5. What's our timing? Likely after dark tonight. The storms will get close around 7, 8 o'clock. Here they come, getting hit hard now in Texarkana. Shreveport, the storms will come in about an hour later or so. And then all these storms could contain high winds, hail, and tornadoes. Not to mention, there'll be the lightning threat. There'll be the flood threat that comes with it as well. Overnight, your skies improve. Drier weather comes in tomorrow. A much better, much calmer weekend for us, thank goodness here, Alex. But for a lot of folks, that threat will continue going into your Saturday across the lower Mississippi River Valley.
Night tomorrow morning could be very, very active across the Mississippi River Valley. So don't be surprised if you wake up maybe earlier than anticipated to some stronger thunderstorms. New Orleans right now 82 degrees, but it feels like 86. So again, that increase in moisture has left those dew points feeling more, late spring-like than early November-like. New Orleans, best chance of thunderstorms coming your way tomorrow, especially early. So I think mid to late morning, that's your timing for the stronger thunderstorms. By tomorrow afternoon, evening, we're drying out. Also clearing out, just a few clouds Saturday night. Tomorrow, not as much severe weather. Our low moving farther to the north and east, so that's going to bring the wind threat farther north. But across the south, our storms continue to move east, weakening as they do so. But I still think between mid-morning and early afternoon tomorrow, we could see a few severe warnings from Meridian to Mobile and then back down into southeast Louisiana. So wouldn't rule out a severe warning for gusty winds around the New Orleans metro area. Here's 3 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, very, very early. You can see those thunderstorms, they are still punchy. And again, I think there will be plenty of severe warnings still during the overnight hours. Now we get to 8, 9 o'clock. I think some gusty thunderstorms rolling through and a few severe warnings possible along this line. Moving into the early and especially mid-afternoon, you can see the storms really weaken. And at this point, we're looking at just moderate to heavy downpours across, say, western parts of the Florida Panhandle and southeastern parts of the state of Alabama. So less of a severe threat the farther east we get, more of a rain issue. Baton Rouge, you've got the Alabama Crimson Tide coming to town tomorrow. You're thinking, oh gosh, our thunderstorm's going to mess with this. Game time is 6 o'clock. So no, again, early day would be your time frame for any thunderstorms. By the afternoon, actually clouds moving out. We'll see some sunshine. So morning an issue, afternoon no problems. Then in Starkville, Auburn taking on the Bulldogs. We've got temperatures in the 60s throughout the early part of this game, dropping into the upper 50s. Mike, this is another spot that sees the storms during the morning. Afternoon hours should be just fine for the game.
Good news for that game, right?
Yeah.
We have a lot of showers for us through the Midwest. The winds crank as we go through the weekend. Look at all the rain that we have right now from Green Bay down through Kansas City. A lot of high winds. We actually have a severe thunderstorm warning here in southern Wisconsin, Greene County under that warning. So if you're in Monticello or New Glarus here, these are all areas where you want to be inside right now. Those storms making a beeline for a place like Madison. So heads up here on campus of Wisconsin. Heavy rain may also lead to some flooding. Want to let you know that because the storms don't change location much for the remainder of the day. Now tomorrow what changes is the low itself spins about right in there. Do you see that? And there'll be a lot of wind that wraps around this, even some really cold air on the north and back side that produces some snow. The winds will howl. It's already been a windy day today. St. Louis winds 30 to 35. Chicago, Detroit 20 to 30 mile per hour winds. Those winds will be elevated tonight. Only get worse tomorrow. Middle of the day tomorrow, 40 to 50 mile per hour winds will be common. Look at the red on this map here. We're going to have high winds from Green Bay and Chicago to Milwaukee to Detroit, Columbus, Cleveland, and Buffalo. All these places could have 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, wind advisories in effect, gale warnings in effect, small craft advisory in effect. You do not want to be on the lakes, that's for sure. The winds will still be breezy here for the northern and western Great Lakes going into Sunday. Should begin to back off, though, maybe a Chicago, a Cleveland, and a Columbus. As I alluded to, there's a lot of rain with the storms, and because there's not a lot of forward movement to those showers today, we do run that risk through at least tomorrow morning of some flooding. So watch for some low-lying areas to fill up with water and the possibility that we might get some ponding in some intersections as well. How much do we get? Generally speaking, in that heavy swath of rain, 2 to 3 inches. Isolated locations where we may get as much, Alex, as 3 to 5.
Yeah, a soaker of a day. Really miserable for some of those outdoor games. Well, coming up on Weather Underground, our extended coverage of the severe weather threat. It continues. A live look at the radar right now. We've got warnings in Dallas, Fort Worth, a tornado warning up there in southern Oklahoma. We're walking you through the now and the later. Where do you need to be prepared? That's coming up when we come back.
It's Walmart's Black Friday deals for days. Every Monday, huge deals will go live. Join Walmart Plus and you can shop online 7 hours early. So the only question is it Monday yet? That's Walmart's Black Friday deals for days.
With Choice Hotels, there's always a reason to book it. Whatever your reason, save 20% when you stay 2 or more nights at participating locations. Book direct at choicehotels.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Over 200,000 people with non-valvular AFib have left blood thinners behind with Watchman, a safe, one-time procedure that reduces stroke risk and bleeding worry for life. Watchman. It's one time for a lifetime.
So is this stuff really fresh?
Yes. I mean, yeah, we don't have freezers, we don't have microwaves. We always have fresh stuff coming in. I mean, this is the best guac that you can get.
Fresh is what you stand for.
Definitely.
10 years ago, we started Untucked out of my apartment, and today we have more than 80 stores worldwide. It's been quite a journey. We didn't just create shirts designed to be worn untucked, we perfected them. With great fabrics and design at the perfect untucked length, so you can look sharp in this new business comfortable world. Just look for our signature sale. Untuck It, 10 years in the making, and we're nowhere close to stopping. Visit untuckit.com or your nearest store today.
Plans too. They let you see any doctor who accepts Medicare without a referral and pay in-network costs at home or traveling when you see doctors in the United Healthcare Medicare National Network. Take advantage of $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions, now with no deductibles on most of them. In fact, last year, our Medicare Advantage plan members saved an average of over $7,700. Enjoy a free gym membership too, with access to premium gyms nationwide. As always, you can count on United Healthcare to help you get the care you need when you need it. We can even help schedule appointments or find a specialist. Enrollment ends December 7th. Call United Healthcare or go online today. We make it easy to enroll, too. Enjoy all the benefits of the only Medicare Advantage plans with the AARP name. Take advantage now.
This holiday, make no mistake, everything here is Philadelphia cheesecake. Cheesecake is everything. Bake your own.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark and helps take annoying items out of pictures or unblurs faces. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
We can help get you guys back into that house.
Come on in.
Oh my gosh!
Fast Home Rescue, tomorrow night, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
Seems like things are very complicated these days. Are you sure you're doing that right? No. That's why Spectrum Mobile makes mobile easy with unlimited data and nationwide 5G for $29.99 a month per line. So no added taxes, no hidden fees, and no contracts. Just $29.99. It's simple. Just a coffee.
Decaf, half calf, cloud roasted.
I'll just do a water then.
Artisanal water, spring water, babbling brook.
Want simple? Get unlimited data and nationwide 5G for $29.99. Call, click, or visit a Spectrum store today.
This fall, giving with FTD is more than just giving a gift. It's reimagining a memory. It's making a nostalgic moment fresh again. Or a subtle token of appreciation. A way to bring the last of summer's beauty indoors. And celebrate rituals old and new. Make it a grand show of gratitude. Make it a gift from FTD. Give with meaning.
Currently in our area, 71 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies this evening will become overcast overnight. Low 61, winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, mainly cloudy, high 73, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, partly cloudy during the evening, followed by cloudy skies overnight, low 65, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
There's a cocktail of excitement and terror.
Long way down.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Come on, let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Well, Torcon values elevated today. If you haven't checked in for a few hours now, Torcon of 7 across northeast Texas, northwest Louisiana, southwest Arkansas, and southeast Oklahoma. That means tornadoes likely. Some could be strong, some could be long track. And our Torcon of 5 continues for Dallas and College Station over towards the Shreveport area, even up to the Little Rock metro area. Mike's been closely watching the radar. Mike, those warnings are coming at us as expected here, and they'll continue the next few hours.
They will. We think it only gets worse from this point going forward. We have quite a few warnings out there as we speak, up in Oklahoma, down into Texas. Hail, high winds, tornadoes, all occurring for us right now. We do have warnings going right through the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex as we speak. Let's start with a tornado warning, though, that's very near the town of Boswell, Oklahoma here. Atoka and Bryan counties are under a tornado warning. That has had a warning on it for more than an hour now, and there's actually maybe the best rotation we've seen so far, the most pronounced rotation so far between Cato and Boswell. Right in there is where the rotation is, where you see the blue and the red. So what you have is wind that's moving toward the radar in this direction, away from the radar in this direction, so some implied rotation in there. And that could be moving between, let's say, Highway 69 and Boswell, in that general area here. So over toward Crystal, heads up for you, the possibility we could have a tornado coming in around 2:37, so you got maybe 15 minutes or less to take some shelter. In Old Ferris, around 2:42. So in these locations, please take shelter. Actually, did we get a new warning that was issued in there? I saw that we got a new flash in there. There it is. So they extended up to the north from that rotation. That rotation is more headed in this direction, whereas the whole complex was headed more northeast. So that's just an extension up into Atoka County, and also a severe thunderstorm warning that comes along with that as well. So likely going to exceed the wind and hail criteria within this storm also. But again, that warning goes until 2:45. Let's take it back down toward the Dallas and Fort Worth area, because the storms there are also quite pronounced here. Severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses all of Dallas right now. And Tarrant County is that small area right in there. The larger warning itself is in Dallas County. We've had some really strong winds right in here near Irving. So winds could be 60 to 70 miles per hour, maybe even with a little bit of rotation near Irving, headed toward Frisco or Plano. So be prepared for trees to come down potentially here, power lines to be disrupted as a result. You might briefly lose some power, but there could be a lot of debris in the streets, just tree limbs and leaves and stuff coming down for us right now. But there is, you can see, a little bow echo that's formed within that, and that'll push toward Frisco and Plano here momentarily. In the winds right in there, that little cluster is what we're watching very closely. As of right now, right inside Dallas, we've escaped. It won't stay that way for long, though, Alex.
No, it will not. Again, the next few hours will be very active. Unfortunately, I think when a lot of you are leaving the office or expecting somebody home. So keep that in mind. And also, if you're the one at home and you know somebody's going to be out on the roads, kind of be their eyes and ears. Give them a call if the storm's headed their way on the highway so they can get to that safe spot. Cold front is moving east. Obviously, we've got energy on the rise. We've got some breaks of sunshine that have helped to heat things up. It's warm, though, across a lot of this chunk of eastern Texas into Louisiana, into Oklahoma, into western Arkansas. With that cold front moving east this afternoon, we've seen the initiation of thunderstorms. They'll continue to become more widespread. Our southeast surface winds have bumped up those dew points, plenty of upper 60s, low 70s. So the moisture's there, the warmth, the instability's there, the source of lift is there, and we've also got shear in place because strong winds aloft, they're moving, and they're coming out of the southwest. We've got southerly surface winds. So turning of winds with height and winds increasing in speed with height. So this is a setup that's favorable for some of those storms that are the individual supercell thunderstorms, those that develop rotating updrafts. And that's why we've got such a significant threat of not just tornadoes and hail, also damaging winds. Now moving into the later hours of today and tonight, our storms line out, Mike, and we're going to be watching for very gusty winds. I don't want you to think, oh, good, tornado threats down and it's just damaging winds. Just damaging winds, not the way to look at it. These winds could cause big problems.
Could. We already have seen some wind damage reported across Oklahoma where trees and power lines have come down, and that second line certainly could produce that as well. There it is. Late this afternoon, we've got a line that forms initially and then a line that comes in behind, forced by the front. So line one, line two, all right? Those both could be very strong in their own right. The first one most likely to produce the tornadoes, the second one most likely to produce straight line winds, but eventually they kind of come together as the upper air, mid-level, and surface airs all basically start to align here. We don't have necessarily wind shear in the atmosphere anymore, but we do have some speed shear. That, in essence, will push the storms along, create big squall lines that race across the Mississippi River Valley. Look at that line in there. Incredible rain that will come down with this. But if there's going to be any threat for tornadoes, it'll be farther south. But I think as we go through the overnight and tomorrow, winds in excess of 60 possible.
This isn't Charmin. No wonder I don't feel as clean.
Here's the new Charmin Ultra Strong.
Ah, my bottom's been saved.
With its diamond weave texture, Charmin Ultra Strong cleans better with fewer sheets and less effort.
Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Did you serve, live with your family, or work at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune, North Carolina between 1953 and 1987?
Contaminated water at the base during that time has been linked to these serious health problems. If you were exposed and hurt, the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 may make it possible for you to recover a settlement.
You may be entitled to substantial compensation.
Call 1-800-643-8500. That's 1-800-643-8500.
Look, as history is being made, National Collectors Mint and the Cook Islands announced the limited public release of their first 2022 Silver Double Eagle $2 coins. Angela Buchanan, the 37th Treasurer of the United States, was instrumental in supporting the creation of the United States Silver Eagle Bullion Program, coins beloved by investors and collectors alike. But Treasurer Buchanan dreamed of more. She envisioned a silver Double Eagle $2 coin. Now, inspired and endorsed by Treasurer Buchanan, comes the release of the new .999 pure silver $2 Double Eagle, meticulously struck with highly prized frosted relief and the mirror-like backgrounds of brilliant silver proofs. Each of these Cook Islands non-circulating legal tender coins is purer than any U.S. silver dollar ever to circulate. It boasts 2 eagles in flight on the obverse with the words American Double Eagle. The reverse features the iconic Liberty Bell, the Cook Island imprimatur, and the important $2 denomination. Now you can reserve your own $2 Double Eagle. Each coin is struck in .25 troy ounces of .999 pure silver. The final issue price was to be set at $39 per coin. But during this limited release, the new 2022 Silver Double Eagle $2 coin can be yours for only $19.95. Each coin comes with a certificate of authenticity, verifying its precious metal content and legal tender status. There is a strict limit of 5 coins per caller. Earliest orders will receive priority status over later ones. All are covered by our 100% guarantee of satisfaction. So hurry, avoid disappointment and future regret. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-516-4142. Strict limit of 5 coins per caller. Call 1-800-516-4142. That's 1-800-516-4142. Call or log on now.
Hi, William Devane here. It's the Medicare annual enrollment period, and this year it's simple. 1. Before the deadline, call the number at the bottom of your screen. 2. Check your zip code for a Medicare Advantage plan with $0 premiums, prescriptions, dental care, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month. 3. You'll find out what you're eligible for. The annual enrollment period has a deadline, so don't delay. Call now.
I called to find a plan that covers more of my dental expenses.
I call every year to make sure my doctor is still in my plan.
I called to see if my zip code has a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I call every year.
Call to find out the changes to your plan and see if you're eligible for anything new. The annual enrollment period has a deadline, so don't delay. Call now.
Call 1-800-510-0241. That's 1-800-510-0241 now.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark and helps take annoying items out of pictures or unblurs faces. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
Well, thanks for staying with us for our special live coverage. We are tracking severe storms across some of the biggest metro areas across the South, Southern Plains, into the Deep South overnight. I also want to give a special welcome to those of you watching us on Hulu Live now. This is Weather Underground. I'm Alex Wilson. Mike Bettis with us. He's watching the radar. But before we get there, I want to show you some of the Torcon values. These numbers are the highest we have seen in some time. Torcon's up to a 7 for Tyler, Texas, and for Texarkana. So again, likelihood of tornadoes. Some could be strong and long track. Torcon of 5 in Dallas. Mike, Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex really lighting up now. And Dallas, you're next in line.
We oftentimes look at our atmospheric conditions and say what's working for and against severe weather forming today. A lot is working for. We've got some wind shear in the atmosphere, although that is starting to align a little bit more. So wind shear may actually start to back off over the next few hours here, where the upper air and lower air winds will start to align more instead of becoming crosswinds. But also notice a couple of different things. Notice we've also got a little bit of clearing back in here, right? That may aid in just enough heating at the surface to create a more buoyant atmosphere, more of an atmosphere that wants to rise. All right, so you can see, one thing I want to point out is you can see how that cluster right there, that big supercell popped there around Dallas. I'm wondering if we might start to see a little bit more of that back build down here and then push into this area where we've got some of the highest torcons. Just something to consider. But a lot of the cloud cover here may actually work in our favor to reduce the severe threat today. At least I'm hopeful that it will. We do have a handful of warnings out there from Dallas up across the Red River here into Oklahoma. Severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings. Atoka County with a tornado warning right now. Mostly rural locations. Having said that, if you live between Atoka and Antlers, want you to get into a safe spot right away with a tornado warning until 2:45 local time. The rotation has weakened significantly with that storm. That is the good thing to report here. We had some pretty strong storms almost go around Dallas. It's almost like we had a force field right over Dallas. Storms went east, storms went north here. The storms up here, by the way, around Frisco and Plano, a lot of wind. We could be looking at winds of 70 miles per hour with a strong gust that's come through there. It briefly had some rotation on it as well. Dallas County, Tarrant counties, both under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Look at all the lightning with these storms as well. Tons of lightning. I want to mention also Collin County with that severe thunderstorm warning. Head up here towards Salina. These are areas that are going to be hit hard by storms today. A lot of lightning. Tons of lightning jumps. So big increases in lightning in a short amount of time can sometimes preclude a tornado warning. So what are our threat levels today? High threat for tornadoes. High threat for wind gusts that could be 80 miles per hour or greater, and a medium risk for hail, meaning hail that's probably an inch in diameter, enough to meet a warning criteria. So about the size of a quarter, if you will. We've got a strong push, basically a dry line in essence at the front, pushing through here. Look at these dew points, how low they are. Teens in Midland, but 60s and 70s here out ahead. So really juicy atmosphere, primed to be tapped with a lot of severe weather, especially this area that's highlighted in the map with orange. That's highlighting an area where we have the highest CAPE, or convective available potential energy. What's the potential of the atmosphere to produce severe weather? Well, it's increased for us here, and you can see we're tapping into that. Dallas and southbound from there, but we think all of East Texas begins to see the severe weather here over the next few hours, Alex. I'm sorry, let's get to Mike Seidel. He's joining us right now from Dallas. Mike, give us an update on what you're seeing right now, as we've seen a lot of storms come through, especially north side of Dallas.
Well, here on the east side of Dallas, we just got pummeled with some very heavy rainfall. In fact, DFW has picked up just over 1.5 inches of rain in 30 minutes. That's some impressive rainfall. There's no ground stop there, I just checked, but there is a rather extensive ground delay program. Average arrival delays now running over almost 2.5 hours. So if you're flying in and out of Dallas, be wary of delays, even though no ground stop at this point. We've dried out very nicely. I mean, it just came down for about 15 minutes. I got some video. We'll show it to you on the Weather Channel shortly. But now we're getting some brightening in the sky. The darker clouds have moved off to our west and north. Over the trees here, by the way, not much fall color yet here in North Texas. So what's next? Well, we have the warning for parts of this area. Obviously, we're out of the impact here until the top of the hour. So we get through this batch. We still have the cold front, the dry line to our west, and sunshine ahead of that. So that'll keep the destabilization process up. And the tornado watch for all of northeast Texas and southeast Oklahoma goes until 8 o'clock tonight. So we've got you covered. We've got extended coverage tonight until midnight Central, 1 o'clock Eastern, to keep you safe. There will be additional watches. That's a given. We'll keep you updated live from Dallas. Back in the studio with Bettis and Alex Wilson.
This is the reason for the season. It's a time for joy, so forget the compromise. At HomeGoods, you can spend less and find more to level up your holiday cheer. Because your favorite things about this season don't cost a fortune. They're found.
It's a new day. Because now updated COVID vaccines protect against both the original COVID virus and Omicron. Just in time to say, oh, you bet I'll be there. A whole lot more.
This is Poof, the most powerful pet odor eliminator in the world. No harsh chemicals. No harsh chemicals at all.
No fragrances.
None.
Seriously?
Oh! It's safe for people, pets, and the planet. What's this?
Oh!
Oh.
That's pure ammonia.
Oh.
Just gotta poof it. Check this out.
Wow, I don't smell anything. Literally nothing.
That's because there's nothing to smell. Poof is a commercial grade formula. A no nonsense, no fragrance, odor eliminator.
A formula used in the country's largest municipal waste companies to eliminate organic odors and make entire communities more livable. Yet, it meets the most stringent safety standards. Pet odor, poof it.
Urine, poof, feces, poof, vomit, litter box smell,
Plus, the odor on the pet. Wet dog, poof, eye odor, poof, ear odor, poof, face odor, poof, stinky skin folds, any organic odor, even skunk odor. Ugh.
one spray, and it goes away. Give it a smell.
Wow.
Generic sprays only cover up and reduce odor. I smell like poop and flowers now. Poof works instantly. It dismantles odor on a molecular level. It literally takes stink out of the equation. Powerful enough to eliminate skunk odor and a stink in artificial turf and garbage cans. Yet safe enough to use on pet toys, their beds, even on them.
So why waste money on any product that doesn't totally eliminate the stink?
Call now and get a 32-ounce bottle of Poof for just $24.95 and get free shipping. And I guarantee you'll never use anything else again. Plus, get a free sample of Poof Laundry Odor Eliminator. Just one wash removes the toughest odors from your laundry and your washer. There's only one Poof. Don't settle for imitations.
If it's not Poof,
it stinks.
Thank you, Nature Made, for seeing that life is a little chaotic and creating new targeted blends to help. So when our sleep, stress, and immune health are thrown off, new Nature Made Well blends can help us find balance.
The newest thing from Pizza Hut isn't pizza at all. It's cheesy, so crispy, loaded with toppings, and just $6.99. Enough for two, price for one. New Pizza Hut melts, just $6.99.
I be like, age comes with wisdom, and wisdom comes with benefits.
Dryer's broken.
Okay. You want a socket. That's especially true when it comes to Medicare. So make the wise call and learn more about Cigna Medicare plans in your area. Their tools and resources make it simple and easy. Bears can smell Wi-Fi. Visit CignaWiseCall.com today. You'd want to flip it.
Suffering from sinus congestion, especially at night? Try Vicks Sinex for instant relief that lasts up to 12 hours. Vicks Sinex targets congestion at the source, relieving nasal congestion and sinus pressure by reducing swelling in the sinuses. Try Vicks Sinex.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark and helps take annoying items out of pictures or unblurs faces. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
Well, we continue to monitor parts of Texas, including the Greenville area. Our storm tracker Charles Peak out there earlier posting a little bit of daylight, sunlight peeking out there. Now clouds moving in. Greenville, Texas is along I-30 there on the northeast side of the Dallas-Fort Worth metro area. Right now dry, but storms will begin to advance into the area through the late afternoon hours, mid to late afternoon hours. So got to be ready for some very strong storms. Mike, we've already seen severe warnings and tornado warnings, expecting more now over the next couple hours.
Well, I'm really hoping that we get a lot of people off the roads as well. It's a place like Dallas and Fort Worth, very commuter centric, right? And so we'd like to get people off the roads when that threat occurs, because the last place you want to be is in a susceptible location, especially stuck in traffic. And what happens if a storm comes while you're stuck in traffic and it's just a backup, right? We've got a high risk today, we believe, for tornadoes as well as wind gusts that could be 80+ miles per hour. Medium risk for hail today. This area on the map here with the animated radar, the area that's highlighted in red there, shows you where the tornado watch is that lasts until 8 o'clock this evening. That'll coincide with these numbers. I know we're throwing a lot at you here, right? But if you take a look at these numbers, these are the Torcon numbers overlaid on top of the visible satellite, all right? So the higher the number on this 1 to 10 scale, the higher your risk for tornadoes. It's as high as a 7 here in portions of Texas, Oklahoma, Arkansas, and then a small part there, Louisiana as well. But even 3s and 5s could mean that we see tornadoes today. The visible satellite shows a big cluster of storms that have popped there near Dallas. Those storms will continue to backbuild, we think, down through this very humid air with converging air that comes together here, Alex. So we're far from over with this. In fact, just beginning.
No, and overnight could be very active. Places like Baton Rouge, strong storms headed your way during the overnight and early morning hours of your Saturday. So I know Saturday is one of those mornings where you like to sleep in. You may be waking up in the middle of the night with these big storms. Tomorrow, beyond mid-morning, I think the chance of some isolated severe warnings. But after we get through, say, 8, 9 o'clock, I think the storms are weakening as they continue to move off towards the east. So especially strong while you're sleeping. And then as the storms move east, we transition to more of a heavy rain threat. Here's 2 o'clock in the morning, Mississippi River, storms lighting up the area. Again, still likely to get in on some gusty winds, perhaps tornado warnings. By 6 o'clock, still gusty thunderstorms between Lafayette and New Orleans, up towards central and northeastern parts of Mississippi. Meridian, you're getting slammed with storms along with Hattiesburg by 9 o'clock. Same for New Orleans. Then the storms continue east around Mobile. I think a storm or two could be punchy, but less severe weather as the morning wears on. We head into the afternoon watching for rain across parts of western Florida and into southeastern Alabama. So again, less of a threat for severe weather once we get beyond the mid-morning tomorrow, Mike.
All right, Alex, thank you for that. Well, as fall sets in and temperatures and humidity start to drop off, our quality of sleep can drop as well. We all know the struggles of couples who sleep either too cold or too hot. Meteorologist Chris Bruin spoke with sleep expert Dr. Peter Polos to get suggestions on how to get a quality night's rest.
It's hard to believe it's that time of year again, and we're getting ready to fall back, meaning we get an extra hour of sleep on November 5th. And a lot of people think that would be really helpful for the body, but that's not necessarily true, Dr. Polos.
No, it's not. You know, daylight saving time was first initiated as an effort to conserve energy. Now it's part of our society, but it is not necessarily good for everyone. And the reason is that we all have an internal circadian rhythm that's very much in tuned to light and dark. And this constant switch twice a year is very difficult for people to adapt to. It poses stress on the body. It disrupts this natural rhythm. Standard time, which is waking up to sunlight and going to sleep when it's darker, is much more in line with our own rhythm.
So using the natural daylight method?
Absolutely.
All right, so how do we combat the effects of time change on our bodies?
Well, if we have to make the time changes, the best way to do that is anticipation of that time. Begin to adjust your time 15 or 20 minutes a night in advance. So whether you're going to sleep earlier or later, depending on what the time change is, reduces some of that dramatic switch of the clock of 1 hour suddenly. It is still stressful on the body. It's still counter to our circadian rhythm, but it is a way to mitigate some of the dramatic change that comes. So doing it in advance a few days will make that first day transition easier for many.
So this time of year it gets a lot colder on the outside, and I would imagine the colder temperatures, you kind of get snuggly and you sleep better. But is that necessarily true?
Well, not necessarily. The colder temperatures are outside. The problem often becomes that people turn the heat up inside, and this causes a conflict often for many couples because one might want it cooler, one might want it warmer. We know that for a sleep environment within a room, it should be 67, 68 degrees. The issue becomes then one puts the blankets on, has a very warm microenvironment between the bedding and whoever is sleeping, and that is too warm for the individual. Things that you can do to cool that down would be bedding that wicks away heat, or the Sleep Number Climate 360 Smart Bed, for example, will individually draw that heat away from the body, cool the body temperature down. That allows heat to escape the body and drops the core temperature about a degree or a degree and a half, and that promotes sleep. The beauty about that, and we know couples complain about conflict with their sleep environment, the Sleep Number Climate 360 Smart Bed would allow you to individualize and customize who wants it warmer, who wants it cooler, and this again promotes a better sleep condition for both parties.
Well, thanks so much for these tips as we head into this new season of Time Change.
My pleasure.
Weather Wellness brought to you by Discover proven quality sleep only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Introducing the new Sleep Number Climate 360 Smart Bed, the only smart bed in the world that actively cools, warms, and effortlessly responds to both of you. Our smart sleepers get 28 minutes more restful sleep per night. Proven quality sleep only from Sleep Number.
Have you seen my new phone yet? It folds in half.
I would never switch to Samsung. I love my phone.
What?
Folds in half. You see, I love my phone. I would never switch to Samsung.
I'm Darlene, and I lost 40 pounds with Golo in just 8 months. Golo has really taught me how to eat better and feel better. As long as you eat the right food groups in the right amounts, that's all it is. It's so simple and it works. Golo was the smartest thing I ever did.
We get to celebrate being together.
Tell a joke, share stories.
What everybody has done over the past year.
The togetherness of that moment.
Just really celebrating each other.
When your V-neck looks more like a U-neck, that's when you know it's half washed. Downy has 7 benefits that condition and smooth fibers, so clothes look newer, longer. Feel the difference with Downy.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
Where can you go for the latest must-haves? And every season's nice-to-haves? Where can you get that perfect gift for dad? And hot cocoa mustaches for the kids? Where can you lose track of time, all while saving time at the same time? Lowe's, actually. It's the best place to get everything you need for the holidays.
Hi, William Shatner here. It's the Medicare annual enrollment period, and this year, it's simple. 1, before the deadline, call the number below. 2, check your zip code for a Medicare Advantage plan with prescriptions, dental care, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month. 3, you'll find out what you're eligible for. AEP has a deadline. Call now.
I called to find a plan that covers more of my dental expenses.
I call every year to make sure my doctor is still in my plan.
I called to find a plan with lower copays.
I called to see if my zip code has a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I call every year to make sure my plan's copays didn't go up.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. You should too. AEP has a deadline, so don't delay. Call now.
Call 1-800-975-4570. That's 1-800-975-4570 now.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 71 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies this evening will become overcast overnight. Low 61, winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, mainly cloudy, high 73, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, partly cloudy during the evening, followed by cloudy skies overnight, low 65, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Welcome back as we continue to monitor severe weather for you. A lot of storms are firing up right now across Texas and Oklahoma, and elevated risk today for tornadoes as well. You can see this line right here in particular from southwest Oklahoma back down through Dallas-Fort Worth area. And south of town, we even have tornado warnings that are popping now. So this area gets much more active as we go through the rest of the day. Let's start on the north side, and we're going to work our way down past Dallas. Tornado warning for Bryan County. Multiple tornado warnings have been issued for this county today, but that storm headed toward the Bennington area. Rotation right in here. The possibility that we're picking up debris and lofting it into the air, so hitting things at this point and about to come very near Bennington. We'd encourage you to get into your safe spot as quickly as you can. Get into an interior room away from exterior walls and windows. If you have a basement, also a safe place for you to be right now. If you take a look at the correlation coefficient, you can see this little oddball right in there, right? That stands out from everything else on there. What this is showing you is it's picking up objects that are floating in the air that are not raindrops or snowflakes or hail. All right, so it's picking up other objects. It could be leaf debris, grass, it could be shingles, whatever it may be. It's just nothing meteorological, let's just put it that way. So we are at this point pretty sure we've had a tornado because we're seeing debris being lofted into the air. So heads up in Bennington, tornado coming your way, take shelter as quickly as you can. Want to take you down to the tornado warning south of Dallas. Newly issued tornado warning for Hill County, and this is moving north and east and could eventually be headed toward Dallas itself. Hillsborough, Itasca, Whitney, please get to a safe spot for you as well with a tornado potentially on top of you here. As far as the radar goes, we've had some rotation detected down here near Whitney. We've actually had some rotation up here as well. And I think even if this were to, say, dissipate, we could get some big outflow gusts that come with this. But heads up. Itasca wants you to take shelter right away. Coming across Highway 81 may impact areas just north of Hillsborough. Then right into the Dallas-Fort Worth area around Plano. We've had some big wind around Melissa as well. Collin County with a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Everything pushing north and west right now. So if you go toward Greenville or anywhere truly between, say, Greenville and Sherman, we're going to have a lot of heavy rain, so blinding rain on the roads, a lot of water on the roads, so hydroplaning a possibility, not to mention all the wind that comes with that. So a very difficult evening for you to be driving. We would encourage you to be off the roads when these storms hit. Dallas, for now, we're okay. Fort Worth, for now, we're okay. But all these storms should begin to fill in across the Dallas-Fort Worth area for the remainder of the day. So just be aware of that. Now, I want to mention this as well. There's a lot of lightning with all of these storms. So these storms will produce that electricity that we need to be aware of. So corded devices, while you're at home, stay off of those. Gaming consoles, stuff like that, you'll want to be off those. Any types of appliances that you're using while you're cooking, you don't want to use those as well. Let's get you right into Dallas with meteorologist Mike Seidel for a live look at what's happening. Mike, storms surround us. What's happening where you are right now?
We're in the clear right now, as you mentioned. Everything has moved downstream, downwind to our north and northeast. But I want to show you what we took about a half an hour ago. Some very heavy rain, and we did finally get some thunder. Didn't see the lightning. We had a couple claps of thunder, but look how hard the rain is coming down. This is your basic frog strangler, like being in a car wash. And we had winds here gusting, I estimate about 20, 25 miles an hour. Not especially strong, but boy, it was raining hard. And then it just shut down. So you can see everything's moved away from our location. We're on I-30, midway between Mesquite and Dallas, and looking out at 30 right towards Dallas as clear. We had a big slowdown for a while. It wasn't an accident with volume and the rainfall. You know, now that I'm looking in the distance, it looks like the slowdown is just past this exit as I look off to the east, and things are now slowing down. So the heavy rain causes that. Speaking of heavy rain, DFW has had 1.86 inches in the past hour, almost 2 inches of rain. Peak gust was 44 miles an hour. And as far as the airport goes, there is a ground delay program, no ground stop, fortunately, but those ground delays are lengthy, as much as an hour and a half to 2.5 hours. And I checked on the delays. 24% of flights coming in, 32% of flights going out, vice versa rather, are delayed. They've had 500 flights delayed today, and they've had just over 200 cancellations. So there has been an impact at DFW. We're not done with this yet. We've got some heating. We've got a couple of more lines heading our way, including the second line, which is along the cold front, and the dry line in Abilene. Their temperature's already fallen over 15 degrees in the past 90 minutes. That's on the way here tomorrow morning. Temperatures here in the mid-40s. In the meantime, a lot of dangerous weather ahead tonight, certainly from Dallas to Arklatex into southeast Oklahoma. We've got you covered on the Weather Channel. Special coverage continues here until midnight Central. So stay with us, and we'll keep you safe.
Hey, Lexus, turn it up.
There's no place like a the all-new Lexus RX.
never lose your edge.
Meet Martha. Martha is 75 years old and has been on Original Medicare for 10 years now. But she's a bit cranky because she heard the 2023 Medicare Advantage plans are now available during the Medicare annual enrollment period, and she wants details.
I'm already on Medicare. Why doesn't my plan have additional benefits?
Hi, Martha. Many Americans like you may not have a plan with all the Medicare benefits that are available to them. Now is the time for everyone on Medicare to call during the Medicare annual enrollment period for your free 2023 no-obligation Medicare benefits review.
I already have my Medicare card. I am not calling.
Martha, right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2023 Medicare Advantage plans are now available, so everyone on Medicare can call to see if a Medicare Advantage plan may help save money or include additional benefits.
They probably won't answer the phone.
Well, Martha, if you call 800-581-4690, a licensed insurance agent will speak with you and look up your plan options and see if there is a plan with additional Medicare benefits.
Why don't I get these automatically?
Martha, right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2023 plans are now available, so now's the time to call.
I think I called before, so I'm not calling.
Martha, 2023 plans are now available, but you won't get a plan with additional benefits automatically. So everyone on Medicare should call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period and get your Medicare benefits review today. Just call the toll-free number on your screen. It's free.
Free?
Yes, Martha. The call and no obligation Medicare benefits review are free. They can look up your plan options and let you know if you're eligible to enroll in a plan that may have additional benefits.
Why didn't you say that sooner? It's time for me to call and get my free no obligation Medicare benefits review.
That's right, Martha. I should have just given you the toll-free number. It's on everyone's TV screen now. Call 800-581-4690. 800-581-4690.
It was my son Jaden's 5th birthday, and he wanted Chick-fil-A.
My husband was a Marine. Her husband's a Marine. Her husband had been gone for almost 6 months at that time, and I just knew that we had to do something extra special for him.
When I get to the door, actually, I was very surprised.
We brought the cow out and delivered to them.
Do you know who that is? Jaden was really excited about it.
I wanted to be the extra family for them that night.
Oh, thank you.
Did you serve, live with your family, or work at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune, North Carolina between 1953 and 1987?
Contaminated water at the base during that time has been linked to these serious health problems. If you were exposed and hurt, the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 may make it possible for you to recover a settlement.
You may be entitled to substantial compensation.
Call 1-800-643-8500. That's 1-800-643-8500.
This isn't Charmin. No wonder I don't feel as clean.
Here's the new Charmin Ultra Strong.
Ah, my bottom's been saved.
With its diamond weave texture, Charmin Ultra Strong cleans better with fewer sheets and less effort. Enjoy the go with Charmin.
Well, severe weather underway right now. Going to be a very active late afternoon and evening as well when it comes to severe weather. Some of the biggest cities in the South Central and Mid-South squarely in the threat zone. We are watching those storms right now. We'll continue to watch them through the day. You are watching our special extended coverage here on the Weather Channel. This is Weather Underground with you for an extra hour today. I'm Alex Wilson here with Mike Bettis. He will check in on the radar in just a moment. But before we get to all that, let's talk about the Torcon values. These are elevated today. Torcon of 7 for the areas shaded in purple. In these areas, tornadoes likely, with the risk of some of these being strong, even long track tornadoes. A Torcon of 5 in a place like Dallas up towards Little Rock into the Shreveport area. Again, significant risk of not just tornadoes today, Mike, but also damaging winds and hail. Let's see what's happening on the radar right now.
There are a lot of different things that we're going to watch for you today, including a risk for some extreme winds, even if you don't see a tornado. Let me run down what's happening for you right now, because I think for a lot of you, you'll have some issues for the remainder of the day. We've got a high risk for tornadoes today, high risk for 80-mile-per-hour winds, and a medium risk for severe hail. And I fear that all the storms that start to fire today may right away go to warning, whether it be severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning. It seems like the atmosphere is ripe right now. You can see how high the torcons are overlaid on top of the visible satellite, where in a few areas supercells have popped here. Some storms are popping here. So each side of Dallas, we're getting it right now. Let's take you into the radar and show you what's happening, especially down here between Waco and Dallas. Tornado warnings over in Oklahoma as well. Bryan County with a tornado warning and bearing down on Bennington right now. So please get to a safe spot as quickly as you possibly can. We do have rotation right in there. Also, some debris that's been lofted into the air. We've been detecting that as well. There's the rotation coming across Highway 70 right now. So in Bennington, when you see this, which is detecting non-meteorological targets in essence. So what that means is it's not detecting, we're filtering out raindrops or snowflakes or hail. It's picking up something else, which means it's picking up debris in the atmosphere, and that's being detected by the radar here. Bennington, it's almost there. You need to take shelter as quickly as you possibly can. I want to skip down south of Dallas now. Numerous tornado warnings here. Newly issued warnings for Ellis Hill and Navarro County. It's this cluster right in here. This one over here in Hill County also has a tornado warning on it. Let's zoom down in. There is a little bit of rotation here near Itasca. Then there's bigger rotation right here outside of Abbott, headed toward Mertens and Blooming Grove in this direction, maybe all the way up towards, say, 35E or Highway 34. As we track this out for you, cities will populate, and you'll see that Irene 314 is when it's coming for you. In Mertens around 318, in Frost around 326. If you hear any of those cities, you live in those cities or near those cities, think about getting to your safe spot as quickly as you can. Again, basement, good place for you to be. Interior room on the ground level of your building, also a safe place for you to be. It can offer you a lot of protection. Just make sure there are no windows or exterior walls where you're taking shelter. Again, two storms that right away went to tornado warnings when those storms fired up. So I have, again, this fear that we're now in an atmosphere that's very conducive for tornado formation. So I want to track out this one right here. Broad rotation on that, but let's track it anyways up toward the north here. Mayfield 304, Loveless around 307, Itasca around 312. So that's not long from now, anywhere between maybe 2 and 10 minutes before it comes in for you here. So get to your safe spot as quickly as you can. Big windstorm here with a severe thunderstorm warning in Collin, Fannin, and Hunt counties, northeast side of Dallas. This potentially has produced down trees and power lines when it's back toward the Irving area and Frisco. But you can see wind reports, hail reports for us here. 61-mile-per-hour winds around Addison, 3/4-inch hail around Little Elm. Not a lot of these storms have been warned for hail necessarily. That's been more the secondary line back across, say, Throckmorton back toward Abilene. But these storms, high winds, and tornadoes are the most likely thing we'll see out of them. This could last for the next couple of hours, Alex.
And for more on the severe threat across the state of Texas, particularly there in Dallas, I want to bring in meteorologist Mike Seidel. He's been monitoring the scene in Dallas. Mike, obviously now stationed closer to your safe spot as you wait for those storms this afternoon and again this evening.
Yes, and I'm looking at the radar. Mike Bettis talking about those two tornado warnings that are now just to our south and southwest. And these cells are moving up to 60 miles an hour. That's as fast as you can drive, so you can't outrun these. And they're heading towards us or east of us. So it's primarily Dallas and east that these storms will affect the area in the next hour or so. So we'll keep you updated. We've got our safe place to head if we're in a situation where we need to get inside and get out of the way. Right now we're in a break from the rainfall, but I want to show you what hit us about half an hour ago. Look at this heavy rainfall, and it just came down. This had to be about a couple of inches an hour, and DFW did pick up just under 2 inches last hour between 2 and 3 p.m. Central Time, and a wind gust just under 50. Some of the wind gusts have been higher. So it's these storms coming up towards Dallas and the east side of the Dallas area. The other line is now moving through Fort Worth, and then west of there, we're going to be watching the dry line in front. Once that comes on through in a few hours, that ends the severe threat for Dallas, Fort Worth, and this part of North Texas. But again, the tornado watch, this one goes to 8, and no doubt they'll have additional watches issued later on tonight, including the Arklatex and maybe parts of Louisiana. That may be a severe thunderstorm watch because by later on this evening, we're going to have everything congeal into one squall line. And with squall lines, we typically expect straight line winds, although you can get spin ups. Right now, though, it's these individual supercells that are causing the problem. And again, just racing 50 to 60 miles an hour. So they're in and out very quickly, and you can get caught off guard. So stay with the Weather Channel and get your warnings. And we'll keep you updated. We're on the air tonight till midnight Central Time. So, Alex, that's really the story. Next couple of hours is certainly tea time here in Dallas-Fort Worth, especially Dallas and east towards Mesquite and out on I-30 and up towards the Red River. These storms just race our way. And as I said, 60 miles an hour, you can't outrun those. And we've got a good spot to head very quickly, about 25 yards from where I'm standing.
Excellent, Mike. Glad to hear you've got that safe spot. We're going to get back to you as the weather warrants, as we can do so safely. But, you know, he points out the worst of the weather here moving in now, and we've got a lot of people hitting the roads. It is that late day drive time. So if you know somebody driving, keep an eye on the forecast for them, too. Watch the radar. Give them a buzz if they find themselves in a tricky situation. And if you're going to be out there on the roads, have a way to get those warnings. Super critical. Mike said these storms are moving fast and posing a lot of danger. That energy has been on the increase. It's been warm. We've got dew points in the upper 60s and 70s. No lack of moisture courtesy of our south-southeasterly winds. Cold front moving east. That's providing lift. And again, I think we will see a bit more in the way of thunderstorm development by late afternoon and early evening, even around Dallas. So this is not your only time frame to watch. Now, south winds at the surface, more southwest aloft, and they're fast aloft. These winds are screaming in the upper levels, and so that change of wind speed with direction and change in wind speed with height and change with wind direction with height, both of those contribute to wind shear. And so these storms that can produce those rotating updrafts, those that can produce the large tornadoes, the strong tornadoes, and those that can produce large hail, all possible today, and already beginning to see that with those storms off to the south of Dallas. That one already showing that signature of that supercell thunderstorm with that hook. Not tornado warned now, but goodness, we'll be watching it as we move through the afternoon today. We've got, or actually it is tornado warned, but the very likelihood of seeing some of those strong tornadoes, also seeing damaging wind gusts, also seeing large hail. Heavy rain. It's needed in this area, but goodness, we'd love to do it without the storms. Unfortunately, it's a combo package deal here. Likely severe weather all the way into the Shreveport area up towards Little Rock as well. Here's the late afternoon. Again, this current area of thunderstorms continues to move east, but our cold front will trigger new thunderstorms, I think, by the evening. So Dallas, once again, dealing with storms. Parts of East Texas getting in on more storms. Overnight, our winds aloft will help to create more of a line structure to these storms. So the storms get more organized, and we see these storms lining out. That means damaging winds remain the main threat during the overnight hours across portions of the Mid-South. So watch as those storms line out. Here's 9, 10 o'clock. Storms moving into Arkansas and Louisiana, still bringing the danger for hail and tornadoes, but especially gusty winds and winds that could exceed 60, even 70 miles an hour. Falling trees into homes, into vehicles will remain a very big threat during the overnight hours. Our low moves off to the north. That brings the gusty winds to parts of the Midwest tomorrow. As our storms continue east by early to mid-afternoon tomorrow, Mike, across the south, we lose a lot of their punch, still bringing the heavy rain, but I think the severe threat diminishes after lunchtime tomorrow.
Well, that is good news there, Alex. Thank you. We know that a place like Austin could be in for some severe storms. Take a look at the virtual view of Austin. The sky's getting very dark and stormy for us. Maybe around drive time or the tail end of that I-35, I'd say Austin down towards San Antonio. You're watching for this secondary line that's going to hit us and not the initial line that's getting us right now around Dallas and Fort Worth. So let's run through that forecast for you. And you can see plenty of storms here. Waco back down toward Austin occurring maybe about an hour or so from now. I think the storms get going very, very quickly for some of you. And then those storms are going to push their way east from there. Here we are about 6 o'clock, storms along I-35 or east of there, and then quickly going eastbound. So I don't think you're going to be in that threat for long, but I think when the storms come, they're going to hit hard and they're going to hit quick. So be prepared for that and be prepared to take quick action to help you and your family stay safe. Here's a look at our Torcon for Dallas and Fort Worth. It's a 5 today, so medium chance of tornadoes. We see tornado warnings north and south side of Dallas, just not right in Dallas. Maybe that's just lucky at this point, but wouldn't be surprised if we saw tornado warnings right in Dallas. More storms will flare here through the afternoon, and then another line comes in behind, so there'll be opportunities at multiple times for storms to hit us here in Dallas and Fort Worth. I think by around say 7 o'clock tonight. Just about everything should clear you here, and you'll be in much better shape for the rest of the night. For Texarkana, Torcon of 7. In Shreveport, a Torcon of 5 for us. The storms will probably come in after sunset tonight. It'll be a nighttime threat for you. There'll be no way to spot these. Everything will be detected by radar. Here we are, 8 o'clock, hitting us hard in Texarkana. Big wind, big hail, possible tornadoes that extend down towards Shreveport. Here we are, 10 o'clock, getting hit. That line and all of those storms should be gone by around 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. And for many of these spots, Alex, a much calmer weekend is setting up.
Yeah, as we pointed out, those storms will still be out there tomorrow, mid to late morning, even early afternoon, say around lunchtime. Then things really begin to wind down. Now, New Orleans, you could get in on some punchy thunderstorms. I think gusty winds and isolated severe risks certainly a possibility for you. It's 82 right now, but it feels like 87. So it goes to show you those dew points, they have been on the rise across parts of the deep south as well. Saturday morning is your chance of thunderstorms. By the afternoon, drying out, also clearing out, just a few clouds overhead by Saturday night. So as the day wears on, less and less in the way of activity. Tomorrow, our severe risk much, much lower than what we've got today. Again, our low moving out and our cold front still sliding east, but we lose a lot of that, combination of the dynamics or the ingredients all lining up like they are today. So isolated severe possibility tomorrow for places like Hattiesburg, Meridian, Mobile, Gulfport, and New Orleans. I think we will see some gusty thunderstorms for sure, but will they reach severe criteria? Probably not as much as today. Overnight, though, I think we'll still have plenty of severe storms during the 2, 3, 4, even 5 o'clock hour. Here you got some strong thunderstorms moving through parts of Mississippi into Louisiana. We've got some of those storms around Lafayette, but again, working into the western part of Mississippi by early to mid-morning hours. So 9 o'clock, Meridian getting big storms. Of course, Hattiesburg seeing the storms. New Orleans, I think here, again, some severe possibility. Beyond lunchtime, you'll see those storms lose a lot of their intensity. We still have heavy rain around Pensacola, southeastern Alabama, but I don't think we're going to be dealing with the severe risks like we will during the first half of the day. Good news for the games tomorrow taking place, including this one in Baton Rouge, LSU hosting Alabama by the afternoon. No rain showers, mix of sun and clouds, giving way to clearing skies. Temps in the upper 60s for the start of the game, mid 60s by the end. Auburn, Mississippi State also looking good there in Starkville. Any showers and storms out there during the morning with drying conditions, clearing skies through game time. Mike?
Alex, thanks for that. We'll get you back to the radar and show you how many warnings there are out there right now. Really clustered around Dallas as we speak. We have a Torcon of 7 today, so high risk, a higher risk, if you will, for tornadoes. All kinds of warnings happening for us, severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings in this cluster right here. And storms have just come past Wichita Falls as well. I'll focus on the storms that are south of Dallas, headed to the south side of town, and maybe could clip us here in Dallas Metro, Ellis, Hill, and Navarro counties. This one down here is the primary storm that has a well-defined hook echo on it right down in here. So what you're getting is a tornado forming down in here. You've got inflow notch right in there. So basically what you're doing is you're circling the winds back into it and you're creating a spin up of a tornado. So please take shelter in Blooming Grove or Milford. These are places where the tornado may be bearing down on you. And I'm going to show you the velocities on this. So around Mertens right now, we have velocities right in here where the green is going in this direction, red is going in this direction. So you're detecting wind and taking out all the precipitation, and you've got a rotation right in there around Mertens coming across Highway 22 momentarily. Could come very close to Blooming Grove, up maybe along Highway 34. So the inbound velocity at about 58 miles per hour and the outbound velocity about the same, maybe just a notch more. But ultimately, we're going to track this out to the north and east in the exact direction it's headed. Frost, 321. The arrival time for you. In Lone Cedar, we'd expect you to take shelter no later than maybe 3:25 or so, with the tornado potentially coming in around 3:31. In Avalon, around 3:35 when the tornado could be there for you. So at all these spots between, say, Highway 22 and Highway 34, you're going to be in danger. Get to a safe location. Potentially, it's hard to tell. This up here may not necessarily be it because the rotation is actually down in here unless we're getting something lofted and out of that. But I don't see anything that really shows me debris is being picked up by this tornado and lofted into the air. That may still happen, but the rotation still is south of Mertens as we speak. We also have a warning over toward the Itasca area here. So this is Hill County. It's also moving out of that location, but Maypearl right now has got a lot of high wind inbound.
So nice you guys could stop by.
We really need new floors, but Gary's so tight with the budget.
It's actually a lot less than we thought.
This is nice.
It's time to love your floors. Lumber Liquidators is now LL Flooring. Right now, save up to 15% on waterproof floors.
With Choice Hotels, there's always a reason to book it. Whatever your reason, save 20% when you stay 2 or more nights at participating locations. Book direct at choicehotels.com. Terms and conditions apply.
When you see replacing windows and doors as another item in your to-do list, Windorama sees a project we can't wait to help you finish. Our installation experts are ready to provide you with the best options for your project. Like Anderson, rated #1 in quality. And right now, when you purchase 10 or more windows installed, get a free sliding patio door. Plus no interest and no payments for 12 months. For full offer details and to schedule your free in-home consultation, visit installwithrama.com.
For every holiday, for everyone. Ritz, a taste of welcome.
If there's pain when you try to poo and going sometimes feels like you push through a pineapple or two, Colace is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. Number 2 should be easy to do.
Trust Colace to soften stools with no stimulants for comfortable relief.
Copays or deductibles on Tier 1 prescriptions, and $0 for routine vaccines, including shingles, at in-network retail pharmacies. In fact, in 2021, Humana Medicare Advantage prescription drug plan members saved an estimated $9,600 on average on their prescription costs. Most Humana Medicare Advantage plans have coverage for vision and hearing, and dental coverage that includes 2 free cleanings a year, plus dentures, crowns, fillings, and more. And most plans include a Silver Sneakers fitness program at no extra cost. You get all of this for as low as a $0 monthly plan premium in many areas. And your doctor and hospital may already be a part of Humana's large network. There is no obligation, so call the number on your screen right now to see if your doctor is in our network, to find out if you could save on your prescriptions, and to get our free decision guide. Humana, a more human way to healthcare.
Is that KFC's 2-piece drum and thigh combo?
Yep.
Is it juicy?
Uh-huh.
Is it creamy?
You know it.
Is it flaky?
Yes.
And it's only $6? That's a real steal of a deal of a meal. Wink. Hurry, this $6 deal ends soon.
How did Kellogg's combine crunchy oat clusters with a touch of honey, plump, juicy raisins, and tasty fiber into one delicious cereal? It took a lot of brainstorming. Get it? Kellogg's Raisin Bran Crunch. 2 scoops of delicious.
COP27, the United Nations Climate Change Conference. Get complete coverage starting Monday on the Weather Channel and Pattern.
No, it has to be 5-star. It's my treat. I could get used to this.
Double chains and so many diamonds. It's the most we sell in the store.
Oh.
If they have your personal information, anyone can be you. Spectrum One keeps your personal data safe and private. That's privacy protection. That's Spectrum One.
Currently in our area, 70 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies this evening will become overcast overnight. Low 61, winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, considerable cloudiness. High 73. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Low 65. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Got something that's miles long and a mile wide.
After the flood, the house was gutted and the family pretty much lost everything.
We're building them a rock-star brand new kitchen and revamping the entire living room.
We only have less than a week to get this done, but I'm confident we can get it done. Come on in.
Oh my gosh!
They nailed it.
Absolutely incredible.
I wasn't expecting this.
Fast Home Rescue, tomorrow night, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
Welcome back in. We are looking at torcon values higher than we've seen in months. 5 to 7 across parts of Texas and Louisiana, Arkansas, and Oklahoma. Tornado warnings already issued. And Mike, next few hours could be especially active and dangerous.
Definitely could be. I think from now up through probably sunset or so, once you be very aware of the weather. And even after that, I think a nighttime threat of a lot of strong straight line winds could bring down some tree branches, power lines, maybe even uproot trees entirely. Handful of warnings out there through the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex and up across into the southwestern Oklahoma. We've got a couple of areas I want to focus on, including this cluster of storms south side of Dallas with a tornado warning in Ellis and Navarro counties. A pretty clear tornado signature on reflectivity even. We've got a hook echo down in here, just dangles down there to the south, strong inflow notch right into there. And so we're getting the rotation on the south side of this storm. We've got, you can see on the velocities, inbound and outbound winds here. They've just come past Mertens and across Highway 22, headed toward, I'd say, Highway 34 and toward Enos here. That's the rotation right in there where you have the red and the green right next to each other on the velocities is showing you which way the winds are going. Shows you the direction, can show you the speed as well. Green means it's going toward the radar. Red means it's going away from the radar. And when they're immediately next to each other touching, that usually indicates the rotation. In Lone Cedar, heads up. Could be coming your way around 3:27, so you need to get to shelter right now. You've only got minutes before the tornado is bearing down on you, so think about where in your home you're going to go. Is it going to be in a ground level room away from windows? We hope so. A bathroom, a half bath, a hallway, under a stairwell, inside a closet. These are all places that can offer you protection. If you have a basement, also a great place for you to be, or even if you've got a storm shelter, go there and go there now. Hail size just under severe criteria at 0.7 inches in diameter. 1 inch in diameter is the minimum requirement for a warning to be issued. Nonetheless, we are going to get some hail out of this, and even that size hail can do damage to your vehicle. If we look at the correlation coefficient, which would often indicate where we might have some debris that's been lofted into the air, don't necessarily see anything on the radar that would indicate that. You'd have something, say, within a really solid red area. You'd have a little cluster of maybe a bright orange or a bright green or a bright blue. I don't see anything down here where the rotation actually is, so nothing concrete telling us that debris is actually being lofted into the air at this point. So I would take that as a good sign. Here's that secondary line. This would be more associated with a front. So a place like Fort Worth, down toward Burleson, heads up on the high winds that are coming in for us. Johnson and Tarrant counties with a severe thunderstorm warning right now. Winds here could gust over 60 miles an hour. Then we take you up toward the Greenville area, between Greenville and Durant, Oklahoma, Collin, Fannin, and Hunt counties with a severe thunderstorm warning. Low-level winds are coming in this direction, upper-level winds in this direction, and you can see that everything kind of converging now. And I think eventually we end up reducing our tornado risk, but increasing our straight-line wind chances. This area in here could be looking at winds 70+ miles per hour. Now we take you up across into Oklahoma. Severe thunderstorm warning that could be producing a tornado in Atoka County. Little area there of rotation just past Boswell, maybe headed north of the Antlers area. We'd encourage you again to take shelter north of Boswell and north of Antlers here short term. Alex?
All right, some new photos coming in to us. This one from our storm tracker, Charles Peak. He took this picture a little while ago in Greenville, Texas. So some breaks in the cloud cover, some sunshine peeking through. Might feel like a good thing, but that little extra heat can help to aid in the instability and give those storms a little extra oomph to get going. And by the way, it's not just the next few hours that we're watching, but also the evening could see some more storms as our cold front moves east. So we've got the heat, we've got the instability, we've got the moisture. Those dew points have been on the rise. Mike Seidel talking about it feeling downright muggy out there. Upper level winds, they are strong out of the southwest. So we have the turning of wind direction with height and the change in wind speed with height. That's the shear that helps those thunderstorms develop those rotating updrafts. Torcon values reflect that threat today, 5 to 7 across parts of Texas and Oklahoma, parts of Louisiana and Arkansas. So concern for the risk, not just of numerous tornadoes, but some of those could be on the strong side. Long track tornadoes also possible. Very likely we see damaging winds today too. So 60, 70 plus mile per hour winds. Don't want to discount that threat as the tornado threat begins to wane as we move into the late evening and overnight. The wind threat takes over. Trees falling into homes and vehicles will really be a concern here for folks. So if you've got a lot of trees around your house, I would sleep in an interior low-level room. Here's the afternoon commute. Again, around Dallas, things are rocking and rolling. Then along our front, more storms firing up. That overall area congeals into a line overnight. Gusty winds continue while you're sleeping across Arkansas and Louisiana.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark and helps take annoying items out of pictures or unblurs faces. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
With Choice Hotels, there's always a reason to book it. Whatever your reason, save 20% when you stay 2 or more nights at participating locations. Book direct at choicehotels.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Al, did you make that call?
Honey, we already have Medicare. Why do I need to call?
Alan, the Feldman said we may be able to get additional benefits with a Medicare Advantage plan right here in our zip code with $0 monthly premiums.
Honey, what do you mean additional benefits? We turned 65, we got Medicare. That's all there is to it, right?
I'm talking about Medicare Part C, commonly called Medicare Advantage. We have traditional Medicare, which is only Medicare Parts A and B, but not Part C.
Wait. So not everyone on Medicare is a Part C plan?
No, that's why we need to call, because there may be plans available with additional benefits that aren't covered under Medicare Parts A and B. We don't have a Medicare Part C plan which covers everything in Part A and Part B plus extra benefits in Medicare Part C.
What kind of extra benefits?
There are great plans that may be available with extra benefits like dental, vision, and hearing.
Did you say dental?
Yes, dental. Medicare Part C plans could include dental benefits that help cover routine dental exams and teeth cleanings, plus dental x-rays, fillings, gum disease treatment, and dentures.
We need that. I'm calling.
If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now, because there may be plans with additional benefits available that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B, like routine dental coverage. If you're on Medicare, you can call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period, even if you called last year. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. You don't get a plan with additional benefits automatically, so call to speak with a licensed insurance agent right now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. Remember, you don't get Medicare Part C plan benefits automatically. Call now for your free 2023 no-obligation Medicare benefits review. Call 800-876-0319. 800-876-0319.
If your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms are stopping you in your tracks, choose Stelara from the start and move toward relief after the first dose, with injections every 2 months.
Stelara may increase your risk of infections, some serious, and cancer. Before treatment, get tested for TB. Tell your doctor if you've had an infection, flu-like symptoms, sores, new skin growths, have had cancer, or if you need a vaccine. PRES, a rare potentially fatal brain condition, may be possible. Some serious allergic reactions and lung inflammation can occur.
Feel unstoppable. Ask your doctor how lasting remission can start with Stelara. Janssen can help you explore cost support options.
Who wants burgers?
Ooh, it's the DQ Signature Stack Burgers menu. That is 5 tasty burgers right there. There goes a spicy flamethrower and loaded A1 Signature Stack Burgers.
Go, Mom?
You're still the cool mom.
Thank you.
DQ, happy tastes good.
No matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help you have fewer asthma attacks and breathe better.
Tezspire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and older. It is not a rescue medication. Don't take Tezspire if you're allergic to it. Allergic reactions like rash or an eye allergy can happen. Don't stop your asthma treatments unless your doctor tells you to. Tell your doctor if you have a parasitic infection or your asthma worsens. Sore throat, joint, and back pain may occur. Avoid live vaccines. No matter who you are, ask your asthma specialist about Tezspire today.
Well, thanks for staying with us. Our special live coverage continues here on the Weather Channel. We're tracking severe storms across parts of the southern plains into the mid-south overnight. And by the way, we're with you throughout the evening here on the Weather Channel live until 1 o'clock Eastern, midnight Central Time. Torcon values, they are high today. We've got 5s to 7s across parts of Texas, Louisiana, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. That includes places like Tyler, Texas, Texarkana, Dallas, a Torcon of 5. And what these numbers are telling you is that tornadoes are likely. Some of these could be strong. Some of these could be long track. And when we look at the radar right now, Mike Bett is keeping a close eye on that. Some of these storms have that look, that supercell-like structure there on the radar.
They really do, Alex. There's a one in particular that's south of Dallas that's very troubling as we speak. We've got a handful of warnings out there really surrounding us in the Metroplex. You can see all these warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings or tornado warnings that are occurring as we speak. I want to start on the south side here. That's the most pressing issue. We've got this warning right in here. Pretty clear signature, at least on the reflectivity of a tornado with this dangle down to the bottom here, right? So we've got a hook echo that's formed here. You can see the rotation very clearly here near Blooming Grove. Inbound winds in this direction, outbound winds in this direction. So we've got rotation that's headed toward the Ennis area, maybe over toward Roster. I'd be concerned between Terrell and Canton about a tornado coming your way. In Byrd, 3:35 is when it's headed in for you. So you've got just minutes to get to a safe spot. Go now. In Bardwell, 3:38, same thing. Get to your safe spot as quickly as you can. Ennis, you might have just a little bit more time. Don't panic, but make sure you grab the kids, you grab the pets, helmet, shoes, cell phone, and everyone get to your safe spot. But don't spare the gas. Let me just put it that way. In Creechville, 350. In Alsdorf, around 353. Again, haven't really noticed and be able to detect necessarily any debris that's been lofted into the air at this point. There could be. It's just not necessarily a clear picture for us right now. I mean, possibly there could be something down in here, but ultimately we'd need a better look at it. But the thing about it is the radar cuts off pretty dramatically on the reflectivities, and so it does on the correlation coefficient as well. But I would suspect that there potentially could be something down in here that's not a raindrop or a hailstone or a snowflake that would be detected by the reflectivity that won't be detected by this. So just keep in mind there could be something that's spinning right now that is hitting something or is picking up leaf debris or grass, but it could be also, pieces of buildings or trees, mailboxes, you name it, and being lofted into it. That's usually when we can detect that there actually truly is a tornado that has been detected. Severe thunderstorm warning north of that from Waxahachie up toward DeSoto here, Dallas, Ellis, and Kaufman counties with a severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to hit us south side of Dallas, although another wave has gone right through Dallas, a little outshoot from that severe thunderstorm, but heads up here on 35E and eventually along I-20 as well. Strong line of storms here lining up from Denton through Fort Worth, back through Burleson, Johnson, and Tarrant counties with a severe thunderstorm warning. Then Greenville, between Greenville and Durant, severe thunderstorm warning here that's going to straddle the Oklahoma and Texas state line. Collin, Fannin, and Hunt counties underneath a severe thunderstorm warning as well. Winds there could gust to 70 miles per hour. And I want to show you here, and I'm going to move this radar just ever so slightly up around Atoka. We have had numerous tornado warnings around Atoka and Bryan counties. No longer is it tornado warned. That's good news. That storm has moved a little bit farther north. Latimer, Pittsburgh, and Pushmataha counties under a severe thunderstorm warning, however, in Oklahoma. Alex?
A lot of activity around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Meteorologist Mike Seidel is in Dallas getting a look at what he's seeing, hearing. Obviously, the rain moving in, Mike. You've already seen some pockets of heavy rain, and now with a lot of people on the roads concerned with those storms out there.
Yes, indeed. Now, the cell that had the tornado warning that we were concerned with here on the east side of Dallas, that is not warned anymore. We'll keep an eye on it. That's what's coming our way. We're looking off to the west and southwest. Look at the blue sky up there. By the way, out in the areas west of town, Mineral Wells, it's 87 degrees. Abilene is 20 degrees cooler, and their dew point has dropped considerably. So that dry line cold front is heading towards Fort Worth. So locally heavy rain moving in here to the east side of Dallas. We're not under a warning at this point, as far as I can tell. These warnings are coming out fast and furious. Well, wait a minute. I think they just put us under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that goes for at least another 45 minutes. That just came out, and that's going to be for the risk of hail and also wind gusts in excess of 60 miles an hour. So this area, and it's a huge severe thunderstorm warning, that goes for a while, and it covers a lot of the east side of Dallas all the way back into the areas south of 635. A lot going on, a lot of dangerous weather. Tornado warnings continue, and the watch till 8. There'll be additional watches, and we've got you covered. Our continuing coverage and special coverage goes until midnight tonight Central Time, and we'll be live here in Dallas. We'll come back shortly.
They say you eat with your eyes first, so here's a good look at our new thick and fluffy French toast. Artisan challah dipped in vanilla cinnamon batter. French toast the way it's meant to be. Try all 3 flavors, only at IHOP. Download the app and earn free food with every purchase.
Meet Martha. Martha is 75 years old and has been on Original Medicare for 10 years now. But she's a bit cranky because she heard the 2023 Medicare Advantage plans are now available during the Medicare annual enrollment period, and she wants details.
I'm already on Medicare. Why doesn't my plan have additional benefits?
Hi, Martha. Many Americans like you may not have a plan with all the Medicare benefits that are available to them. Now is the time for everyone on Medicare to call during the Medicare annual enrollment period for your free 2023 no-obligation Medicare benefits review.
I already have my Medicare card. I am not calling.
Martha, right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2023 Medicare Advantage plans are now available, so everyone on Medicare can call to see if a Medicare Advantage plan may help save money or include additional benefits.
They probably won't answer the phone.
Well, Martha, if you call 800-581-4690, a licensed insurance agent will speak with you and look up your plan options and see if there is a plan with additional Medicare benefits.
Why don't I get these automatically?
Martha, right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. 2023 plans are now available, so now's the time to call.
I think I called before, so I'm not calling.
Martha, 2023 plans are now available, but you won't get a plan with additional benefits automatically. So everyone on Medicare should call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period and get your Medicare benefits review today. Just call the toll-free number on your screen. It's free.
Free?
Yes, Martha. The call and no-obligation Medicare benefits review are free. They can look up your plan options and let you know if you're eligible to enroll in a plan that may have additional benefits.
Why didn't you say that sooner? It's time for me to call and get my free no-obligation Medicare benefits review.
That's right, Martha. I should have just given you the toll-free number. It's on everyone's TV screen now. Call 800-581-4690. 800-581-4690.
Did you serve, live with your family, or work at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune, North Carolina between 1953 and 1987?
Contaminated water at the base during that time has been linked to these serious health problems. If you were exposed and hurt, the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 may make it possible for you to recover a settlement.
You may be entitled to substantial compensation.
Call 1-800-643-8500. That's 1-800-643-8500.
My name is Tanya. I am 42. As a mother of 9 kids, I think I waited this long to get Botox Cosmetic because I take no time for myself. My kids are sports kids. We're always running from one activity to another. I'm still Tanya, and I got Botox Cosmetic. And this is the first thing I've done for me in a really, really long time. My life is still crazy. It's just as full as it was before, just with less lines. Botox Cosmetic is FDA approved to temporarily make frown lines, crow's feet, and forehead lines look better. The effects of Botox Cosmetic may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness may be a sign of a life-threatening condition. Do not receive Botox Cosmetic if you have a skin infection. Side effects may include allergic reactions, injection site pain, headache, eyebrow, eyelid drooping, and eyelid swelling. Tell your doctor about your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, and medications including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects. See for yourself at BotoxCosmetic.com.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark and helps take annoying items out of pictures or unblurs faces. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
Taking a live look at Dallas right now. Storms around the metro area here as maybe you're going to make your way home from work within the next hour or two. We've got severe warnings. We've got tornado warnings. So a tough afternoon commute there along I-35, parts of I-30 as well. Mike, dangerous situation ongoing across North Texas and into the northeast part of the state in particular. Those torcons is 7 farther northeast of Dallas.
As high as numbers have we seen in months here on the Weather Channel. And for some of you, that threat could go well past dark tonight when it gets really, really dangerous. Not all of us are paying attention while we're sleeping. Of course, who can? We know that we've got a high risk of tornadoes today, a high risk of 80+ mile-per-hour winds, and a medium chance for some severe hail that would occur. This area that's highlighted on the animated map there, you can see the radar overlaid on top of the watch. That is a tornado watch that is issued until 8 o'clock this evening. And what that means is conditions within that red shaded area are favorable for tornadoes to form. And already we have seen multiple tornado warnings. You can see a lot of highlighted polygons on this map, especially around the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Everything really converging on us here. So we got severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, and flash flood warnings. Let's run through those. Right around the Ennis area, Ellis County under a tornado warning right now. This is south side of Dallas. Clear rotation right in there in Ennis. Got to take shelter right away. That storm moving north and east, eventually toward the Rosser area as well. So I want you to get into a safe spot right away in Ennis. It's now or never. You've got to get to your safe spot right away. In Creechville, 3:48 is when it arrives for you. So you've got about 7 or 8 minutes before it's there. In Alsdorf here, around 3:51. So you don't have a lot of time, but think about getting to your safe spot quickly. If you take a look at the correlation coefficient, trying to find some evidence of debris within that, it's not clear cut on this. So I don't want to say for sure that we have a tornado, but the velocity looks pretty well defined at this point. So I would just expect a tornado to be bearing down on you here in Ennis. North of that, severe thunderstorm warning. This includes Dallas, Ellis, and Kaufman counties. That's until 4:15. In DeSoto and Lancaster, in Ferris, Mesquite, all these spots anticipate wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, maybe as high as 80. Tree branches that could come down, trees that may be just completely uprooted, and power that may go out as well. Not to mention, you might get brief areas of hail. I think the secondary line, though, coming through the Fort Worth area, more likely to produce hail. Denton and Tarrant counties under a severe thunderstorm warning until 4 o'clock. A lot of wind and hail with this. Getting a really close look because the radar site is right here. So getting a really close look at this. And then Johnson County also under a severe thunderstorm warning. So in Burleson and in Crowley, anticipate a lot of wind. Again, may knock out power, may cause a lot of debris to be in your yard or on your street because the leaves are coming off the trees. Branches are going to be coming down as well. Northeast of Dallas. Right in here between, say, Greenville and Bottom in particular, Collin, Fannin, Hunt counties with a severe thunderstorm warning. And then up into Oklahoma, severe thunderstorm warnings as well as flash flood warnings that are in effect right now. Just outside of McAllister, near Tallahena here, Latimer, Pushpataha County with a severe thunderstorm warning. And because we've had so much rain and so many storms over and over again, this area that had numerous tornado warnings is now under a flash flood warning. Atoka, Bryan, Johnston counties, flash flood warning. So in a lot of areas, you're going to have rising water at this point. You already have roads that are filling up with water. We would encourage you to stay off the roads in all of these circumstances. Here's a look at the future radar. Look how intense that line still is well after dark tonight, but clearing you in Dallas and Fort Worth, clearing you in Austin and San Antonio, not doing that until the middle of the night in Houston. But that intense line goes right through the night. 4 o'clock in the morning, Memphis to Jackson to Lake Charles to Baton Rouge, all these cities getting absolutely hammered with strong thunderstorms, Alex.
Yeah, and those strong winds continue into the late morning hours of our Saturday, then weakening, I think, into the afternoon. But as you just pointed out, Mike, a place like Baton Rouge, where right now we've got the traffic, could get some big-time thunderstorms with gusty winds rolling through while you're sleeping. Or if you're up very early, maybe you are headed into work on Saturday, be aware. Things could be rocking and rolling for your drive into work. So use caution. Damaging winds, the threat overnight and into tomorrow morning. That would mean falling trees, a big concern. As we get beyond mid-morning tomorrow, early afternoon, possibility of a severe thunderstorm warning from New Orleans to Gulfport to Mobile, up towards Hattiesburg and Meridian as well. But you can see that severe risk really drops off. We lose a lot of the upper level support for the thunderstorms, have the cold front moving through, but that low bringing all of that wind farther to the north, that's moving on out. So here's 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Again, very strong thunderstorms moving across sections of the Mississippi River Valley down towards Lafayette. You've got big thunderstorms overnight. So don't be surprised if you wake up to those thunderstorms. I would sleep in the safe spot because trees could come down. If you got trees around your home, you want to be in that most interior room. 6 o'clock in the morning, those thunderstorms still on the strong side, headed towards New Orleans, I think by mid-morning. So 9 o'clock for New Orleans, for a Hattiesburg, for a Meridian. Don't want to rule out some hail and isolated tornado in there. But again, I think the main mode of severe weather will be gusty, damaging winds. Here's 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Now we see less in the way of the reds, the purples. So I think the storms are losing their intensity. They're weakening. Still have some moderate to heavy downpours, though. So got to watch for some flash flooding. Pensacola, I think you're looking at heavy rain more likely than severe weather. And a lot of these areas that have games into your Saturday, places like LSU, afternoon, evening conditions much better than the start of the day. We'll be right back.
Ever notice how stiff clothes can feel rough on your skin? For softer clothes that are gentle on your skin, try Downy Free and Gentle. Downy will soften your clothes without dyes or perfumes. The towel washed with Downy is softer and gentler on your skin. Try Downy Free and Gentle.
First came Google, then came Fitbit. What if the two forces joined together to transform the way we live? Again, Fitbit by Google.
It's your boy, Biggie!
That is Reggie Bush, dressed up as a Wendy's Biggie bag.
Fries! Come on, Nuggets! There it is! Drinks! No, not the drinks, man.
Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $5 Biggie bag.
I dip when the mood don't feel right. I change like the colors of the sunrise. Not scared of the dark, I'm a highlight. I do what I want.
Limited edition fragrance. Only by Glade. SC Johnson.
Curiosity pushes you forward. It's what inspired Meiomi to create an unrivaled wine using the best from California to push flavor in new directions for a taste like no other. Meiomi, flavor forward.
For just a little bit more, I can get you unlimited minutes, data, and text, 6 hotspots, concert coupons, cable subscription, dental cleanings.
We need all that?
Do we need all that?
I wouldn't think so. You should use Consumer Cellular. They have everything you need, nothing you don't.
I'll throw in this tiny little fan. Car wash voucher. Light up soap dispenser.
Think you lost.
Get the same coverage as the major carriers at half the cost. Save up to $250 a year on all the talk, text, and data you need. Consumer Cellular.
Bathfitter is a better way to remodel your tub. Precise measuring means the perfect fit. The Bathfitter tub-over-tub process means no mess or stress. A custom-made tub and seamless wall mean a watertight fit. Premium acrylic means it lasts a lifetime. And all this together means a great value. Bathfitter, it just fits. Visit bathfitter.com to book your free consultation.
During Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days, every Monday is a huge deal. Get a $79 HP Chromebook, plus other hot deals. Join Walmart Plus and you can shop online 7 hours early. Head to Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days.
Hi, William Shatner here. It's the Medicare annual enrollment period, and this year, it's simple. 1, before the deadline, call the number below. 2, check your zip code for a Medicare Advantage plan with prescriptions, dental care, and the benefit that adds money back to your Social Security check every month. 3, you'll find out what you're eligible for. AEP has a deadline. Call now.
I called to find a plan that covers more of my dental expenses.
I call every year to make sure my doctor is still in my plan.
I called to find a plan with lower copays.
I called to see if my zip code has a plan with the benefit that adds money back to my Social Security check.
I call every year to make sure my plan's copays didn't go up.
Millions of people have called the Medicare Coverage Helpline. You should too. AEP has a deadline, so don't delay. Call now.
Call 1-800-975-4570. That's 1-800-975-4570 now.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 69 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies this evening will become overcast overnight. Low 61. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, considerable cloudiness. High 73. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Low 65. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Thanks for being with us here as we cover severe weather for you, especially across Texas and Oklahoma right now. That's where all of the severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings are currently, especially clustered around Dallas. A handful of severe thunderstorm warnings and a tornado warning on the southeast side of town. So down around Ennis, possibility of a tornado that struck here. Ellis County is the county that we're concerned about, and the town of Ennis. Our warning is until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Garrett and Palmer also included within that. You can see that there may be some rotation in there, although there may be some indications that that could be gusting out a little bit, especially along Highway 34 headed toward the Rosser area. So at the very least, anticipate winds gusting over 60 miles an hour. At the worst, anticipate a tornado. So get to your safe spot in Rosser right now with the possibility of a tornado bearing down on you. Could head toward the, say, Kaufman area later in time, but very active storms as we speak. And it looks like clearly we now have a debris signature within that. So this takes out all of the meteorological targets, they're called. Raindrops, snowflakes, hailstones. Takes those out and is detecting something else of a different shape, size, texture. And that's what it's picking up right there. So clear signature that we've had a tornado on the ground, lofting debris into the air that's being detected by the radar. Right there along Highway 34 and north of it. So again, in Rosser, get to your safe spot as quickly as possible. Again, it may be hitting maybe nothing more than trees. It may be lofting dirt into the air. We don't know exactly, but it came very close to Ennis, so we would suspect at least some objects may have been hit by this, some buildings may have been hit by this, and we'd encourage you as quickly as you can to get to some shelter in Rosser as well as Grace Perry, where we're seeing detected debris on the correlation coefficient. Southeast side of Dallas now. Severe thunderstorm warning, Dallas, Ellis, and Kaufman counties here. Winds there gusting potentially over 60 miles an hour. Strong straight-line winds. And this cluster of storms back through, say, Tarrant County, up around Denton and Flower Mound, Prosper, Ulysses, Mansfield, down toward Crawley, and all these spots, 60 to 80 mile per hour winds are possible, with the possibility of tree branches coming down, power lines being compromised. Be off the roads in all these circumstances. We would encourage you to be at home and in your safe spot at all costs. Timing that whole line out because it's all together here. Arlington, 3:55. So again, that's happening for us now in essence, or shortly. In Frisco, 3:57. Irving, 4 o'clock. In Dallas, 4:11 is when that line is expected to come through. Once that line clears us, we'll be in the clear for the remainder of the evening. That's the line associated with the front. But let's get you some ground truth to what's happening in Dallas right now with meteorologist Mike Seidel. Mike, the end is in sight, but could get very rough before that happens.
Yes, indeed. Now, we are under severe thunderstorm warning here in southeast Dallas County. You mentioned that, Mike. Also parts of Ellis and Kaufman. Heaviest rain right now you can see on the radars just off to our south and east. That's in Mesquite. So that's going to be over in this direction. We're going to spin around Austin Anderson. We're looking back towards the Dallas downtown area, and look at how the skies are brightening. We're right on the edge. We're right on the western edge of this particular storm that's warned for wind and hail, not tornado warned. It was earlier warned for a tornado well south of here. So this is going to come on through, and then we get a break, and then we're watching the line. It's now coming into Tarrant County, extending up to the Red River and south. That is the front, the dry line. Let me tell you how quickly the temperature falls. Out in Wichita Falls, Texas, They went from 77 down to 48 degrees in just a couple of hours. So that's a huge temperature drop. You'll notice out tomorrow morning, we're talking 44, 45 here in Dallas, and that's about the coldest it's been all year so far here in North Texas. It's some very cold weather coming in. Once that front comes through, it'll stabilize everything, but our concern now will be areas east of here, out 30, and then off to the south, Longview, those areas, Lufkin, and then up into southeast Oklahoma, around Broken Bow. Everything's heading that way towards the Arklatex. Later tonight, it'll be more a threat of a straight line wind damage angle because everything congeals into a squall line. Still, there'll be that tornado threat in some instances, and there'll be another watch or two issued, no doubt, from the Storm Prediction Center. We'll see if that's a tornado watch, Alex, or a severe thunderstorm watch. Meanwhile, it's going to be a touch and go rush hour here in the Metroplex, especially with the wet highways and that squall line now coming from Tarrant County into Dallas County in the next hour. Everything is just racing basically at 50 to 60 miles an hour. Alex?
Idabel, thank you so much for your report. Stay safe out there, and our coverage continues next on the Weather Channel.
That's right, Storm Center getting you through the evening with all the latest watches and warnings. We hope you have a safe evening. We hope you have a safe weekend. We'll see you right back here for Weather Underground on Monday.
If you have thyroid eye disease and the pain in your eyes burns like a red-hot chili pepper, it might be time to discover another treatment option. To learn more, visit treatted.com. That's treat, TED.com.
9/11. It's a sad day.
I was in the Army for 3 years when 9/11 happened. When I saw on the television, what was happening, and you just knew your life was going to change.
I joined the military because of September 11th. We all had one common mission, and that was to make sure that never happened again on our soil.
It's now been over 20 years since that day in 2001. The brave who stepped forward helped keep us safe at home, but their sacrifices will last a lifetime.
The day that I was injured in Iraq, I immediately lost eyesight. Top part of my head got blown off. It's a heavy loss.
Now is the time for healing and recovery, but many of those who served can't do it alone. They need your help, and they need Wounded Warrior Project. Please join with your gift of just $19 a month.
I was ready to give up, and the Wounded Warrior Project showed me that there's still things out there for you. We're here to help.
Call or go online with your gift of just $19 a month, and we'll send you this Wounded Warrior Project blanket as a thank you. Your gift will provide free programs and services that make life-changing differences for warriors and their families.
We physically left the war, but we live and deal with the war daily.
I'm going to need help for the rest of my life. Please continue to donate. It lets me know that my sacrifice wasn't in vain. Thank you guys for everything.
Please call or go online right now.
The reason why GOLO customers have such long-term success is because the GOLO plan takes a holistic approach to weight loss. We focus on real foods in the right balance so you get the results you want. The Release supplement makes losing weight easy. Release sets you up for successful weight loss because it supports your blood sugar levels between meals so you aren't hungry or fatigued. GOLO is real, our customers are real, and our success stories are real. We have a 98% satisfaction rating. Why not give it a try?
This is beautiful. You ready, babe?
Can you hear me calling out your name? You know that I'm falling and I don't know what to say. I wanna be with you.
From Bolt to Blazer, Equinox to Silverado, Chevy EVs are for everyone, everywhere.
All right, breaking right now. I want to get you back to Texas. This is Storm Center, and we've got several new tornado warnings that have just popped up in our watch area. That's what you're looking at right here. Tornado watch Friday until 8 p.m., likely to be extended, and you can see the warned areas that I'm circling. We've got 2 tornado warnings, but it's the same storm. It's just been extended. And then a brand new tornado warning in far north Texas, not far from the Oklahoma state line, near the city of Paris. So we're going to walk with you throughout this evening here on Storm Center on the Weather Channel. We've got myself, meteorologist Chris Bruin, and our expert, Dr. Rick Knabb, in-house, walking you through all of the warnings as they happen. So we want to start with everything that's going on here. And this is not far from Dallas. So Dallas, you're currently under a severe thunderstorm warning. We've also got meteorologist Mike Seidel. He's live in Dallas. We'll get to him shortly. Let's start with the most concerning storm, and that's this cell right here, moving into Rosser. So we just passed through Ennis, a very concerning storm. And it's also showing signs of strengthening. There's been reports of an actual wall cloud starting to lower, meaning this is really getting its act together. When you see that rotation, you see that dark red and dark green kind of really close to each other. That is where this apparent tornado would be. So it's kind of paralleling Highway 34 east of I-45 and likely moving up towards the town of Scurry. We can walk you back a little bit. This is the correlation coefficient. So essentially what you're looking at is the radar beam hitting all of the raindrops, right? And that's what all the red is indicative of. But you look back, we take it back a few scans, Dalton, and you see that area right there just east of Ennis. That is likely a tornado. Now, that has disappeared in the last 5 minutes, so that means, okay, this could be weakening, and that's an encouraging sign. However, there very well could have been debris. Debris meaning leaves, sticks, things that are pretty small but larger than raindrops that are getting colored a different color. So that's what we're looking at. Or it could mean structures, shingles, pieces of metal siding and things like that. So it's hard to tell exactly based on the radar. And keep in mind, it is fall, so there's a lot of loose tree debris around, especially given the leaves. So a lot of times this time of the year, you can get these signatures much more easily than you do on other times because it is picking up a lot more of those leaves than normal. All right, so there's what we're looking at. If you live in Rosser, please take shelter immediately. And then also getting up towards Kaufman, that's along Highway 175 to the south and east of Dallas. So let's put a tracker on this. We'll track this. This apparent tornado moving into the community of Rosser. It does look to be weakening a little bit right now, but please treat this seriously. It has shown signs of debris signature on the radar, and we've also got ground truth that there was a wall cloud lowering, meaning this was really trying to get its act together. Not to say it's still in that state, could be strengthening. A lot of times these will spin up multiple twisters. So if you live in Rosser, we're talking an arrival right about now. So you're running out of time. Please take shelter immediately. Scurry, we're talking within the next 5 minutes of this storm pushing into your vicinity and then getting into Kaufman by about 4:12 p.m., so we're about 10-15 minutes out. So these storms are moving very fast. These tornado warnings are serious. And remember, we're at a torcon of a 7. That doesn't happen all that often. This is a very concerning evening ahead. Tornadoes are likely, not just a possibility, but likely in many of these zones here across Texas. All right, I want to take you to the second tornado warning we're following right now. Here's the state line with Oklahoma and Texas. This is well to the north and east of Dallas. Here's Paris, Texas. You're in the tornado warning. However, the storm is well off to your south and to your west. Now, this storm doesn't have as strong as of a return right now, but we'll have to watch this very closely because this area of rotation is approaching the community of Honey Grove and then pushing off towards the north and east. So that would bring it into Roxton by about 4:12, Roxton, Texas, and then from there getting into Toco by 4:20. Just to the west of Paris looks to be the likely position of this tornado warned storm in about 20 minutes from now, and then getting up towards Powder and then Arthur City right there in Oklahoma in about 35 to 45 minutes. So there's a look at that rotating supercell, and notice how deep those colors have gotten just in the last 10-15 minutes. So this is a strengthening storm, and one you want to watch very closely as that tornado warning storm pushes off towards the northeast. Now, Dallas proper, you're not under a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning. This is a dangerous storm for damaging winds. We could see in excess of 65 to 70 mile per hour winds, and notice this part of the line kind of bowing out a little bit just to the west of town, kind of right near the airport right now at DFW. That is going to be approaching the north side of Dallas here within the next 15 minutes. So we've got to watch this very closely. We're talking about 10-15 miles away from the city center of downtown Dallas, and that could have some very strong winds with it. So please start thinking about getting inside. Even though we may not be under a tornado warning, damaging winds can be just as dangerous in many cases, and that's something we got to watch very closely. Now, I want to go to Dallas right now. That's where we find meteorologist Mike Seidel joining us live in Dallas. I've seen the rain pick up a little bit. How are the winds? Because I'm looking at the radar, Mike, and there's certainly some strong evidence of strong winds kind of between Fort Worth and Dallas right now.
Right now we're getting the gradient wind coming in from the south and southeast. It's been gusting 20 to 25 miles an hour. Fort Worth Airport did gust to 52. DFW's peak gust so far 44. The front now just to the west of Fort Worth. I want to show you what we're dealing with. We're in between the batch of storms that just came through with some heavy rain and gusty winds, which earlier had a tornado warning, and now we're looking back to the west and southwest towards downtown Dallas. We're right out on I-30 between Mesquite and Dallas, and look at the blue skies and the clearing. But then in the distance, you can see that towering cumulonimbus cloud over the interstate, just to the left of the light pole. That's the front and the next line of storm. So virtually all of Dallas-Fort Worth, the metro area, is under a severe thunderstorm warning, even if you're not getting rain right now, even if the sun is out. And they're all basically warning of 60 mile an hour plus wind gust, quarter-sized hail. So once that line comes on through in the next half an hour to an hour, we'll be out of the woods as far as the severe threat and the tornado threat. But right now, we're keeping an eye on the west and southwest horizon. It's all coming our way. This is our last batch of storms. We've been in pretty good shape in the immediate Dallas-Fort Worth area. No reports of any tornadoes. In fact, the tornado warnings have generally been up along the Red River. The first warnings earlier this afternoon, a couple of hours ago, and now that one warning down to our south and southeast. So things are looking good right now. We just got to get this last, and then the cold air will come rushing in. We're talking temperatures dropping a quick 20 to 25 degrees. And tomorrow morning, unlike this morning, Chris, you'll have to put the jacket on because temperatures, instead of being in the mid-60s at sunrise, will be down in the mid-40s. It'll be a whole different air mass, much like November should feel, not like today with dew points in the 70s and temperatures pushing 80 in some areas west of Fort Worth where the sun did make an extended appearance.
You know, Mike, you mentioned it about to get a lot colder. It's snowing right now in Amarillo with 34 degrees. Right. That contrast is impressive, and that's partly why we're seeing such extreme severe chances for tornadoes and damaging winds today. So let's go over to Dr. Knabb, and when you're looking at this, this is a potent system, short-lived. Today's really the main event. It does weaken as it pushes east. Where do we go from here, and who's next in line to see these threats increase?
Well, a long night of supercells making a transition, growing upscale into a squall line. We're actually going to have two different lines, a lead line and then the final one along the front. So let's take a look at the big picture right now where we've got the toricons as high as 7, and this is the back end of the bad weather, but all of this is in the warm sector. And we've got the supercells, and Chris was showing you where those warnings are, up in this zone in here. But look how this is starting to evolve into a line, and then we've got a new line along the front and the back end of the instability farther to the west, as Mike Seidel was talking to you about. So all of these oranges and reds are where it's still very unstable, and this is the front and the dry line clearing things out, where we'll have the last band forming. But we're also still going to have to watch new supercells forming out in the open warm sector, and that's why we we've got this watch over such a large area for a few more hours, but expect things to be extended farther to the east, at least severe thunderstorm watches and later warnings because of things evolving into a line. Now, again, look at how we have these discrete supercells out in here, but this is more linear back in here, and this will evolve into a line as well, as we'll see in the future depiction. And a lot of this has to do with the wind shear in the atmosphere, both the supercells and the eventual squall line, because the surface winds are out of the south-southeast, a few thousand feet up. They're strengthening with height, and they're turning clockwise with height. That is allowing the rotation to be turned into the vertical to create the supercells. But all of this area along the line, along the front, all the winds will be blowing the same direction, but organizing things into a squall line. So let's look at how the future radar plays out with the instability behind it. You see this lead area and the back line eventually grow into one big squall line, and that will be later tonight. And that will mean a lot of you, even if you don't get a tornado warning, by the way, there could be embedded spins within this squall line, so you could have tornado warnings embedded within a long stack of severe thunderstorm warnings. But so even if you don't get a tornado, you can get damaging winds. So this is a night where you got to have a way to get your warnings that can wake you up in the middle of the night. You might want to sleep in that safe spot tonight. And if you live in a mobile home or other vulnerable structure, maybe spend the night in a stronger structure. But look at here, tomorrow morning early, coming through Louisiana, reaching the Mississippi River, this could be a large area of severe thunderstorms. And the gusts could be quite strong to the point where I would suggest taking shelter for severe thunderstorm warnings overnight tonight the same way you would for tornado warnings, Chris. So we have the severe threat continuing tomorrow, but this is going to be a long night as these supercells evolve into a squall line, Chris.
Oh, yeah, we got a long way to go. So please stay vigilant, stay on top of this, and make sure you know where the storms are and give yourself ample headway so you can prepare accordingly. So Little Rock, let's talk about your timing. There's a live look outside right now. Notice how warm you are, 77 degrees. We're fairly dry at the moment. So I think the rush hour home, picking up the kids from school, getting home, maybe you got dinner plans, those are going to be okay for now. It'll be a late night threat, we think, heading into early tomorrow morning before the worst of the weather gets to us. So let's walk you through it and what we're dealing with out there right now. And you can see where the storms are currently. All right. Now, here in northwest Louisiana and areas across Little Rock, let's get Arkansas right there. Looks like I was on the wrong one. Here in central Arkansas, you've got mostly mix of sun and clouds. OK, so I-40. Fairly good until you get into Oklahoma. Temperatures in the 70s. We are noticing clouds on the increase there in the western part of the state. Torcons, they're at 3 and 5 here. Okay, so but notice Hot Springs, Arkansas, you're in that Torcon of 7. So these are substantial numbers and substantial threats for not just damaging winds and severe weather, but tornadoes. So be mindful of that, especially as we head into the evening hours. Timing this out, we'll take you into the next few hours, and there again, slowly watching that line of storms work in. But by late tonight, there we go, starting to approach central parts of Arkansas. Really, Little Rock, our best timing will be late tonight. We're talking around midnight and then into the early morning hours tomorrow. At this point, it's more of a squall line, like Dr. Knabb was mentioning, so a damaging wind threat with maybe some embedded twisters in there. As this all then quickly clears out, the front will push through, and then we'll be done. What about areas south of here into Shreveport, Louisiana? Let's get a look outside right now. Northwestern parts of Louisiana. It's hot. It's hard to believe it's November, and we're in the low 80s right now in Shreveport, Louisiana. Okay, so traffic looks to be in good shape right now. Things flowing nicely. It's dry out there, but this will soon change. Currently, we're looking at low 80s all across far east Texas and then northern parts of Louisiana, southern parts of Arkansas. But our threats are very high here. Look at this. Texarkana, you're in that Torcon of 7. Shreveport, we're at a Torcon of 5. And then getting up into Marshall and Naples, Texas, along parts of I-30, that's where we have that strong chance for tornadoes. So there's a look at what we're dealing with, timing this out. A quick look, high-resolution future radar showing you those storms slowly starting to approach Shreveport after dinner tonight. We're talking about 10, 11 p.m., and then that threat really drops off once that line pushes through by midnight and early in the morning. Want to take you out to Dallas, a live look showing you some of the ominous skies there. Look at this. Heavy rain. You can see people putting their hazard lights on, and look at how low the visibility is. I mean, it's hard to barely see that car ahead of you, right? So this is one of our storm trackers kind of monitoring the situation here in Texas, and you can see how heavy the rain is falling. This is that severe thunderstorm warning that's approaching the city. So if it's not raining yet in Dallas, this is what's coming your way. You can see rainfall rates on the order of probably an inch per hour or even heavier. You can see quick ponding on the area roadways and tough travel conditions, especially for the rush hour home. So the worst of the weather is upon us here in the Metroplex. Fort Worth, you're pretty much winding down. Dallas, we've got the worst of the weather just about to push in, and you can see several tornado warnings here across Texas. Let's start with the most concerning one. That's to the south and east of Dallas. You've got this tornado warning storm now passing through Rosser and moving into Kaufman. Please take shelter immediately if you live in these counties, Ellis and Kaufman County, until 4:30 p.m. That includes Combine, Crandall, and Kaufman. Within the next 10-15 minutes, this area of rotation likely to move right overhead. And even if there's not a tornado at this point, still damaging wind potential is quite high with that storm. And then we take you to the tornado warning south of the state line here. This is near Paris, Texas, a strengthening supercell on the way. So this is a very serious storm. If you live in Fannin and Lamar counties, Paris, start thinking about getting into your safe place. Powderly and Sumner, a tornado warning until 4:45 p.m. and we can track this getting up towards Sumner by about 4:25 p.m. and then Hugo, Oklahoma by 4:45 p.m. We'll be back with more.
'Tis the season to buy the new Maytag Pet Pro Pair, so you and your sweater can forget all about those hairy situations. Enjoy instant savings when you purchase multiple appliances. Shop Daily Steals this Black Friday exclusively at Lowe's.
First came Google, then came Fitbit. What if the two forces joined together to transform the way we live? Again, Fitbit by Google.
If we weren't proud of the craftsmanship and level of detail that go into every pair of Warby Parker glasses, well, we probably wouldn't show you how they're made, including this part, which is our favorite. Wow. And this is also great. When you order a new frame, we custom cut and polish a pair of lenses just for you. Try 5 pairs for free at warbyparker.com.
Did you serve, live with your family, or work at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune, North Carolina between 1953 and 1987?
Contaminated water at the base during that time has been linked to these serious health problems. If you were exposed and hurt, the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 may make it possible for you to recover a settlement.
You may be entitled to substantial compensation.
Call 1-800-643-8500. That's 1-800-643-8500.
Doing things your way always feels good, especially when it comes to your Medicare coverage. The right Medicare plan for you may help you save money and get more out of life. So do yourself a favor. Call now to speak with the team at Medicare Enroll. They'll give you a free Medicare coverage review and help you get a plan with the benefits you deserve in a way that works best for you. The team at Medicare Enroll can help you compare your options. They offer Medicare plans from leading insurance companies. Plus, they can see if you qualify for a Medicare Advantage plan that may include additional benefits, like dental, vision, and hearing coverage, a flex spending card for covered expenses, and a Part B premium reduction on some plans in certain areas. Medicare Enroll has already helped millions of Americans. Now it's your turn to get Medicare benefits your way. It's a free service, so don't wait. Talk to a licensed insurance agent and get the straightforward guidance you need at no extra cost to you. Feel confident in your Medicare choices. Call Medicare Enroll for a free coverage review today.
When you really need TV, count on Dish's 99% signal reliability any time of year.
Should we do the cake?
Is it sugar-free? Dish, tuned into you.
The chef's chicken sandwiches at Panera, freshly prepared with clean ingredients, spark an explosion of the senses. So when you finally taste it, it just confirms this is fantastic, and only at Panera. $1 delivery fee on our app.
We can help get you guys back into that house.
Come on in.
Oh my gosh!
Fast home
Rescue, tomorrow night, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
The era of multi-sensory art has arrived. After breaking attendance records in Zurich, Berlin, and across Europe, Monet's Immersive Garden is coming to New York. Witness his commitment to Impressionism in this experiential excursion as you bathe in gigantic water lilies, completely immersed in his works. Monet's Immersive Garden, featuring over 100 paintings, is the place to just let yourself go. At 30 Wall Street, November 1st through January 8th. Tickets at monets-garden.com.
For years, New Yorkers only had one way to move, with cardboard and tape. Those were dark days for people on their way to new places. But now, there's a new way, convenience. Our bins make packing and moving easy. Book a clean green move today and put convenience into your life. And when your move is complete, we pick them up. Call today or visit our site. Operators are standing by.
Currently in our area, 68 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies this evening will become overcast overnight. Low 61. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, considerable cloudiness. High 73. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Low 65. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
There's a cocktail of excitement and terror.
Long way down.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Come on, let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Welcome back to Storm Center. Let's take a live look at Dallas, Texas. Heavy downpours, just one of the many reasons to not be out on the roads tonight, Chris, because we've got the severe weather threat as well. With the tornado watch out, that's a good time to get off the roads and go to the sturdy building so you can go to that safe place right away, not have to get off the roads in the middle of a tornado warning.
Absolutely. You know, I would say a lot of people are staying put because it's like 4, it's a little after 4, rush hour on a Friday, and there's only, you know, a handful of vehicles out there. So even them, they're having a hard time.
Yeah, and look at, they've got the blinkers on.
Yep.
It's really treacherous.
I mean, the
right
nighttime lights are coming on because it's so dark.
Yeah, and sunset isn't that far away, and then the dangers will really ramp up.
For sure. You don't get that visual confirmation. Right. And that's when things really ramp up that's when we think the peak of this event will likely take place. But we're just starting to see that ramp up of tornado warnings as we go through the next couple of hours. You know, here in Dallas, not a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning with the potential for very damaging wind.
Yeah, and there could be some large hail in there too. Yet another reason not to have your car out and about on the road hitting those hailstones at a higher speed. But we've got the supercells out ahead of the front, out in the open warm sector, and these are the really dangerous rotating ones that are being tornado warned.
So this is the newest tornado warning. It's well south of Dallas now, and this is in between Corsicana and Richland, Navarro County under this warning. And when we look at the velocity, very concerning trend. And this is moving towards I-45 and just north or near the community of Angus.
Yeah, so between Richland and Corsicana, you don't want to be driving on I-45 at that time. You got to get away from that area, off the roads. And these are moving quickly off to the northeast, Chris. The warnings to the last couple hours, the forward motion has been anywhere from 45 to 60 miles an hour. You have no time to go try to visually confirm. No. It's too hilly and wooded anyway. Trust these warnings and get to your safe spot right away.
So we can time this out. And this is nearing Pickett as we speak by about 4:20, 4:23, and then getting up towards, say, I-45 within the next 5 to 10 minutes, really moving fast.
And look how fast it will be in Powell by 4:35.
4:35. Yeah, that's quite a haul, too, that it's making. And this is the correlation coefficient. And again, this just got issued, so it may take a little while before we see any confirmation of any debris. But right now, there's not any clear indication. But again, this just started to get more organized within the last 10 minutes.
And in the fall time, it's very common to get a lot of debris kicked up that we'll see on the correlation coefficient that may or may not be structure. So with that velocity signature, there's a high chance that we'll start to see some indication of some kind of debris, even if it isn't structures.
Yeah, and even if it's not a confirmed tornado, we're still talking a damaging wind threat regardless.
Now look at this hook echo near Kaufman.
Now this one has a history of producing tornadoes. It looks like it weakened, but now it's starting to get more organized again. And this is moving into Kaufman as we speak. So hopefully you've taken shelter. We've been under tornado warning now for a good 20, 30 minutes. Please take shelter immediately. This one had a confirmed wall cloud that had lowered about 15 minutes ago.
And this has a history of producing some signatures on that correlation coefficient. Some stuff has been kicked up into the air and then scattered about at higher altitudes. If we look at all of these colors here, you get some of the brightest colors. Dalton, can we go back to the velocities at that same time?
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there we go.
Correlation coefficient.
So, but then as you see that go forward, you'll see the correlation coefficient. The non-meteorological debris is kind of scattered about from a point source and then spreading out. So that's getting lofted into the air and then spread out downwind.
Yeah. So very dangerous storm. You can see how strong it was. Looks like it weakened a little bit. But now, and that's the nature of these supercells, they'll kind of spin up quickly, maybe die off a little bit, and then spin up new ones, especially as it moves into very favorable conditions ahead.
Yeah. And we get most concerned when that velocity signature and the correlation coefficient drop out, which means it doesn't correlate with the other stuff that's the meteorological objects. When those are co-located in space and time, then we've got the technology telling us we've got some damage going on the ground. But then we rely on the spotters. That's why the human spotter network is so important
to see that. And if that weren't enough, we've got another tornado warning here.
This one's observed
in far north Texas. There's the state line, and again, this is moving fairly quickly just to the west of Paris.
Wow,
even if we don't have look at that velocity signature too, and the returns on this easily over 60 miles per hour.
And we don't have the best look at this storm because of the configuration of the radars. We're looking at a higher part of the storm here, but even then, you're getting the mesoscale cyclone pretty well identified with the couplet there, even at a higher altitude.
So a quick look at the heavy rain. This is the correlation coefficient.
Yeah, that's concerning too.
There is some indication that there is a little bit of debris, could be leaves or something larger.
I really feel I feel like if we had a better look at a lower altitude, we might see a more cohesive signature from the correlation coefficient. A little harder to diagnose right now.
So a lot going on. Likely going to have more warnings. Stay with us. We'll be back, and we're going to get a live report from Dallas from our own meteorologist Mike Seidel coming up in about 5 minutes.
What happens to your body language when you use Dove Dry Spray? It shows. Try Dove Dry Spray. Our weightless formula with 1/4 moisturizers is effective and kind to skin, leaving you feeling instantly dry and confident.
If you're on Medicare, remember, the annual enrollment period is here. The time to choose your coverage begins October 15th and ends December 7th. So call United Healthcare and take advantage of a broad range of plans, including an AARP Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. It can combine your hospital and doctor coverage with Part D prescription drug coverage and more, all in one simple plan for a low monthly premium, or in some areas, no plan premium at all. Take advantage of $0 copays on primary care visits, virtual visits, and lab tests. Plus, new for 2023, more dental coverage than ever before, with $0 copays on all covered services from network dentists. You'll also get free yearly eye exams with free frames and prescription lenses. Now's the time to look at United Healthcare's variety of plans and let us help find the one that works best for you. Ask about PPO plans too. They let you see any doctor who accepts Medicare without a referral and pay in-network costs, at home or traveling, when you see doctors in the United Healthcare Medicare National Network. Take advantage of $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions, now with no deductibles on most of them. In fact, last year, our Medicare Advantage plan members saved an average of over $7,700. Enjoy a free gym membership too, with access to premium gyms nationwide. As always, you can count on United Healthcare to help you get the care you need when you need it. We can even help schedule appointments or find a specialist. Enrollment ends December 7th. Call United Healthcare or go online today. We make it easy to enroll too. Enjoy all the benefits of the only Medicare Advantage plans with the AARP name. Take advantage now.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job, you immediately get your short list of quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job criteria. Visit Indeed.com/hire and get started today.
MS tries to stop me. MS is like riding into headwinds, but I keep pushing forward.
Does MS define me? No, it does not.
I take Ocrevus, an infusion treatment that's 2 times a year.
A prescription for adults with relapsing or primary progressive forms of multiple sclerosis, Ocrevus is proven effective in reducing relapses in RMS and slowing disability progression and reducing brain lesions in RMS and PPMS.
Don't take Ocrevus if you've had a life-threatening allergic reaction to it or have Hep B. Tell your doctor about vaccinations or if you've had colitis or Hep B, as Hep B could come back. A common side effect of Ocrevus is infusion reactions. Some may be serious and require hospitalization. It can increase your risk of infections, which can be serious and may decrease some immunoglobulins. PML is rare but may happen with Ocrevus. It can lead to disability or death. An increased risk of colitis and cancer, including breast cancer, may exist.
We take Ocrevus. That's more progress, less progression.
Ask your doctor about starting with 2 times a year Ocrevus.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark and helps take annoying items out of pictures or unblurs faces. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
All right, we're continuing to follow the latest on the several tornado warnings here across the state of Texas. Right now, we've got 3 tornado warnings, 2 to the south and east of Dallas, and then 1 across the state line with Oklahoma. And then we've got several severe thunderstorm warnings on top of that. So let's start you off with the observed tornado. This is the one to the west of Paris, Texas, approaching the Oklahoma state line within the next 10 minutes. These are moving very fast. On the latest scans, you can see it was strengthening and then does appear to be weakening. But if you live even in Hugo, Oklahoma, I would start thinking about getting into your safe place, basement, lowest level of your home, most interior room. That's for Fannin and Lamar County. Either way, broad rotation right now with very high winds just to the west and north of Paris, Texas. So please take shelter immediately. And there has been some strong hints of a debris signature too, even with just strong winds lofting things up as this approaches Powderly there near the Oklahoma state line. We're also tracking several severe thunderstorm warnings, including Dallas. And that includes Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport and Love Field, both of which are on ground stops right now because of the dangerous weather approaching and really right overhead. Visibility at the airport right now, 1 mile, and we've had gusts as high as 40+ miles per hour. And that ground stop in effect till 4:45 p.m. and ground delay adding up 156 minutes on average. So a really rough night if you're trying to catch a flight or layover into or out of Dallas. Once that line clears you, you'll improve. But let's get ground truth on what it looks like as these storms approach in Dallas. That's where we find meteorologist Mike Seidel. And Mike, a very concerning line headed your way. Once that gets through, we're pretty much over and done with. What is it looking like from your vantage point right now?
Yeah, we're watching that line that went through DFW about 30 minutes ago, producing a wind gust to 63 miles an hour. So that verifies the severe thunderstorm warning. All the warnings on this line just expired a couple of minutes ago. We're waiting for the Weather Service out of DFW to put out additional warnings for wind and hail. I don't see them popping up on my screen, but they may have just come out. What we're going to show you is the sky. Now, from left to right, we're looking back towards downtown Dallas. And then as you pan right, Austin Anderson pans right, then we're looking over towards the airport, towards Irving. So we're looking all west, all the way to west-northwest to northwest, and the trees are kind of blocking it, but we've got a pretty healthy shelf cloud with the squall line that's coming through. This is moving off to our north and east at this point, but we're going to get the tail end back towards Cedar Hill. The line extends all the way south of the Metroplex, so we're going to get more rain and storms here, but that bowing that hit Irving and DFW with a gust over 60, now we're watching it bowing towards Plano and Richardson. So these areas susceptible when you have that kink in the line to stronger wind gust in excess of 60 miles an hour. So more severe weather expected. Next hour or so, it all moves out of the way, and then we'll be in the clear in Dallas-Fort Worth, but then it's going to be a long evening ahead east of here. The tornado watch right now, the only one we've had so far is up to late. There hasn't been updated mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center on an additional watch, but no doubt we'll have another watch coming out later on, either a tornado watch or a severe thunderstorm watch, because this is going to become a one giant squall line with the main impact being wind gusts 60 to 80 miles an hour. So Chris, watching the skies off to our north and west, looking very ominous. We just don't have a clear view right now with the tree line, but it's out there, and radar indicates the strong line of storms sweeping across out of Tarrant County now into Dallas County in the next 30 minutes to 45 minutes.
All right, we'll be sure to check back in with Mike Seidel as those winds start to pick up. We want to get an update on the timing for those ahead of the storms as they approach your region, and that's where we're going to toss things over to Dr. Rignab, taking a look at where we go from here and who's next in line.
Yeah, and a lot of folks are in line for what's going to be a really nasty squall line. So let's take a look at where things are now. We're getting more of a stack of warnings, right, as things evolve more from supercellular into a squall line. Now, this is the back end of the instability where the front's going to clear things out, but look at how we're starting to get warnings stack up along this line, and then there's one more line to go. And looking at the future radar, look at a place like Little Rock, like Shreveport, you'll notice that late tonight, as all of this evolves into this massive squall line, it's going to be hard for anybody to get missed in Louisiana and in Arkansas, as well as much of eastern Texas. And then an overnight period getting to the Mississippi River, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and then places like Mississippi, southeastern Louisiana, early tomorrow morning will be dealing with these severe thunderstorms. And Dallas, you've got the severe thunderstorm warning right now, but Fort Worth, things are about clearing out. So we got just a little while to go before things get better in Dallas-Fort Worth, but southeast Texas, it's going to get worse.
Newest thing from Pizza Hut isn't pizza at all. It's cheesy, so crispy, loaded with toppings, and just $6.99. Enough for two, price for one. New Pizza Hut melts, just $6.99.
I be like, sheesh.
This is Poof, the most powerful pet odor eliminator in the world.
No harsh chemicals.
No harsh chemicals at all.
No fragrances.
None.
Seriously?
Oh! It's safe for people, pets, and the planet. What's this?
Oh.
That's pure ammonia.
Oh.
Just gotta poof it. Check this out.
Wow, I don't smell anything. Literally nothing.
That's because there's nothing to smell. Poof is a commercial-grade formula. A no-nonsense, no-fragrance odor eliminator. A formula used in the country's largest municipal waste companies to eliminate organic odors and make entire communities more livable. Yet, it meets the most stringent safety standards. Pet odor, poof it. Urine, poof. Feces, poof. Vomit, litter box smell, plus the odor on the pet. Wet dog, poof. Eye odor, poof. Ear odor, poof. Face odor, poof. Stinky skin folds, any organic odor, poof. Even skunk odor. Ugh. One spray, and it goes away. Give it a smell.
Wow.
Generic sprays only cover up and reduce odor. I smell like poop and flowers now. Poof works instantly. It dismantles odor on a molecular level. It literally takes stink out of the equation.
Powerful enough to eliminate skunk odor and the stink in artificial turf and garbage cans. Yet safe enough to use on pet toys, their beds, even on them.
So why waste money on any product that doesn't totally eliminate the stink?
Call now and get a 32-ounce bottle of Poof for just $24.95 and get free shipping.
And I guarantee you'll never use anything else again. Plus, get a free sample of Poof Laundry Odor Eliminator. Just one wash removes the toughest odors from your laundry and your washer. There's only one Poof. Don't settle for imitations. If it's not Poof, it stinks.
Before Clear Choice, my dental health was so bad. I would be in a lot of pain. I wasn't able to eat. It was very hard.
Kimberly came to Clear Choice with a bunch of missing teeth, struggling with pain, with dental disease. Clear Choice dental implants solved her dental issues.
I feel so much better. I feel energized to go outside and play with my daughter. I can eat anything, like I don't have to worry. Clear Choice changed my life.
The Great Big Tree Spree is going on now at Michael's. All trees are on sale. Get 50% off trees in-store and online and get Black Friday prices now on select trees. Plus, earn up to 6% in Michael's Rewards. Hurry in. Sale ends November 12th.
Oh, hey, it's a Donovan's. You know, legend has it, the Donovans had a barbecue that fed half a town.
You know what I heard? They drove cross-country just to walk their dog.
Apparently, they climbed a mountain to save some wild horses. That's what they say.
That's what they say.
Toyota, let's go places.
It's nice to unwind after a long week of telling people how Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need. Is it natural? Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Welcome back into Storm Center. A lot to continue to follow right now as we are watching several tornado warnings in Texas, along with severe thunderstorm warnings that are really populating across the northern and eastern part of the state.
And as a general rule tonight, I would highly suggest that if you go under a severe thunderstorm warning, treat it like a tornado warning, because some of these gusts could be really strong. And then the supercell or the line could have embedded spins. It could go to a tornado warning. You might as well err on the side of caution.
Absolutely. So any warning, whether it's severe thunderstorm or tornado, I would just get to shelter, safe place, basement, lowest level of your home.
And throughout these tornado watch areas, good time to be off the roads, in addition to the fact that we've got flash flooding going on in some spots.
A lot of heavy rain, and you can see how we're getting several areas of kind of strong squalls, and then these individual kind of supercells that are really the most vulnerable for tornadoes. It looks like a brand new tornado warning for that one in North Texas.
And they're starting to align. So all these supercells in the open warm sector are growing upscale into a line, and now we've got this new tornado warning that's gone across the border from Texas, where Paris is, northeast there into Oklahoma. We got a lot to go through here, Chris.
Yeah, so let's work at this. We'll start at the southernmost ones and then work our way north. This one now to the south of Corsicana, and again, both of these, there's two separate cells that are being tornado warned, and both likely to cross or about to cross Interstate 45.
Yeah, so don't be on I-45 here south of Dallas. Just a really bad time. And here in Freestone, Limestone counties.
Navarro counties.
Yeah, this is a fast-moving system. These are moving northeast at 40 to 50 miles an hour.
Yeah, so the time is not what you usually think. No. It's not like a 30-minute window. We're talking 10, 15 minutes in many of these cases.
Yeah, so it's always a bad idea to try to go visually confirm a tornado. You don't have time. You have to trust the warning and trust the technology on which these warnings are based, because there's a pretty good velocity signature just to the south of Highway 84 here.
Yeah, and this is this tornado warned storm likely to move right over Mexia in Texas, also Forest Glade. So this is near Forest Glade, moving up towards Mexia by about, what time is it? We got 4 or 5 minutes from now, and then getting up towards, say, just to the east of Wortham.
In less than 15 minutes.
Yeah,
that's how
10, 15
fast
minutes
it's
from
going.
Now. Flying, and then from there it crosses over I-45.
Yeah, and this is a very concerning cell as well. When we go to the velocities, that's where you really start to get the indication that there's something going on.
There's
and actually two of them. Yeah, there's two. This lead one has been the best defined, but I think this one right along I-45, that is where you've got another hook echo on the reflectivities developing. So you could get two systems going by you. So if you hear a roar, you can't assume it's over.
You can't assume. Sometimes you might get hit twice or have several warnings back to back.
Right.
With the way these are kind of lined up.
Little bit of correlation coefficient with those velocity signatures. Not a lot, but some.
And there's a lot this time of year that can be picked up.
Yes.
So those aren't always the most compelling because it might just be leaves that is picking up more or less. But either way, serious storms. And then you've got, look at this, 3 tornado warnings, all because of this one storm.
All for the same cell. And this is the one that went west of Paris and now is crossing the Red River, not far from Hugo. So you're up in Choctaw and Pushmataha counties there in southeastern Oklahoma.
And this one's been observed. So very dangerous situation as we approach, say, Hugo in Oklahoma near the state line. And again, this apparent tornado probably just near the state line and about to cross into Oklahoma. And look at that correlation.
The velocities
Powderly.
The velocities there about to cross the river. That is pretty impressive considering the fact that we are not getting the best look at this storm. It's not really close to any of the radars, but at that elevated spot, you're getting the mesoscale cyclone sampled pretty well. A lot of rotation in this big storm.
And we're getting, high returns. This isn't, and this could be even higher than what we're finding on the radar, but easily 80, 90 mile per hour winds, if not stronger, and especially if there's a tornado. What does the correlation coefficient? We've had some strong returns to that area of green. That's been pretty consistent as it's been traveling off towards the northeast.
And when that correlation coefficient moves along in space and time with the velocity signature, thanks Dalton for zooming out so we can really see the history of that signature because how it behaves in time. Look at that. So it has been fairly well defined when it crossed Highway 82 west of Paris, and it's moving along with it. So it's called a correlation coefficient, and this is a dropout because it isn't correlated with all the meteorological debris around it. Something from the ground has been lofted and is being carried downstream with the storm.
And if you take the track, this would bring it near Hugo or likely the southeast side. We're talking, 10, 15 minutes from now. So Powderly, this is right over you. Arthur City in the next 2-3 minutes, and then Fallen by about 4:57.
And Fort Towson in 20 minutes or so.
20 minutes from it. And these are all in Oklahoma. So if you live in Hugo and then east of there along U.S. Highway 70, please get to a safe place. Avoid travel in this area because these storms are flying and are dangerous.
Yeah, and we've also got the flash flood problem, another reason to be staying off the roads tonight. And this is an area where you've got severe thunderstorm warnings and flash flood warnings. How many reasons do you need to not be out on the roads? And you want to get off the roads and lowest level, most interior room in that severe thunderstorm warning. We've had roughly inch per hour rain rates in some spots. So we need the rain in the southern plains, but when it comes down this quickly, too much at one time, it's dangerous, especially after sunset.
There's a lot going on, and then when we talk temperatures, remember this whole area is under the threat for severe weather, but on the backside it's so cold it's actually snowing.
Wow.
But all you got was ham? And all you got was turkey?
With gravy.
That's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
Uh-oh, there you go. Slow slicing fruits, veggies, and those stinky onions that bring you to tears. But not anymore. Introducing NutriChopper, the compact handheld speed slicer that cuts up to 10 times quicker than a knife. Watch. You can have one slice or 10 perfect slices at once. Amazing! You can just julienne, or you can bundle slice julienne sticks at lightning speed. With NutriChopper, you can slice the entire onion or mince a mound of onions and never have time for tears. Why slice a single apple wedge when you can wedge it all in one snap? NutriChopper comes with the razor-sharp interchangeable stainless steel blades you need to make all of the cuts you want and all incredibly quick. Chop thick slices, chop thin slices, chop cubes, chop sticks, and wedge whole fruits and vegetables in just 1 second. Slice it and cook it right in the pan, right on your stove. Chop and slice right into the pot for a family-sized stew with no mess. Snap and slice a fruit salad for the kids right into the bowl in seconds. Slice up a healthy salad for a quick and easy meal on the go. Cube meats and cheeses quick, in a snap. And NutriChopper comes with a perfect portion container and fresh keeping lid so you can slice it, seal it, and store it all in one. To clean, simply rinse or rack it in the dishwasher. Then lock it to store it safely in a drawer. And now the NutriChopper with the thin slice, thick slice, wedge, and cube blades and the slice and store container and lid, a value of over $40, is yours for just $19.95 with free shipping. But wait, order now and we'll send you a second set. Just pay a separate fee. And the shipping is free. You get 2 complete NutriChopper sets, all for one low value price with free shipping. Here's how to order.
To order, call 1-800-963-1524 or go online at NutriChopper.com. That's 1-800-963-1524 or go to NutriChopper.com. Order now.
This holiday, make no mistake, everything here is Philadelphia cheesecake. Cheesecake is everything. Bake your own.
Nonsense. It's something every small business deals with, but Spectrum Business has perfected no nonsense. When it comes to business internet and phone, you get the best value and no surprise fees like those other guys charge, like this modem fee or cost assessment charge. Nonsense. Fast, reliable Internet Ultra at 600 megabits per second for $49.99 per month, plus business phone for $19.99 per month. So just call 833-944-2425. Questions?
Is there a contract?
No. Contracts are nonsense. They'll even buy you out of the contract you're in right now. Get 600 meg Internet Ultra for only $49.99 per month, plus business phone for $19.99 per month. And no nonsense. No nonsense is here today. Call 833-944-2425 and make the switch today.
I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 67 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies this evening will become overcast overnight. Low 61. Winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, considerable cloudiness. High 73. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Low 65. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
A very dangerous night unfolding in Texas and Oklahoma tonight. We have an observed tornado that has just crossed the border from northeast Texas into southeastern Oklahoma, and we've got a stack of tornado warnings here. They will eventually evolve into a big line, but we've still got the individual supercellular structures, the mesoscale cyclones that are generating these tornado warnings, and the northern one is the one that is the observed tornado. We've also got severe thunderstorms going through Dallas right now, flash flooding going on in southeastern Oklahoma behind the tornado warning. So many reasons to be off the road. So let's take a quick look at the lead northeasternmost tornado warning. So we'll go to that one too. But this is the newest tornado warning out east of Dallas. So here's Interstate 20. Here's Terrell and Edgewood. But we've got in Hopkins, Hunt, and Rains counties a new tornado warning. Remember how Chris Bruin and I a little bit ago were talking about how if you get under a severe thunderstorm warning, you might want to treat it like a tornado warning because it could change and the severe thunderstorm winds are going to be dangerous enough. Well, this severe thunderstorm warning became a tornado warning as this mesoscale cyclone evolved and the rotation got better defined. And so look at that velocity signature there near West Tawakani, Highway 276 right in here. And you've got to be taking shelter in your lowest level, most interior room. Highway 69, the Lone Oak and Point areas, it's headed in that direction. And again, these are all moving very quickly off to the northeast at around 45 to 50 miles an hour. And while we don't have the best look at this, given the angle and location of the radars, there does appear to be an increase in the correlation coefficient that is co-located in space and time with our velocity signature. So there could be, as there often is in the fall, a lot of leaves or branches or trees being kicked up if the tornado's on the ground. Hopefully it's not hitting any structures, but there is an indication that we could be getting some kind of damage on the ground. Now, here is that tornado warning storm that has crossed the Red River, going from northeast Texas into southeast Oklahoma, now into Choctaw and Pushmataha counties in southeastern Oklahoma. And if we look closely at this one, this is an observed tornado, and we've got the velocity signature correlated with what's going on in the correlation coefficient, and there's a dropout in there, and it's been moving along in space and time, again, with a pretty substantial indication from the technology that we've got debris being kicked up and how it has focused, and then you see some of it kind of spreading out as it gets lofted into the air and then blown downstream. So this is a very dangerous storm that you've got to be taking shelter for right now. Again, moving very quickly off to the northeast in the 40 to 50 mile an hour range. So Hugo to Fort Towson along Highway 70 there. This is a zone where you've got to be off the roads, taking shelter in substantial structure, lowest level, most interior room. And here we are at 4:52 p.m. Central Time, roughly speaking, and in Fallon, it could be there in the next 2 or 3 minutes. You've got to take shelter immediately. And if you're farther upstream, in a place like Swink, by 5:04 p.m., in just about 10 minutes or so, it could be there. That's how quickly the weather can change. It might not seem like the weather's that bad outside right now. You might not hear anything, might not see anything. Trust these warnings and take shelter right now. And Sobel could be there by 5:10. So, Chris, we've got some very dangerous, fast-moving supercells that are producing all these tornado warnings. Some of them observed, some radar indicated. Yeah. But we've got to take each and every one of these warnings seriously.
Yeah, we do. And we've got to look ahead, too, on where these are headed to, because cities that are kind of quiet right now are going to be facing that threat for severe weather as we head into the overnight hours. That includes a place like Little Rock. Take a look at where the storms are right now. Still kind of sunny and quiet right now in central Arkansas, but this whole batch of storms, that whole line is moving your way and will likely have severe weather with it. And then the front comes through, and boy, does it get a lot colder. Look at the snow that's happening in the Texas Panhandle, seeing some snowflakes in and around Amarillo. So timing this out, we got some clouds in the western part of the state moving up into the Ozarks. Temperatures here are very warm in the mid to upper 70s from Little Rock, 73 in Searcy, and 74 in Hot Springs. High clouds have filtered in, but we're going to start getting those lower clouds across. Now, as we work our way east, that threat for severe weather does tend to drop, but we're right on the border here in Little Rock. We're kind of far enough across the central part of the state where storms may hold on to enough instability and could rotate. And that's why torcons are at 3 in the eastern part of the city and 5 here across the western part of the Little Rock metro area, a 7 on the torcon when you get into Hot Springs, Arkansas. So quick look at the timing. Quiet through dinner tonight, so you're in good shape to get home. But before going to bed, make sure you have a way to be woken up if indeed there are to be damaging winds and tornado warnings, because storms will push through likely around 11-12 a.m. this morning.
Did you know Google makes a phone? Sure, it's beautiful, but it does things other phones can't do, which is how it takes stunning photos in the dark and helps take annoying items out of pictures or unblurs faces. Introducing our newest Google Pixel phones.
Did you serve, live with your family, or work at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune, North Carolina between 1953 and 1987?
Contaminated water at the base during that time has been linked to these serious health problems. If you were exposed and hurt, the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 may make it possible for you to recover a settlement.
You may be entitled to substantial compensation.
Call 1-800-643-8500. That's 1-800-643-8500.
They said optical shops weren't very inviting. So we, Warby Parker, created ones that were.
They said prescription eyewear was too expensive, so we offered more affordable glasses, contacts, and eye exams. They said opticians weren't always friendly, so we hired only the friendliest and the most knowledgeable. And finally, they said the whole experience was just kind of unpleasant, so we set out to change that too. Visit a Warby Parker store and see for yourself.
Everyone remembers the moment they heard, "You have cancer," how their world stopped, and when they found a way to face it. For some, this is where their Keytruda story begins. Keytruda, a breakthrough immunotherapy that may treat certain cancers. One of those cancers is advanced melanoma, which is a kind of skin cancer where Keytruda may be used when your melanoma has spread or cannot be removed by surgery.
Keytruda helps your immune system fight cancer, but can also cause your immune system to attack healthy parts of your body. This can happen during or after treatment and may be severe and lead to death. See your doctor right away if you have cough, shortness of breath, chest pain, diarrhea, severe stomach pain or tenderness, severe nausea or vomiting, headache, light sensitivity, eye problems, irregular heartbeat, extreme tiredness, constipation, dizziness or fainting, changes in appetite, thirst or urine, confusion or memory problems, muscle pain or weakness, fever, rash, itching or flushing. These are not all the possible side effects. Tell your doctor about all your medical conditions, including immune system problems, or if you've had an organ transplant, had or plan to have a stem cell transplant, or have had radiation to your chest area or a nervous system condition.
Today, Keytruda is FDA approved to treat 16 types of advanced cancer and is being studied in hundreds of clinical trials, exploring ways to treat even more types of cancer. It's true. Keytruda from Merck. See the different types of cancer Keytruda is approved to treat at Keytruda.com and ask your doctor if Keytruda can be part of your story.
Star Money bonus days are going on now. Macy's card holders get $10 Star Money for every $50 spent. And Bronze members get $10 Star Money for every $100 spent. Then use your rewards for early holiday shopping at Macy's.
A thin painted line. The only thing between you and a life-changing accident. But are these lines enough? A Subaru with eyesight watches the lines for any danger. And can automatically stop itself.
Is everyone okay?
I'm okay.
Your family is safer in a 3-row Subaru Ascent. Love. It's what makes Subaru, Subaru.
Thanks for joining us here on Storm Center. Busy night ahead. We want to update you on where we have tornado watches. That is out for Texas, including Dallas, Fort Worth, and areas east of there until 8 p.m. And then some additional watches are up across eastern Oklahoma and also northwest Arkansas a little later into the night. We've got a lot to cover here. Let's get straight to the radar and show you what we're dealing with. We got myself, meteorologist Chris Bruin, and Dr. Rick Knabb standing by, along with meteorologist Mike Seidel, who's in Dallas monitoring the latest conditions as weather goes downhill momentarily. Let's get a look here at all of the tornado warnings now. We're tracking several of them, and not just in Texas. Now we've got a couple in Oklahoma and not far from the Arkansas state line. So you can see where our front is. The tornado threat is really out ahead of that on these individual supercells that are kind of sparking up and strengthening very quickly and moving into very favorable conditions. So a lot of these severe thunderstorm warnings are now transitioning over to tornado warnings because of that rotation and because it is strengthening that quickly. So let's start with the northernmost warnings and then work our way south. Here is the state line, Oklahoma and Arkansas. There's Fort Smith, not far from you. We've got a tornado warning. This is just to the south of Sallisaw and south of I-40 and far eastern Oklahoma. This is LaFleur and Sequoia counties. If you live in Brent, Muldrew, or Roland, please take shelter immediately. This is a damaging storm that has now shown signs of rotation. So this area of rotation is kind of bowing out right about there. There's a little bit of a notch, and then there's rotation. See where there's some green? It's kind of an olive, deep, dark green mixed in with those oranges and red colors near Cowlington. That is where this tornado warning, that tornado warned storm would be. Again, nothing's been confirmed, but certainly some evidence that this is a rotating supercell and likely on the verge of becoming a tornado if it's not already. We'll time this out And this is, again, going to cross I-40 just to the west of Fort Smith, Arkansas, once you get over into Oklahoma. So please avoid travel in this area. These are moving very quickly, between 40 and 50 miles per hour. So this tornado warning storm right over Cowlington as we speak, getting up into Muldrow, which is near I-40, by about 10 minutes from now. So we're talking within 8 to 10 minutes. This is approaching the I-40 corridor, crossing over I-40, and then if it holds together, likely moving to Roland and then getting up into Dora right there near the state line with Arkansas. So that's the first of many tornado warnings that we're tracking right now. Let's work our way south and we'll track this one in far southern and eastern parts of Oklahoma. This one has been observed and now is starting to weaken a little bit as it's approached Hugo, but it looks like the storm is kind of splitting, so that's kind of interfering with some of the rotation. But you can see here, this tornado warning has had a long history of producing tornado warning for a better half of an hour now. We've been tracking this storm as it worked through North Texas and now crossing into southern Oklahoma. The worst of this storm is just to the east of Hugo and far southern Oklahoma, right along U.S. Highway 70. Even if we don't have a tornado, you're likely dealing with some very intense winds. Can we measure some of those velocities, Dalton? Near Sawyer, I mean, we're talking about winds on the order of 70, 80 miles per hour, or even stronger. So even if there's not an actual tornado, you're talking about the risk of very strong and damaging wind potential here, especially with that area of deep blues. Then we go south of there. Now we're down towards I-30 east of Dallas, and we've got a new tornado warning. This one, a very concerning tornado warning storm near Hopkins, Hunt, and Rains County now, and East Texas. This is near Emory, Point, in those communities, and rapidly pushing off towards the north and east. Let's quickly look at the velocity, and this tornado warning storm really had some strong signature there just to the west of, or just to the east of West Tawakonee. All right, that's Highway 276, and now pushing up just to the south of Lone Oak. So if you live in Lone Oak, and if you have travel plans here, say along I-30, east of, where is that? Let's see, Greenville, Texas. So east of Greenville, Texas, please take shelter immediately. Hold off on your travel plans. Pull off on the exit and get inside a store or a gas station, somewhere safe, so that you're not caught on the road in these conditions. A lot of these are heavy rainfall, too. We're starting to get into that time of the day. We're losing daylight. It's really hard to see. You're not going to be able to see a tornado in many of these cases. So please stay off the roads as these storms cross over some of these big thoroughfares, main routes of travel here across Texas and Oklahoma. All right, now we're in south of Dallas and the Metroplex along I-45, and we've got another tornado warning. This now for Freestone and Limestone along with Navarro counties. The signature with this has been very concerning. Just now pushed through Mejia and now working up towards I-45. I mean, within a minute, guys, we're talking about the possibility of a tornado moving right over Interstate 45 here near Streetman, Texas, okay? That's south of Corsicana. And when we look at the correlation coefficient, again, what you want to see, there's a whole area of red. That's all the raindrops that the radar beam's scanning through the sky and measuring and hinting at all of those being about the same size. What it distinguishes are the differences and other things that it catches or scans through the atmosphere, right? So if it's leaves, that's going to show up a different color. If it's larger objects, that will show up a different color. And so where you have that, and the correlation coefficient means there is some indication there's some debris, meaning high winds, and that kind of ties in perfectly with what we're seeing lining up. Now, we did have a tornado warning for this storm, or at least this looks like a new supercell in the works. Right now, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but again, as Dr. Knabb keeps reminding everybody, treat all of these severe thunderstorm warnings as you would tornado warnings. Get into your safe place, get into the lowest level of your home, most interior room. If you have a basement, that's preferable. If you have a storm shelter, that's ideal. If you don't have those, lowest floor, lowest level of your home, and then most interior room, like a hall closet, hall bathroom. Looking at our front, this is a potent front because on the backside, in the same state, we're dealing with all these tornado warnings. We've actually got snow now being reported in Amarillo, where temperatures are sitting at 36 degrees. Compare that to 68 in Dallas and 82 in Shreveport. All right, I want to jump out to Dallas now. That's where we find meteorologist Mike Seidel. Mike, we've been watching that line come through DFW, gusty winds up to 63 miles per hour. What are conditions there like? Are you starting to get into those strong, severe criteria winds?
Yeah, the line now is just hitting us here on the east side of Dallas. We want to look back to the west-southwest, and you can see how the visibility drops. In the next minute or so, we're going to get the pounding rainfall. We could get gusts here over 40, maybe 50 miles an hour. We'll stay with it here because this is with the cold front, the dry line. In fact, over in Fort Worth, the cold front has gone through. The winds are now gusting from the northwest at 45 miles an hour. Earlier, I mentioned Wichita Falls dropped down 30 degrees in just a couple of hours. So what we're looking at here is a severe thunderstorm warning. That goes until 15 after. They'll probably have to extend it as this line moves through here at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. So look at how the visibility is dropping. Here comes a very heavy rainfall. We'll see how much wind we get. We did have one bolt of lightning off in the distance just a few minutes ago, Chris, and you can probably see that on the radar where we are out on I-30 between Mesquite and Dallas. And we're watching now for the strongest winds to come in here in just a few minutes. This is the squall line that we've been talking about all day. We had the earlier prefrontal line that produced a couple of tornado warnings, and now we're dealing with the rainfall and the gusty winds from the actual cold front. These folks running in, getting cover from the rain and getting out of the wind and rain. The visibility continues to come down. I'm looking off in the distance, and there's not a whole lot of motion with the trees in the distance. So I'm not sure at this point how much wind we're going to get. The less wind, the better. Dallas-Fort Worth gusted to 63. Fort Worth Airport gusted to 52. Very heavy sheets of rain now coming down through the parking lots at these hotels. We're right off I-30. We're on the north side of Interstate 30 here between Dallas and Mesquite. So, Chris, you've got an eye on the radar. What do you see? What can you tell me? We'll just keep going back and forth here as we get the worst of this front.
I'm looking at the radar, Mike, and I'm seeing that it's pretty much a north-south line. I don't see a gust front. So winds are probably a little bit weaker than they were, say, when they moved over the airport. But I got to ask you, Mike, if you can hear me. It's getting loud there. Are you noticing a lot of lightning and thunder? Have you heard a lot of lightning and thunder?
No, just a couple of rumbles, a couple of lightning flashes, one off to the north and west, and then one off to the south and east on the other side of 30. But, we've been on the air, about 2.5 minutes and nothing. And a good point about the gust front, because as the shelf cloud and squall line approached, we didn't get that cool outflow that we typically get, and that's when you would get the strongest wind. So we did get that. We're not complaining. A little bit of wind blowing around the trees here. Heavy rainfall, but yes, the lightning is certainly not very prolific, just a couple flashes in the distance. So this is coming through at least this part of Dallas at this point pretty tame by standards that we've seen earlier. A few leaves now blowing through the hotels, between the hotels, but certainly not a whole lot of wind at this point, and let's keep it that way. That warning goes until 15 after. Chris, you can get me an update to see if they've extended that warning beyond 5:15 local time. But so far, so good out here east of downtown Dallas.
Yeah, it's crazy how things can vary depending upon what part of the Dallas metro area you're on. We were looking at the velocities, Mike, not for rotation, but just for, wind velocity. We're not getting strong return there at your location. But north of you, say around Plano, that's where some of the winds have been a bit stronger, probably about 40 miles per hour. And that north extent, just to the northeast of downtown Dallas now, that's where some of the stronger winds are with that potential severe thunderstorm warning, with that actual severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like Dallas proper, we were spared some of the worst of the winds as this whole line now kind of working east. So things are going to start to cool off very quickly with that rain, and things actually ending with severe weather in Fort Worth, where the line has kind of pushed through. We're starting to get much cooler. We're stabilizing the air, and our severe threat is really starting to wind down. So that will soon be Dallas too, but we got to get through the next, say, 15, 20 minutes as that line kind of clears through the whole city and then works east. Notice how it's really kind of exploded now on the east side, partly because it's moving into some very favorable conditions. A lot more instability. Temperatures here are still in the 80s out ahead of it where it hasn't rained, and that is going to allow for some of these storms that have come through Dallas to then start to strengthen and could even rotate. There is a live look at Dallas right now. Take a look at how low the visibility is. Very dark, and this is the reason why we've got a ground stop still in effect here. at DFW and Love Field. And if you are not in that ground stop, expect about 2.5-hour delays with your flights. So just a mess there if you're traveling by air on a Friday, especially if you've got a short weekend trip you're trying to partake. Just keep it patient. Again, you want to be safe versus trying to risk travel in these conditions. Traffic actually doesn't look that bad. It looks like a lot of people have stayed home, have stayed put, at least while the storms are coming through. Give it about 30 minutes, guys, and things are really going to improve here across the Metroplex, but don't get out in this right now. Heavy rainfall for a short little period is going to make it very difficult to see. Visibility is low, and the potential for strengthening storms, damaging winds, and again, tornadoes. Now, east of Dallas, it's a very different story. We've got a whole line now of tornado warnings that stretch from East Texas right on up through eastern parts of Oklahoma. A couple of new ones to update you on. Let's get a look here now in Oklahoma. This is near Fort Smith, Arkansas, so we're not far from the Arkansas state line. We've got a tornado warned storm that includes LaFleur and Sequoia counties until 5:30 p.m. Central Time. So please take shelter if you live in these areas. Very high wind with this cell, especially right over I-40. Can you measure that little return there? Yeah, we're talking about 60, 70 mile per hour winds crossing I-40. And again, the motion of this storm is pretty much to the north and east, moving at a very fast clip, probably 45, 50 miles per hour. That in turn, along with the winds, can create strong crosswinds. Those are enough to blow over semi-trucks. So please avoid travel in these areas, especially west on I-40 out of Fort Smith, Arkansas, at least for the short time being. They've just issued a severe thunderstorm warning that will likely replace the tornado warning. So that's at least some encouraging news. The rotation doesn't look to be as tight. It looks to be more broad. Either way, a damaging wind event likely here for eastern parts of Oklahoma, but an encouraging trend to see a weakening of that velocity. So that storm in particular looks to be weakening, at least as it comes to tornadoes for the time being. Let's work south. Southern and eastern parts of Oklahoma now. There's the state line with Texas. There's Arkansas. So here's Arkansas. And then there's Oklahoma. This is McCurtain County now. You've just been included in a new extension of this tornado warned storm. So tornado warning now, including the city of Smithville. And again, we've been tracking this storm for about an hour and a half now. It's had some very strong wind rotation with this, very strong wind return. So damaging wind is a guarantee with this storm. However, this is kind of spinning up tornadoes quickly, maybe dropping them down and lifting them back up. And this multiple times as it's been traveling now, probably 50, 60 miles as it started in North Texas and now is in southeastern parts of Oklahoma. And now we go down to East Texas. This is east of Dallas. There's Greenville, Texas. There's Sulphur Springs, Texas. This is a observed tornado. So please, please take shelter immediately here. If you live in Sulphur Springs, Texas, take shelter immediately. Very tight rotation right there. This has been observed. So this is not just radar confirmed. This is an observed tornado and is moving towards I-30 in about 5 to 10 minutes. Sulphur Springs, let's put a time on this. Moving into Sulphur Springs by 5:29 p.m., probably even a little bit earlier than that. So if you live in Sulphur Springs, Texas, if you are traveling, hold off on your travels, get inside to a safe, sturdy structure, lowest level of your home, basement, most interior room, especially with an observed tornado moving towards Greenview, Texas within the next 5 minutes, and Sulphur Springs within another 10 minutes from now. We'll be back.
Elves may get all the credit, but with more ways to shop at Michael's and inspiration at every click, it's makers who make the holidays magical. So make the holidays your way with Michael's at any hour.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
It's Walmart's Black Friday deals for days. Every Monday, huge deals will go live. Join Walmart Plus and you can shop online 7 hours early. So the only question is it Monday yet? That's Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days.
What happens to your body language when you use Dove Dry Spray? It shows. Try Dove Dry Spray. Our weightless formula with 1/4 moisturizers is effective and kind to skin, leaving you feeling instantly dry and confident.
If you suffer from lower back pain, hip pain, and shooting pain down your legs, you could be experiencing a sciatic nerve pain attack. Now, there's a simple switch to instantly turn your pain off. It's called Be Active Plus, the ingenious acupressure system that applies gentle targeted compression to turn off sciatic nerve pain signals for instant relief. Just slip it on and the pain is gone.
Oh, wow. It's like a button just turned the pain off.
I feel a lot of relief already.
Be Active Plus is the revolutionary drug-free way to make sciatic nerve pain go away. Call or go online to order your Be Active Plus for the special TV discount price of just $29.99. If you don't begin to get instant relief, send it back and owe nothing. But to make this the most pain-free offer on TV, you can get a second one. Just pay a separate fee. Call or log on to buybeactiveplus.com.
A Kohler home generator never misses a beat. It automatically powers your entire home in seconds and keeps your family connected. With a heavy-duty commercial-grade engine and no refueling, even when the power goes out, life rocks on. Right now, get a free 10-year extended warranty and up to $750 off.
COP27, the United Nations Climate Change Conference. Get complete coverage starting Monday on the Weather Channel and Pattern.
It's a cat. It's an old cat. It's an old cat bat.
Some things leave you guessing, but not MailChimp. MailChimp takes the guesswork out of email marketing by analyzing millions of data points from the billions of emails we send to offer personalized suggestions for how to improve engagement and revenue. Guess less and sell more with the #1 email marketing and automation platform. Intuit MailChimp.
Pricking your fingers stinks. I really hated it. With Dexcom G6, I don't have to prick my fingers anymore. This little wearable sends my glucose numbers straight to my phone.
You can see your number and where it's heading. It's so much easier to make adjustments, and I can get alerts before I go too high or too low.
The first time I saw my glucose on my phone, I cried.
Yeah, it's life-changing. It really is life-changing.
The Dexcom G6 has helped me lower my A1C.
Now I feel like I got this.
Currently in our area, 66 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies early will give way to cloudy skies later at night. Low 61, winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, mostly cloudy. High 73. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy. Low 65. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Got something that's miles long and a mile wide.
After the flood, the house was gutted and the family pretty much lost everything.
We're building them a rock-star brand new kitchen and revamping the entire living room.
We only have less than a week to get this done, but I'm confident we can get it done. Come on in.
Oh my gosh! They nailed it.
Absolutely incredible.
I wasn't expecting this.
Fast Home Rescue, tomorrow night, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
All right, we're still continuing to follow breaking tornado warnings that continue to pop up here between Texas and now Oklahoma, really starting to get more active as we head into the 5 o'clock hour Central Time. A lot of warnings we're tracking right now. Let's start with the most concerning ones, meaning they are observed. We're starting to get reports of tornadoes on the ground just to the east of Dallas now, this time not far from I-30. This is the most concerning storm. You got a rotating supercell, a little notch right there, and this is an observed tornado. This includes Hopkins, Hunt, and Rains County, and it is moving right over I-30 in about 5 minutes or less. So please hold off on travel here between Sulphur Springs and Greenville. Likely going to pass just to the west of Sulphur Springs. We are getting, I saw a photo of this storm just to the west of Emory of an actual tornado on the ground. So this is a concerning storm. When you look at the velocities, you see that deep green and red kind of so tight together, kind of rings, it registers with your eyes, right? You start to immediately focus right there. That is where the tornado is. And it is moving off towards the northeast at about 45, 50 miles per hour. So we time this out. Sulphur Springs, we're talking about 5-8 minutes from now. All right, especially the west side of town. If you live near Sulphur Springs or just west of Sulphur Springs, please get into your safe place now. This is not a warning you want to take lightly. Take this one seriously. An observed tornado is not a joke to be dealt with on a day where we have a torque on of a 7. All the ingredients are there. And now it's just been tagged with considerable threat, a catastrophic threat here, moving towards a more populated area. And again, these are going to likely last quite a while. We've seen the trends with these. There was also a confirmed tornado in North Texas, west of Paris. That's now in Oklahoma and has traveled well over 50 miles. So these are going to be long track tornadoes in many cases. So please take this seriously. And then, oh wow, look at the correlation coefficient right here. This is all approaching I-30 within 2-3 minutes from now. So you look at the correlation coefficient, that pretty much overlaps with right where we had that tight velocity, the greens and the reds right over each other. When we look at the correlation, this is likely debris. So you got a strong debris signature that's now moving over I-30. Notice how that, what was that? So there's the velocity. We got greens and reds moving right there, and then we put the correlation coefficient on top of that, and notice how they overlap. That's a strong indication that there is likely debris now being lofted with this tornado on the ground. So you've got a nice hook echo. I mean, all of this is ringing the signs of a very concerning trend moving forward. So if you live in Sulphur Springs, this is not a storm to be taken lightly. Please, please take shelter immediately. If you live in Sulphur Springs, hold off on travel on I-30 between Sulphur Springs and Greenville, Texas. This is a live look of that tornado warned storm. Right now, rain is kind of obscuring our view, but this is our storm tracker, Charles Peak. He's on the ground near the area. I'm not sure his exact location, but you can get an idea of how dark the skies are, okay? So this is the storm. He's where?
Henderson County.
Henderson County. All right, that's one of the counties that's under this tornado warned storm. So this is a Dr. Knapp, this is a different tornado warned storm we're looking at here. So this one is the cell to the south. So there's actually Emory, Texas. I just circled it there on the top of my screen. That was where we had the confirmed tornado just to the west of there, and that's now moving up towards I-30. Here we are, I-20, and we've got another possible tornado.
Yeah, so Chris, it's entirely possible that people going through a particular tornado warning right now might get another one later from another supercell coming from farther south,
because these are all kind of moving up the same direction.
Yeah, so we'll deal with one at a time, right? But the velocity signature is certainly very concerning on that one, just north and east of Gun Barrel City there. And it, again, correlated in space and time with what we're seeing on the correlation coefficient. And all of these moving at 45, 50 miles an hour to the northeast. And so as soon as you get the warning, you've got to take shelter immediately. And because they're moving so quickly, anything coming from the south, southwest that then goes over some of the same areas that were warned previously, that could happen, within the hour or so. So we've got to dedicate ourselves to taking each and every one of these warnings seriously. Lowest level, most interior room, especially in this Hopkins County one with Sulphur Springs. It's just about on top of you. A considerable threat from an observed tornado in Hopkins County here in Texas. This is off to the east, northeast of Dallas along Interstate 30. Chris and I will be back to update you on these ongoing tornado warnings.
'Tis the season to buy the new Maytag Pet Pro Pair, so you and your sweater can forget all about those hairy situations. Enjoy instant savings when you purchase multiple appliances. Shop Daily Steals this Black Friday exclusively at Lowe's.
If you have thyroid eye disease and your bloodshot eyes have you seeing red, it might be time to discover another treatment option. To learn more, visit treatted.com. That's treat, TED.com.
Did you serve, live with your family, or work at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune, North Carolina between 1953 and 1987?
Contaminated water at the base during that time has been linked to these serious health problems. If you were exposed and hurt, the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 may make it possible for you to recover a settlement.
You may be entitled to substantial compensation.
Call 1-800-643-8500. That's 1-800-643-8500.
If you're on Medicare, remember, the annual enrollment period is here. The time to choose your coverage begins October 15th and ends December 7th. So call United Healthcare and take advantage of a broad range of plans, including an AARP Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. It can combine your hospital and doctor coverage with Part D prescription drug coverage and more, all in one simple plan. For a low monthly premium, or in some areas, no plan premium at all. Take advantage of $0 copays on primary care visits, virtual visits, and lab tests. Plus, new for 2023, more dental coverage than ever before, with $0 copays on all covered services from network dentists. You'll also get free yearly eye exams with free frames and prescription lenses. Now's the time to look at United Healthcare's variety of plans and let us help find the one that works best for you. Ask about PPO plans too. They let you see any doctor who accepts Medicare without a referral and pay in-network costs at home or traveling when you see doctors in the United Healthcare Medicare National Network. Take advantage of $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions, now with no deductibles on most of them. In fact, last year, our Medicare Advantage plan members saved an average of over $7,700. Enjoy a free gym membership too, with access to premium gyms nationwide. As always, you can count on United Healthcare to help you get the care you need when you need it. We can even help schedule appointments or find a specialist. Enrollment ends December 7th. Call United Healthcare or go online today. We make it easy to enroll too. Enjoy all the benefits of the only Medicare Advantage plans with the AARP name. Take advantage now.
Prescription eyewear can be really expensive, but here's a secret. Glasses don't actually cost that much to make. Surprise! Especially when you design your own eyewear and then sell it directly to your customers. Like we do. Oh hi, we're Warby Parker. Our glasses start at $95, including prescription lenses. And the best part? You could try 5 pairs for free at warbyparker.com.
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
Hey, 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 hey. If you come in and come down, play, play. If you feel too shy, then watch for me. Watch for me, watch for me.
Shake it. This the biggest bounce of the summer. If you ain't coming, that's a bummer.
Watch for me.
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
All right, I want to update you on a catastrophic tornado warning that's moving just west of Sulphur Springs, Texas. We can show you this here on the radar. This is all east of Dallas, and it's literally crossing I-30 as we speak. We'll jump on in really quickly. This is the tornado warning of most concern right now. It's right there. This includes Hopkins County with a considerable threat tag, and this is a much more populated area, Dr. Nab, than where it's previously been tracking. And this is a confirmed tornado. We've seen visual photos of a tornado on the ground here, moving over I-30 and now likely passing Sulphur Springs just to the west, on the west side of Sulphur Springs. And look at that velocity return. Very strong confidence that there's likely a tornado still on the ground.
Yeah, and they keep extending this farther north and east, so it is absolutely critical what you do in the next few minutes, even the next few seconds, to take shelter in the lowest level, most interior room in this tornado warning area could save your life, as this confirmed tornado on the ground with a considerable threat is moving quickly off to the northeast. And Chris, they're moving so quickly at 45, 50 miles an hour that it gets onto you so quickly. So in Sulphur Bluff, by 5:49. It is moving really quick, and in Dyke by 5:41. So it's just precious few minutes. And where the weather will change to what seems like and sounds like calm outside to absolutely devastating tornado ripping through your town.
So let's rewind the correlation coefficient, because there was some very strong signature right there just before crossing I-30, and then we play it forward, and it does appear to be, kind of weakening a little bit. So that's at least an encouraging sign. However, this could very well spin up more twisters. Sometimes they do these, it's part of the cycle. They'll spin up, then they weaken a little bit, then they reform just ahead. So
and it might be a factor of what's on the ground where the tornado is progressing, and some of that debris then getting lofted into the air and spread out. But if it were to hit more structures, then we'd see a refiring of the correlation coefficient. I hope not, but the risk is very, very high that this will be a damaging tornado on the ground going through those communities in that warning.
And that's just one of several tornado warnings we're tracking. We've also got a severe thunderstorm warning here on the northeast side of Dallas. And still getting hammered right now is our own meteorologist, Mike Siddell. He's in Dallas. You're just outside the warning, Mike, but some of the heaviest rain has just approached you. What are you looking at?
Yeah, we just got hammered. We are still getting very heavy rain. We don't have the way of that car there, but it's just coming down very hard. We had gusts, I estimated 40 to 45. The colder air coming in. It's no longer in the 70s. It's definitely down in the 60s, and I'm looking away from us back towards Dallas, and still the visibility is down to about a half a mile. So some very heavy rain, but look on the radar. We're about midway from downtown Dallas to Mesquite out on 30, and you'll see that the back edge is just to our west. I don't see any brightening skies yet, but this won't last much longer, and it is getting chilly out here, and that'll be it for the severe threat. So once this warning goes by and the storm goes by, we're going to be fine. We have had some lightning and thunder with the storm, but basically it's been just pouring rain, blinding rainfall out on I-30 where we are, and some wind gusts that were pretty frisky. As I said, about 40 plus miles an hour, and that's the worst of the weather we've seen from this system, and we're happy about that. There were no tornado warnings in Dallas County or Tarrant County, just severe thunderstorm warnings, and the highest wind gust we've seen officially was at DFW, which was 63 miles an hour, and that certainly will knock down some trees and maybe a little bit of power. So we leave you now, Chris, with everything moving east and that tornado watch, the original watch till 8, and no doubt there'll be additional watches as we go through this evening, so stay with us, because we're going to be around in the studio. You guys will be around until later on tonight. We're going to be around until midnight Central Time. Chris?
Yeah, along that ahead, and you mentioned the drop in temperature there out ahead of you, about 40, 50 miles away. We're still in the upper 70s and 80s, so there's a lot of instability, and that's why we're getting all these tornado warnings. Our severe threat is really weakening here in Dallas, but just east, there's a brand new tornado warning. This is on the east side of the metro area, and this encompasses a lot of I-30 south of Royce City and just north of Terrell, Texas. This includes Collin, Hunt, and Rockwall counties. Brand new tornado warning. That area of rotation is likely just south of I-30 and likely going to parallel, so not necessarily cross I-30, but move up towards the northeast, up towards Caddo Mills and Greenville, Texas. Please take shelter if you live in these communities. Fate, Royce City, east of there, Caddo Mills and Greenville. By about 25, 30 minutes from now, we'll be back on Storm Center.
Meet Febreze Small Spaces, the most convenient solution to lingering odors in any small space. No batteries and no outlets needed. With one firm push, Small Spaces gives you 45 days of continuous freshness. Easily tackle odors anywhere. Febreze Small Spaces.
Hi, my name is Reggie, and I lost 30 pounds with Golo. Before Golo, my blood pressure was really high. But after Golo, I was able to cut my medication in half. With Golo, I've not only lost weight, I'm happier, I'm healthier, and I have a new lease on life.
You're looking pretty good, Mr. Johnson. But we need to take some x-rays today.
That's what?
Yes, x-rays are expensive, but the front desk said you recently enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan with extra benefits that now cover today's x-rays and clinic costs.
Wow, okay.
Well, Medicare Parts A and B do not cover your routine dental coverage like cleanings, fillings, or x-rays. Yes, you have a Medicare Part C plan, commonly called Medicare Advantage. Medicare Part C plans cover everything in Part A and Part B, plus extra benefits like dental, vision, and hearing.
Wow. That's great that my plan includes dental coverage that helps pay for these costs.
Yes, Mr. Johnson. A Medicare Part C plan could include dental coverage that pays for routine dental exams and teeth cleanings, dental x-rays, fillings, tooth extractions, root canals, dentures, implants, and crowns.
You don't get a plan with these benefits automatically, so call to see if you're eligible to enroll in a plan with extra benefits. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. If you don't have a Medicare Part C plan, call now because there may be plans available with additional benefits that are simply not covered under Medicare Parts A and B, like routine dental coverage. In fact, over half of Medicare beneficiaries do not have any dental coverage. Here's the good news. 2023 Medicare Advantage plans are now available. If you're on Medicare, you can call now during the annual enrollment period, even if you called last year, and talk to a licensed insurance agent. We will check to see if there is a Part C plan available in your area with additional benefits. Remember, you don't get a Medicare Part C plan with extra benefits automatically, so call now before the deadline for your free, no-obligation 2023 Medicare Benefits Review. Just call 800-895-9684. 800-895-9684.
The harder you push, the better we get. Introducing Copper Fit Ice, the world's first compression sleeve to include the cooling sensation of menthol. The more you move, the more you'll feel the support. Our most advanced compression sleeve yet, a more durable heavyweight weave with seamless four-way stretch for continuous compression and faster recovery of sore muscles and joints. Copper Fit Ice, feel the fit. Now available at these fine stores.
Where can you go for the latest must-haves? And every season's nice-to-haves? Where can you get that perfect gift for dad? And hot cocoa mustaches for the kids? Where can you lose track of time all while saving time at the same time? Lowe's, actually. It's the best place to get everything you need for the holidays.
Have you seen my new phone yet? It folds in half.
I would never switch to Samsung. I love my phone.
What? Folds in half.
You see, I love my phone. I would never switch to Samsung.
All right, I want to get you out to Van Zandt County, Texas. Look at this. This looks like a wall cloud. Certainly some sort of funnel looks to be rotating. No indication, at least from this vantage point, that we have a tornado. But just, I mean, this could spawn a tornado at any moment. Dr. Knapp, anything catch your eye?
Yeah, there's a lot of low-hanging clouds there. It's hard from this vantage point, zoom this far out, to see what's rotating and what's not. But right on the horizon there, above the word Oklahoma, That lowering cloud, yeah, that's the part that's concerning, and right ahead of where the rain shaft is.
And look at how fast this storm is moving. I mean, Charles Peak, our storm tracker, who has this shot up, that's what you're looking at. He's in Van Zandt County, Texas. This is one of the tornado warnings we're following, and likely has produced or will produce a tornado. And this would be the spot, we think. You can see the rain shaft, and look at how quickly. I mean, he's having to continue to shift his
It's all going to disappear momentarily.
Because it's moving so fast.
All you're going to be is enveloped in precipitation. So he had just a few short moments here to see anything but rainfall. But everything is moving so quickly. All these storms are moving like 40, 45, 50, 55 miles an hour off to the northeast, Chris.
Yeah, so we're talking thousands of people in Texas right now under a tornado warning. So this is when you need to get into your safe spot. We've also got a couple of tornado warnings in eastern Oklahoma, and the threat doesn't stop there. It will continue eastward into Arkansas and Louisiana as we head into the overnight hours.
Yeah. And these are all, look at all those discrete supercells between Dallas and Tyler, basically east of Dallas. They're all individual supercells. They're all lined up. So this will eventually grow into a line. But right now, each one of those tornado warnings has its own mesoscale cyclone. And we have tornado warnings that are about to bring the rotation over several populated communities.
So there's the latest on where our storm checker Charles Peak is. You can see he's caught up in the rain right now, so we don't have any visual on what the sky looks like. Again, these storms are moving so fast, it's hard to really keep up with them. We do know the warning you're looking at here on the radar on the right, that has been confirmed. We've seen several images now out of Sulphur Springs of a tornado. This just passing Sulphur Springs by towards the west, and now off towards the north of the city, and they've extended now that tornado warning to now include Delta, Hopkins.
Too. Yeah, because with that moving northeast at 55 miles an hour, you need to be given that heads up beyond the tornado warning that something could be coming. So that warning is certainly important to be extending farther north and east. And as soon as you get the warning, you got to get to your shelter, lowest level, most interior room, Chris, because it's moving so fast. The weather will change in a heartbeat. This will be in and out in a hurry. You got to be in your safe spot when it comes through.
Yeah, so let's time this out. And again, as Dr. Knapp mentioned, really quickly with the times. Birthright, this is right over you, getting up towards Sulphur Bluff at about 5-10 minutes from now, and then Cunningham, Texas by about 5:57, just short of the hour. Bogota, Texas, a little after 6 o'clock. Now that's with the northernmost storm that we're tracking, northernmost tornado warning here in Texas. We've got several others that we're watching. Let's head south first, Dalton, if we can, because there's several tornado warnings that have popped up now south that are very concerning. This one just east of Dallas, Collin, Hunt, Rockwall counties. Again, radar indicated, not a lot of confirmation on the ground truth, but these are quick spin-ups, and there certainly is some rotation there just north of Terrell, Texas, about to approach I-30, Dr. Knapp.
Yeah, and so this was under a severe thunderstorm warning. It evolved into a tornado warning going parallel to Interstate 30. Just another reason for us to remind you to be staying off the roads tonight, but also you got to be in that lowest level, most interior room, off the roads. You don't want to try to outrun one of these tornadoes, Chris.
Yeah, so broad rotation there near Royce City. And again, this whole area under a tornado watch. That is out until 8 p.m. tonight. Another spot, let's have Dalton see if we can get to some of these tornado warnings to the south. A brand new watch has just been issued
farther east,
now including Shreveport. That's out until midnight tonight. So that threat for tornadoes will continue well after dark and well after dinner tonight. So make sure you have a way to get those warnings even before going to bed. Let's zoom in southeast of Dallas now and look at this. We've got 3 tornado warnings. This one now for Freestone and Limestone counties. That includes Fairfield, Groesbeck, and Teague until 6 p.m. Eastern or Central Time. That's moving towards, again, I-35 and right off towards the northeast at a fairly rapid pace.
Yeah, we got I-45 coming through Fairfield here. That's in the end of the warning there. So if you're in Fairfield near Interstate 45, got to get off the roads and lowest level, most interior room. And Chris, this southern one, if these supercells hold together, can go farther north and east and go over some of the areas farther north that are already under a warning. You could go through multiple rounds of this tonight.
Yeah, we're seeing that. Look at this. We got 2 tornado warnings kind of stacked. You got the first one here near I-20 and then another one here that includes Henderson and Navarro counties. Again, a radar indicated storm just north of Cayuga, moving towards U.S. Highway 175 near Athens. And look at that rotation there.
Yeah.
Very tight rotation just to the south and west of Athens. If you live in Malakoff, Athens, and Kenny City, please get into your safe place immediately.
And if we have the correlation coefficient, Dalton, look, yeah, there's a little bit of a dropout in there that's moving along with it. So this is a dire situation. You've got to take shelter, lowest level, most interior room right away.
But all you got was ham? And all you got was turkey?
With gravy.
But it's an all-you-can-eat holiday buffet. A smorgasbord of all you want, all you need. Did I sit at the wrong table?
Uh-oh, you heard a screech outside at night, but you can't see what it is because there's not enough light. You need the Bionic Floodlight from Bell & Howell, the solar-powered motion-activated multi-directional floodlight that showers a super span of light right where you need it. Simply stake it in the yard or mount it anywhere around your home. The onboard solar panel absorbs the sun all day to energize a flood of light at night. No wires or installation frustration. Watch. The instant motion is detected. The Bionic Floodlight triggers 108 high-intensity LED bulbs on 3 separate panels. That instantly blasts an area of over 1,000 square feet with bright, penetrating light, then automatically shuts off after the motion stops. Each panel is fully adjustable to direct the right light to the right spot. The Bionic Floodlight is the versatile wireless, safety, security, and outdoor lifestyle light you'll love. And it's from Bell & Howell, the brand name your family has trusted for over 100 years. No more arriving to a dark driveway or house at night. Place them in the ground to illuminate walkways and entryways. Add an evening accent light to your garden or mount it to keep unwanted critters away. Adjust the panels to light your deck and your food on the grill at the same time. Add light by the hot tub or pool without dangerous electrical wires. Host the nighttime neighborhood hoops games and enjoy the great outdoors at night, right out your back door or in the backyard. Move it anywhere for any reason and in any weather in any season. Best of all, it's backed by our exclusive Bell & Howell Bionic 10-year satisfaction guarantee. Get the Bionic Floodlight by Bell & Howell, and right now it's yours for just $29.95. But wait, call right now and you can get a second Bionic Floodlight for 50% off, and we'll even ship it to you free. Here's how to order.
Call 1-800-467-6290 or go to bionicfloodlight.com. So call 1-800-467-6290. That's 1-800-467-6290 or order online at bionicfloodlight.com.
Make this worth your while, Peloton.
All the classes and endless motivation to keep you coming back. That's why 91% of households that join Peloton are still active 12 months later. Motivation that moves you. Rent the Peloton Bike or Bike Plus. Terms apply.
For years, New Yorkers only had one way to move, with cardboard and tape. Those were dark days for people on their way to new places. But now, there's a new way, Congrenience. Our bins make packing and moving easy. Book a clean green move today and put Congrenience into your life. And when your move is complete, we pick them up. Call today or visit our site. Operators are standing by.
If you want to make yourself and your body happy, eat this. Yeah? Like the cilantro with the onion and the jalapeno and like the tomato. You put that in your mouth and like your taste buds go crazy.
I like crazy.
Oh, I love it.
Breakthrough heartburn means your heartburn treatment is broken. Try Zegrid OTC. It contains the leading medicine to treat frequent heartburn, uniquely designed for absorption. Get all day, all night relief with Zegrid OTC.
I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 65 degrees under partly cloudy skies. Tonight, partly cloudy skies early will give way to cloudy skies later at night. Low 61, winds south at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, mostly cloudy, high 73, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy, low 65. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
All right, some brand new video coming into us here near Paris, Texas. This was from a tornado warned storm about an hour ago, and you can see some of the power lines down. Looks like we've got power lines kind of draped all the way down. You see emergency crews kind of working the scene. Looks like we got a flipped over. I don't know if that's a trailer or if that's an actual semi truck. Hard to tell, but you can see some of the damage that we've seen. Very high winds that blew just west of Paris, Texas about an hour ago. And
Chris, is this the same supercell that's now going past Sulphur Springs?
No, this was at one that was earlier in far north Texas and is now in Oklahoma.
Right, so, but this is now the, oh, that's right.
Yes.
You're right, yeah. We got so many supercells we're keeping track of.
There's a lot.
But this went west of Paris, and now we got another one east of Paris.
And now there are several other tornado warnings, as Dr. Knabb just mentioned, that could move back over the Paris, Texas area. So there's a look at the radar, and you can see we've got a couple of tornado warnings we're tracking. That's that same supercell we just saw the damage out of North Texas near Paris that you just saw. That's that storm. And then you've got several supercells that have kind of popped up well south of Dallas now along parts of I-45. Let's zoom in and you can get an idea of what we're dealing with here. Dallas, your threat is now done as temperatures have really cooled off, and that's the beginning of the front. So there's the front. All the tornado warnings are ahead of the front. And then there's not to say we could get a little spin up here with some of that squall line along the front itself. But it's those supercells that are most concerning. Even though Tyler, Texas, Dr. Knabb is not technically under a warning yet, look at all of the warnings moving that way and some of these new cells that are starting to fire up southwest of town.
Yeah, so things have been changing very quickly in some of these areas. You might be under severe thunderstorm warning, and then the supercell ramps up and you go to tornado warning, or you're not under any warning at all, and all of a sudden you've got a tornado warning and you've got to be taking action very quickly. So Tyler is under a tornado watch, and you've got supercells south and southwest of you. So absolutely, Chris, that's an area that could be affected later. But look at all of these areas of rotation in and near tornado warnings.
Yeah, so these are all areas that are catching our attention. There's another one there that our weather producer, Dalton Molnax, he's circling. There's so many. And again, the one that he circled isn't even warned yet. So there's a lot of rotation. There's the most concerning one looks to be this one just north of Canton, north of I-20, and also here near Athens, Texas. We got some very strong rotation right there between Malakoff and Athens, right there along Route 31. And you can see it was a little bit more pronounced earlier. It does appear to be weakening slightly, but again, likely passing by Athens about a mile west of town and then off towards the north of you within the next 5 minutes or so.
And then here we are northeast of Dallas along Interstate 30. We've got Greenville, Texas under the tornado warning, Collin, Hunt, and Rockwall counties. And again, we see all these interstates and pretty significant roads in these tornado warned areas. Chris, it's a reminder not to be out on the roads. Don't try to outrun a tornado. Get off the roads to a substantial structure if you are on the roads, and if you are thinking about going out somewhere, I would stay home tonight.
Yeah, so the area of concern here is just near I-30, maybe a little bit to the south, and then paralleling I-30, likely bringing it up towards Greenville, Texas, and just east of there, including Cache and Dixon over the next 5 to 10 minutes from now, approaching that U.S. Highway 69 corridor just to the west of Lone Oak.
And Chris, because a lot of these tornado warnings are associated with supercells that are fairly long lasting. If you are downstream from the tornado warning, we saw Campbell, Texas is 20 minutes from now could be getting that supercell, even though they're not under a warning yet, have a way to get those warnings that could change quickly.
And here's that tornado warning. This one has been confirmed. We've seen lots of video of this tornado earlier as it passed by Sulphur Springs, now is up into Delta and Hopkins as well as Lamar counties. You're under that tornado warning. This is near DePort, pretty isolated isolated area, but if you live in a farm, a homestead, or areas here well outside of Sulphur Springs, again, look at that rotation. Dr. Knabb, very strong indication that there's still a tornado on the ground.
Yeah, you got to respect and take seriously a supercell that has been so long lived. And of course, this is the one went over Sulphur Springs, over the interstate, and now going southeast of Paris. You had the one west of Paris that we showed the video earlier go up into Oklahoma. So we're getting some of the same general areas getting warned on. And all of these are moving quickly northeast at about 45, 50 miles an hour. And now look at all the way up into east central Oklahoma, getting close to northwestern Arkansas.
And all of these are also becoming flash flood warnings, too. On top of the threat for damaging wind, we've got a couple of tornado warnings with some of those cells. And remember, that threat for tornadoes and damaging winds over 80 miles per hour is not only possible, but likely. That risk is high, and even some hail in some of these storms as we head into tonight.
What does dry skin feel like?
It was really scaly. Like a pet lizard.
New Dove Body Wash with Microbiome Nutrient Serum transforms the driest skin in one shower.
I feel amazing. I feel like put on a really good dress.
Your skin's full of life again.
New Dove Body Wash.
Take a pea-sized amount. Apply it like a lotion. Pits, under boob, thigh folds, butt cracks, feet. This water-based cream, I'm telling you, it's invisible on the skin. It works like a dream. Why didn't someone think of this sooner?
Look closely at history in the making. This $50 Buffalo gold piece was the purest gold coin ever struck by the U.S. government. It was the first U.S. coin ever struck using .9999, that's 4 nines, pure 24-karat gold. Its design was based on the famous Buffalo nickel of 1913 to 38. Wildly popular with investors and collectors, the U.S. government had to stop production because of a shortage of specially made gold blanks. It's no wonder the price of that edition has gone through the roof. Now you can reserve your own tribute to the $50 gold buffalo clad in 14 milligrams of 24-karat gold. National Collectors Mint's private non-monetary minting recreates James Earl Frazier's American buffalo against a mirror-like background on one side, and his iconic Native American Indian head stands out in stunning relief on the other. The final issue price was to be set at $50 per proof. But during our special release, this 24-karat gold-clad masterpiece can be yours for only $9.95. With gold prices up over 500% since 2001, price can only be guaranteed for 7 days. Each new 2022 $50 Gold Buffalo Tribute Proof order comes individually numbered with a certificate of authenticity verifying that each piece is clad in 14 milligrams of 24-karat gold, is proof struck, and is based on the famous design of James Earl Frazier's Buffalo nickel. There is a strict limit of 5 proofs per caller. Distribution will take place in registration number order. Earliest reservations receive the lowest registration numbers, so you must hurry. Avoid disappointment and future regret. Call now.
To order the 2022 $50 Gold Buffalo Tribute Proof, call 1-800-713-6064. That's 1-800-713-6064. There is a strict limit of 5 proofs per caller, so don't delay. Call 1-800-713-6064. 1-800-713-6064.
What if my coverage isn't right? What if I accidentally hit a food truck? What if it gets covered in empanadas?
At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs.
Thanks.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Did you serve, live with your family, or work at Marine Corps Base Camp Lejeune, North Carolina between 1953 and 1987?
Contaminated water at the base during that time has been linked to these serious health problems. If you were exposed and hurt, the Camp Lejeune Justice Act of 2022 may make it possible for you to recover a settlement.
You may be entitled to substantial compensation.
Call 1-800-643-8500. That's 1-800-643-8500.
It's Macy's Veterans Day sale with our lowest prices of the season, like the Jolene Sectional $12.99 and Hosting Essentials 20 to 40% off. Plus, get a free adjustable base with qualifying mattress purchase. Now at Macy's.
Thanks for joining us here on Storm Center. A lot to get to tonight. So let's get you straight to the radar where we've got several tornado warnings now well east of Dallas and populating a lot of East Texas and now eastern parts of Oklahoma, along with the threat of damaging wind and flash flooding. We've had numerous flash flood warnings there that have popped up in Oklahoma. Let's start with the tornado warnings, though, and they stretch for nearly 250 miles, Dr. Nab, from eastern Oklahoma and the Arkansas state line, almost south of Waco now.
And these are almost all supercells out in the open, warm sector out ahead of the front. Now, eventually, these will all evolve into a nasty squall line with embedded spin. But right now, Chris, it's mostly discrete individual supercells, each of which has the potential to or is confirmed to be producing a tornado, and you've got to be taking shelter lowest level, most interior room in each and every one of these warnings as soon as they're issued, because they're all moving like at 50 miles an hour plus.
Yeah, and look at the conditions. We got our storm tracker, Charles Peak. He's on the top right now, not dealing with rain, trying to get a vantage point in some of these tornado warning storms. And then you've got a storm tracker, Brett Adair. If we can take his shot full, look at the conditions near Sulphur Springs, Texas. And remember, this area was just under a tornado warning about 25 minutes ago. Look at how heavily it's raining. I mean, you can't even barely make out that car. I mean, I couldn't even tell you how close that traffic is ahead of them.
Yeah, and especially up in southeastern Oklahoma, behind the tornado warnings, a lot of flash flood warnings, and that could become the case in northeastern Texas as well. So many reasons not to be out on the roads tonight.
All right, so we're tracking several tornado warnings. Let's start here north of Sulphur Springs now. We've had several videos I've seen come in of a tornado that was on the ground as it passed Sulphur Springs just off to the west. It's now pushing north, so this is a very dangerous storm. It's now getting up towards Red River County here in northern parts of Texas. And again, it's managed to travel that far, Dr. Nab, in less than an hour, and you can still see it's got some pretty strong rotation there, likely right on the river county line, and that's likely headed towards or will head towards U.S. Highway 271 probably in about 5 to 10 minutes. It gets into Cunningham in about 2 minutes from now, Hillsboro by 5 minutes from now, and then up towards Fulbright a little after 6:10 local time.
And that's less than 15 minutes from now, and they keep having to extend a lot of the tornado warnings northeastward because these supercells are out in the open warm sector. They keep feeding into that unimpeded inflow, that moist, warm air, and so they're able to live a long time.
Yeah.
And have multiple communities go under a warning at different times for the same supercells, but then we've got multiple supercells. That's why so many people are at risk right now, and some folks could go under a warning a second time later.
Oh, yeah, and the temperature contrast, this is a front, a massive front. It's snowing in North Texas in the Panhandle versus 80s out ahead of the front, which is why these storms are really firing up. But we even looked at the lightning, and it's just kind of exploded in intensity.
And another thing that's happening, Chris, too, is we are getting close to sunset and things getting really dark. And as if it wasn't already hard enough to visually confirm a tornado, no, that's the human tendency to want to do that. But we got to trust these warnings with it getting dark and with the systems moving so quickly. As soon as you get the warning, you've got to take shelter, lowest level, most interior room immediately, and be off the roads, even anywhere in the tornado watch, so you don't have to try to drive to safety at the last minute.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of confirmations now of several of these tornado warnings. So this isn't one of those days it's a tornado warning and it's a kind of a false, it's kind of just a precautionary warning. These are all becoming confirmed very quickly.
In fact, I would go so far as to say this is one of the broad scale scariest radar loops I've seen in a long time in terms of how many supercells are all under tornado warnings over such a large area and all have a tremendous potential to cause destruction.
Yeah, and we've already had one catastrophic tag with some of the tornado warnings and likely to see more continue with the way the setup is and how this radar is already looking. I mean, look at these warnings now that have popped up, and it's like a storm will pop and immediately it becomes a supercell and has that look.
Yeah, and some of them have occurred within an area that was under severe thunderstorm warning, and some of them are occurring in areas not under a warning, then all of a sudden you go quickly to a tornado warning. So you have to have a way to get get your warnings, and you have to act very, very quickly because they're sprouting up quickly and they're moving quickly.
All right, we've got a lot of warnings. If we can get to some of these warnings, and then we're going to take a look at timing for some of these cities. Really quickly, you can see we got several tornado warnings. Let's jump on in. Dallas, your threat is done, and things should improve. Hopefully, we can get the airport back up and running. Ground stop should subside, and the delay should improve. Here in northeast Texas, Red River County, this is the cell that did produce that tornado near Sulphur Springs. Please take shelter immediately if you live in Clark, and they're near Red River County. Now, here's Tyler, Texas. This is north of I-20 now, and we're dealing with a tornado warning, a new tornado warning for Smith, Upshur, and Wood counties. This includes Betty, Gilmore, and Hawkins until 6:30 p.m. You can see it has that little bit of a hook, and there is rotation there right over U.S. Highway 80, just north of there, right near the community of Hawkins. All right, this is just to the west of Big Sandy and moving off towards the north and towards the east at about 45-50 miles per hour. That would bring it up towards Betty by about 6:23 p.m. So we're talking 15 minutes from now. And then to the west of there, we've got a very dangerous tornado warned storm. Look at the notch on this one, right over U.S. Highway 80 to the west of Mineola. So if you live in Wood County, please take shelter. If you live in Alba, Quitman, and they're in Yantis. All right, a tornado warning for this area of rotation that's just north of Highway 80, pushing off towards the northeast. It's been extended and likely going to move up towards Quitman by 6:19 p.m., Coke by 6:26 p.m., and then Black Oak by just before 6:30 p.m. And then we hit that warning up there to the north, and the risk for tornadoes, as we mentioned, very high here. And not just that, damaging wind potential, which can be just as destructive. We're talking the potential for high threat of wind gusts over 80 miles per hour. A lot of lightning with these storms. So again, this is going to continue east of here. So who's next in line? What are we looking at timing-wise as we head east?
Well, getting close to midnight, more and more of Louisiana and Arkansas are going to be experiencing the severe weather, and it could be a squall line with embedded rotation. So we've got the tornado watches that have been up for quite some time for northeast Texas and eastern Oklahoma until 8 p.m. Central. But now this whole zone here under a tornado watch until midnight Central Time. And again, you're going to have a lot of severe thunderstorms becoming more and more of a squall line, but with embedded rotation. And this depiction of the instability shows you how it continues to get more and more unstable in places like Shreveport and Little Rock as more and more moisture is transported by our strengthening low pressure system off the Gulf of Mexico. And this is the front clearing out the instability and bringing the cooler, more stable air in. But you'll notice how we've got the individual supercells here that are gradually going to evolve into a line. And then we've got a line developing along the front back behind that. So we're going to talk about how all that's going to evolve. So these are all individual discrete supercells, and this is the line. But what's going to be moving into Arkansas and Louisiana? Well, let's look at the future radar with the modeling here, and we go over the next few hours, take it to midnight, and now we've got a very long, vicious line going from Little Rock down past Shreveport and Alexandria, that zone, that could have a lot of damaging wind over a wide swath with embedded rotations. And you notice that by this time, that back line has started to catch up with it. So it ends up being one really big, nasty squall line reaching the Mississippi River in the very early morning pre-dawn hours tomorrow, and then moving into places like Mississippi and even New Orleans by about breakfast time. So that takes us into tomorrow. Starting breakfast time tomorrow, we're still going to have a severe threat along that line, Chris. So right now, we've got mostly the supercells producing the tornado warnings, but increasingly, it's going to be a line of storms with embedded rotation that it's going to be hard for those storms to miss people at all in Arkansas and Louisiana, because a squall line is going to have a wide damage swath potential.
No, we have time to prepare.
We do.
Dinner is going to be okay in Little Rock. Let's take you out there right now, show you what conditions look like, and then we'll time it out as we head into the overnight hours. It's going to be late after, dinner before we really have any threat of severe weather for central Arkansas. Western Arkansas, your threat is starting to approach. So you can see that line now getting into the northwest part of the state, and we've had several warnings there in the eastern part of Oklahoma, likely going to see those continue into Arkansas. So this whole mess is going to be pushing into Little Rock and all of central Arkansas, where temperatures are very warm, already in the mid 70s. We've had some peaks of sunshine, so there's quite a bit of instability here, especially to the south of I-40. Now, as we head into the overnight hours, that threat for tornadoes will diminish. Our torcons aren't as high in Little Rock as, say, areas in the western part of the state, but we still aren't at 0. We're looking at torcons of 3 in greater Little Rock. And then on the west side of town over towards Hot Springs, you've got a torcon of 5. Hot Springs are actually in that torcon of 7. We could really see that threat for tornadoes even well after dark tonight. So there's a look at the timing on our high-resolution future radar, taking you into 8, 9, 10 o'clock. There we go, getting into Hot Springs, say, just after dinner time, local time. Greenbrier areas and around Mountain Home and Ozark, up in the northern part of the state, seeing some of those damaging winds and heavy rainfall, frequent lightning. And then greater Little Rock getting in just before midnight or even a little bit after midnight. As we head into the morning hours, then the temperatures drop. We get rid of that severe threat, and things improve quickly here for the weekend. Now, let's take you to south of here, into Shreveport, Louisiana, where we're starting to lose light. Temperatures here are actually in the 80s, 82 degrees. So our threat for tornadoes is actually going to be higher than what we saw in Arkansas. So let's look at the timing. Again, temperature-wise across Louisiana and southern Arkansas, up in the 70s and 80s. 82 in Shreveport, 81 in Mansfield. Look at East Texas, Carthage at 81, 79 in Marshall, and 79 in Corsicana. Now, we're in that border of the 5 to 7 on our torcon scale, meaning not only the likelihood of tornadoes, but tornadoes are expected, and large damaging tornadoes that could be long-lived are also expected here shortly after dinner time tonight. So there's a look at the timing. Again, we're heading into that 7 o'clock hour local time, and then beyond that, storms approaching Texarkana, say around 8, 9 o'clock tonight, getting into Marshall, Texas, and then the state line by about 10, 11 o'clock, and those riding into Shreveport, Louisiana, and then pushing east along parts of I-20, damaging wind potential with supercells. And again, that threat for tornadoes will be highest just ahead of that squall line. I want to take you out to Sulphur Springs, Texas right now. There is a live look. You can see how dark the skies are. We just had a couple of tornado warnings push through. Looks like the rain has subsided. We're not quite done with our threat, though. There are several warnings to your south that could move back into the area. In fact, we're actually awaiting that squall line that pushed through Dallas. That's now got to work through Sulphur Springs, Texas. So let's get you to the radar and again look at some of these tornado warnings. Red River County, you're under a tornado warning. This is far northeast Texas. There is the state line with Oklahoma. Clarksville and Bogota, you're under that tornado warning until 6:45 p.m. This is that same cell that produced the tornado near Sulphur Springs, Texas. All right, so while the velocity is still there, it's not as prevalent as what we saw earlier, but it certainly has a lot of wind likely with it. So a damaging wind threat nonetheless, if not a tornado on the ground still, pushing up towards Clarksville, Texas, and then pushing northeast from there. So to time this out for some of these communities, Fulbright, 6:13 p.m., getting to Bagwell by 6:23, Dimple just before 6:30, and then up towards Ackworth, which is right there on the state line with Oklahoma and Texas by about 6:36, and then in Oklahoma, Idabel by 6:47 Central Time. So please take shelter if you live in those communities. A broad look showing you our system. There's our front, all right? And notice how it's expanding south with the chance for damaging winds, say around Waco, and then into parts of eastern Texas south of Dallas. Meanwhile, on the backside in the Panhandle, we're dealing with snow. That's how the contrast with the system. Look at that temperature contrast. Dallas, we're now in the 50s versus Shreveport, 82 degrees. Look at College Station, Texas, 83. So again, right where we've got that warm sectors, we're going to have that greatest threat, and that will extend up to Little Rock, College Station, Bryan, Texas, over towards Marshall, Texas, Shreveport, and even eastern parts of Oklahoma. Once the cold air gets in, Dr. Nab, then the threats for severe weather are pretty much gone.
Yeah, you have to have the instability, and that's out in the warm sector, out ahead of the cold front. That's where we're having all the supercells, but it is really going to evolve into a vicious squall line. And that can still have embedded spin. So that's why you still have the tornado watches being issued farther to the east. That includes Little Rock and Shreveport, just to the north of Houston. All these areas under a tornado watch. And that's where the instability is continuing to increase because of the continued flow off the Gulf of Mexico. And again, we've got this stack of tornado warnings with the open sector supercells, but we've got this building line behind it. And that line is going to catch up with and merge with this batch of supercells that evolves into a line itself. And then they all kind of blend together. So the modeling might not have it exactly right, but it gives you the flavor of what will be moving through Arkansas and Louisiana over the next several hours, what becomes a very long squall line. So what happens is all of that rain that is falling is evaporatively cooling the air, and then you got the cold front catching up, so that cold air descends and it just continues to create the convection out with the warm air going over the top of it. And it just evolves into this very, very big line that can have damaging winds all up and down that line, but you could have embedded tornado warnings. And this goes all the way into the early morning hours tomorrow. So sleep in a safe spot and have a way to get your warnings in a way that will wake you up in the middle of the night. Here's a live look at Sulphur Springs in Texas.
During Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days, every Monday is a huge deal. Get a $79 HP Chromebook, plus other hot deals. Join Walmart Plus and you can shop online 7 hours early. Head to Walmart's Black Friday Deals for Days.
Don't you wish you could wave a magic wand and have whiter teeth? Well, you can, but it's not magic. It's power swabs. Just swab your teeth for 5 minutes and boom, whiter teeth and a better smile. And since you're not dealing with messy trays or awkward strips, you're less vulnerable to the harsh sensitivity they sometimes create.
I've used strips. They seem to really hurt my teeth. The power swabs, it just seemed very gentle.
It's so simple and easy. You just open it, you apply it to your teeth, you forget it's there. And I noticed that they're white and bright again like they were before.
I noticed actually a difference the first time that I used power swabs. You put on the first coat and then the activator goes on and immediately you start seeing it working.
It only takes 5-minute applications to get a brighter, whiter smile with power swabs. You just snap, swab, and smile. Power swabs have been clinically studied to whiten natural teeth and remove stains from caps, crowns, and veneers. It's so powerful, it removes stains from coffee, tea, red wine, and even smoking.
I love my coffee in the morning.
I will never stop drinking coffee. I will not be the person drinking hot coffee with a straw.
As much coffee as I drink, I can use my power swabs and eliminate the staining.
When I use the power swabs, I applied it directly to my front tooth where the coffee stain was.
I like being able to individually get the teeth, and most importantly, it got kind of in between the grooves.
You can put it directly on the stain that you see on your teeth, and it's so precise.
But as powerful as it is, it's also gentle and causes 0 to minimal sensitivity.
This didn't sting, it didn't burn, it didn't have an aftertaste. It was just a swab, and I just got to rub it on my teeth, and that was it.
Take it from me as someone who has gone the dental route, but has also gone on the shelf route, and I've not really seen anything work as effective and as easy as power swabs.
Whiten your teeth this Thanksgiving by ordering power swabs and receive 40% off the regular price. Shipping is free, plus you receive a free quick stick pen to use on the go after meals or a cup of coffee. Visit powerswabs.com or call the number on your screen.
Consumer Cellular has the best customer service.
They care about the customer.
The best price with best quality.
The prices, the coverage.
Consumer Cellular provides the exact same premium coverage as the nation's leading carriers. And while prices rise, ours are dropping. Get unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at $20 a month.
It's like 4 scoops of ice cream for the price of 1.
Switch today and save up to half on your wireless. Add extra lines anytime for just $15 each. Call or go online.
This holiday, make no mistake, everything here is Philadelphia cheesecake. Cheesecake is everything.
Make your own. We can help get you guys back into that house.
Come on in.
Oh my gosh!
Fast Home Rescue, tomorrow night, 8/7 Central, only on the Weather Channel.
If you're on Medicare, remember, the annual enrollment period is here. The time to choose your coverage ends December 7th. So talk to United Healthcare and take advantage of a broad range of plans, including an AARP Medicare Advantage plan from United Healthcare. It can combine your hospital and doctor coverage with prescription drug coverage and more. all for a low monthly premium, or in some areas, no plan premium at all. Take advantage of $0 copays on primary care visits and lab tests, plus more dental coverage than ever before. You'll also get free yearly eye exams and $0 copays and deductibles on hundreds of prescriptions. So call United Healthcare about the variety of plans we offer, including PPO plans that let you see any doctor who accepts Medicare without a referral. Enrollment ends December 7th. Take advantage now. Call or go online today.
Currently in our area, 64 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, mostly cloudy, low 61, winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, mostly cloudy skies, high 73, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy, low 65, winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
I'm Mike Corey. I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
There's a cocktail of excitement and terror.
Long way down.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Come on, let's go on an uncharted adventure.
All right, there is a live look of some of the damage now that we're getting near Sulphur Springs, Texas. And this was a violent tornado. I mean, the sun's starting to come out. We're not quite done yet. We still have that squall line to get through, but it doesn't look like it'll produce many tornadoes. But I mean, we're talking a massive tree down. And Dr. Nabbit, I mean, this is a home that's heavily damaged. And I want to say, you know how you have those gable windows? I want to say one of them's on the right there. Do you see that?
Sure do. And
yeah.
You know, what may have happened here, you know, sometimes structures, once they lose the roof, then the rest of the structure is very, very vulnerable. That may be what happened here. But this is that cell that's gone off to the east of Paris, Texas, and now going toward the Bagwell area where it is still an observed tornado. So this has a long history.
Yeah, and you mentioned there were power flashes near Bogota.
Yes.
And that's from this tornado-warned storm now approaching the Oklahoma state line. So these are traveling, I mean, many miles.
Yeah, and this one's moving northeast at 50 miles an hour. So it is affecting a lot of people in a relatively short amount of time, but with a pretty long life. And look at all those supercells that are lined up from east of Dallas all the way up into east central Oklahoma and west central Arkansas now.
And
this is the one that went over the Sulphur Springs area.
So there's the latest on that tornado warning. This is the same tornado warned storm that produced that damage that you just saw on the top right of your screen. That heavily damaged home, lots of big downed trees. It's now moving towards U.S. Highway 82 in far northeast Texas. This is Red River County. You are still under that tornado warning. And again, observed tornado. It has held its own. Even if we're not dealing with a tornado, we've got very damaging wind potential here. Look at those returns. What are those measuring out at? Dalton, our weather producer, we've got all hands on deck here at the Weather Channel, kind of getting an idea, estimate to give you the latest updates in real time as this is headed your way. Want to make sure you guys are safe and know what's headed in your direction well in advance of these storms.
And Chris, it's not the worst idea to start giving people a heads up north and east outside that warning area over in Oklahoma, because how long lasting these supercells have been, it is entirely within the realm possibility that this tornado warning might get extended farther to the north and east. It could last as far northeast as going to Broken Bow, and it'll be there in little more than a half an hour if it lasts.
So if you do the math, I mean, it's already probably traveled 50, 60, 70 miles.
At least.
And we're talking only 30 miles away from Idabel and Broken Bow, Oklahoma. So it's very well likely this will continue to track and be extended by the warnings as we push into southeastern parts of Oklahoma. So start thinking about getting into a safe place, even if you're not necessarily under a warning right now. Again, these are moving so quickly, it won't be long before a tornado warning will likely be issued. Dalton,
we've got warnings north and south of that one.
Yeah, and a lot of them are popping up. If we could go to the southern extent, here's Canton, Texas. So you're in the clear. East of you now, here's I-20. This is Van Zant County, where we've got a tornado warning near Edom and Van. If you live in those communities, please take shelter immediately. That's out until 6:45 p.m. North of there, we've got another tornado warning. This is for Wood County. That includes you in Alba, Quitman, and Yantis until 6:45 p.m. And Dalton, if you could do me a favor, really quick, before we change things, let me take a look at that velocity. Very concerning velocity structure. You got a little bit of a hook right there. And notice this is just west of Quitman, Texas. So please, hopefully you've already begun. You've been in your safe place for minutes now, because this storm is pretty much right over top of you, about a couple of miles west from the downtown Quitman, Texas vicinity. So there in Wood County, very concerning signature there, velocity.
Yeah, and Chris, I was going to mention that the tornado warning just to the east of there has now been extended farther to the north and east. So places like Pittsburgh, Texas are now under a warning, and look how far north and east that warning extends. So we keep having to do this, extend the warnings farther north and east. Another long-lived supercell headed into Camp Morris counties.
Yeah, and look at that signature right there, approaching U.S. Highway 271. That's just north of Gilmer and south of Pittsburgh in East Texas. This, again, is a very dangerous storm. Please take shelter. We'll time this out for you. Getting up into Betty by 6:25 p.m., Ebenezer by 6:36 p.m., and then Naples likely to hold together in about 30 minutes from now. So please take shelter immediately. Dalton, I wanted to get to one last tornado warning. It's south of here. It's kind of the southernmost one, I think, that was near the community of Athens, Texas. I saw video of what was a rotation in Athens, and there was debris when this came through. Now, it wasn't a tornado when it came through Athens, but it certainly was trying to tighten up, and we could certainly see that with this tornado warning. This is the one in Van Zant, including Edom and Van. We'll be back.
So what if we have questions about our policy?
And what if it's late at night?
And what if someone still calls us mom for everything?
At State Farm, we're there for your what ifs. Hey, Mom.
Who?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. Call or click to get a quote today.
Meet Febreze Small Spaces, the most convenient solution to lingering odors in any small space. No batteries and no outlets needed. With one firm push, Small Spaces gives you 45 days of continuous freshness. Easily tackle odors anywhere. Febreze Small Spaces.
The world used to be unsearchable. Then came Google. Our body's rhythm used to be invisible. Then came Fitbit. What if the two forces joined together? What if you were more in tune with your body and with the world around you? What if Fitbit transformed the way we live? Again, Fitbit by Google.
Flashing lights. They really get your attention. See them, and you know to go slow. Now we put that same technology in the palm of your hand with Lizard Flare. It's the high-tech safety flare with no flame.
Attention! This might be your last chance to get Lizard Flare before they're gone. Details coming up.
Lizard Flare uses 15 high-intensity LED strobes that can be seen nearly a mile away, and a powerful magnet that sticks to your car so you can warn people without exiting the vehicle. And they have 360 degrees of visibility. Rain, snow, even fog. Lizard Flare won't let you down. Look, flares are dangerous, but Lizard Flare stays cool to the touch and can last a lifetime without burning out. They're built tough with shatterproof ABS lenses and rubber bumpers that take a beating. That's a 30-ton fire truck, a dead battery, an empty gas tank. With Lizard Flare, help is on the way. Lizard Flare Pro has an ultra-bright flashlight too, and this handy hook to hang it up for a jump start or stand it up to fix a flat. Perfect for your truck or RV. Listen, roadside accidents are the leading cause of death for people under 55 in the United States. Make sure everyone in your family has Lizard Flare.
Get your Lizard Flare for only $9.99 only through this special offer. But wait, there's breaking news. Lizard Flare may be discontinued. Due to rising costs and supply chain shortages, Lizard Flare is stopping manufacturing effective immediately. There is a strict limit of 2 vehicle packs per order while supplies last. But once the current inventory is gone, it's gone forever. Order now.
This may be your last chance, so call 1-800-824-1258. That's 1-800-824-1258. Or visit lizardflare.com. So call 1-800-824-1258 or visit lizardflare.com now.
Some people like to talk into microphones. We prefer dropping them. The MDX Type S, a new era of premium performance.
So, how many vaccines have you given to people?
Me, about 1,000. Walgreens, millions.
No way can I miss her big debut.
With your booster, I think you'll be there for every twirl.
Got a shot so my sister won't get sick.
Way to go, big bro.
So while we're here,
Flu shot as well?
let's do it.
When you need to talk vaccinations, our pharmacists are here.
All right, thanks for joining us back here at Storm Center on the Weather Channel. Long night ahead, guys. We've got several brand new tornado warnings that have just been issued, including one in Tyler, Texas. So start thinking about getting into your safe place immediately. We want to start with these observed tornadoes in eastern Oklahoma now crossing into Arkansas. So we've got a tornado warning here. This is LaFleur and Sebastian counties now, right on the state line. So eastern Oklahoma, western parts of Arkansas. This is just south of Fort Smith. We've got a radar indicated tornado that's moving up on the southeast or south side of Fort Smith. Now, Fort Smith, you're getting blasted by high winds right now, probably on the order of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Could we query those right there near Fort Smith? Let's see what the radar is saying, estimating between 40, 50 mile per hour gusts and likely even higher than that, pushing right through the city. So I-40 right now, it is a mess. Really heavy rainfall, and then those rotating storms, that tornado warning right near Heavener as that passes by to the south. Dr. Nab, you're looking at things, and when we look at this is the tornado warning that produced quite a bit of damage near Sulphur Springs and is still on the ground in Red River County, and again still being observed.
Yeah, so these are long-lived supercells, and we've got to raise the alarm even for folks who aren't in the tornado warning north and east of here, because this is probably going to last. If it has any, if history is any guide here, this is not just going to go away when it hits the Red River.
Yeah, so Idabel, I know you're not under a warning here in Oklahoma. However, it's very likely this is going to be extended any second now. Looks like we just got some more tornado warnings. They keep coming in now, 2 at a time, it seems like. This will likely be extended. So I would start getting into your safe place immediately, because look at the timing on this, 6:51 p.m. We're not under the tornado warning, but we're talking 20 minutes away from Idabel in Oklahoma, and then Broken Bow about 30 minutes from now. And this storm has already traveled well over 60, 70, 80 miles and has had a history of producing quite a bit of damage.
And
so
it's
that's
an observed
something.
tornado.
And look at the correlation coefficient.
Yeah.
I mean, we still have quite a bit of debris that's kind of lining up exactly where we have those strong velocities and passing by Clarksville just off to your west and to your north. Some of those velocities are measuring, what are they measuring, Dalton? Probably up near, oh wow, 103 miles per hour. Look at that. Look at those wind returns right there, just north of Clarksville. This is a very dangerous storm, guys. And if it holds its track, it could be very close to the center of Idabel Arkansas,
and
or Oklahoma.
We're looking several thousand feet up in the atmosphere at the mesoscale cyclone, this rotating supercell that has tremendous velocities just by looking at the radar returns, and then that is what's capable of producing the tornado, and in this case is producing the tornado down at the ground.
And the damage you see there on the left, that was what that tornado caused and likely will continue to do in the cities ahead of its path.
You know, Chris, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in Fort Smith, Arkansas. They're getting hit by basically a wall of wind from the west, not under a tornado warning, but this is an example of why the severe thunderstorm warnings are enough reason to be off the roads and taking shelter. And then the southern part of the Fort Smith area, the distant southern suburbs, you got a tornado warning creeping into that area.
Yeah, so driving around really, really difficult right now. It doesn't look like there's a lot of people out. This appears to be I-40, and you can see that wind-driven rain. Look at that.
And they're talking about 60-mile-an-hour gusts with this, along with maybe some large hail. So this is extremely dangerous conditions to be driving in.
Okay, so severe thunderstorm warning for Fort Smith, Arkansas. We've got a tornado warning south of there. And then we want to get to some of the new ones that have popped up. Now, Tyler, Texas, a much larger community. You're under a tornado warning right now. This is approaching I-20. And we can look at the velocity and see what we're dealing with here. There is certainly rotation just to the west of Tyler. And again, this area, there's a lot of concentrated homes and neighborhoods in about that area I circled. So this area of rotation is moving into a heavily populated area and about to cross I-20 within minutes. I mean, we're talking just a couple of minutes away.
And Chris, that particular supercell is following behind another supercell that's along the same path, but farther to the north and east, up in the Pittsburgh area, headed toward Naples, Texas. That is going to be crossing Interstate 30 west of Shreveport. So you could be under warnings multiple times tonight.
Yeah, so quick timing this out, getting into Owentown in about 10 minutes from now, and then if it holds together up towards Winona and Hawkins by 6:53, that would be our second tornado warning in Hawkins within an hour's time. And there's a look at the risk as we head into the overnight hours. Tornadoes and damaging wind gusts over 80 miles per hour high.
Got the rings?
Hello? You guys don't look that bad.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, man.
Luxury that lets you feel infinitely you.
The Great Big Tree Spree is going on now at Michael's. All trees are on sale. Get 50% off trees in-store and online and get Black Friday prices now on select trees. Plus, earn up to 6% in Michael's Rewards. Hurry in. Sale ends November 12th.
Look, as history is being made, National Collectors Mint and the Cook Islands announced the limited public release of their first 2022 Silver Double Eagle $2 coins. Angela Buchanan, the 37th Treasurer of the United States, was instrumental in supporting the creation of the United States Silver Eagle Bullion Program, coins beloved by investors and collectors alike. But Treasurer Buchanan dreamed of more. She envisioned a silver Double Eagle $2 coin. Now, inspired and endorsed by Treasurer Buchanan, comes the release of the new .999 pure silver $2 Double Eagle, meticulously struck with highly prized frosted relief and the mirror-like backgrounds of brilliant silver proofs. Each of these Cook Islands non-circulating legal tender coins is purer than any U.S. silver dollar ever to circulate. It boasts 2 eagles in flight on the obverse with the words American Double Eagle. The reverse features the iconic Liberty Bell, the Cook Island imprimatur, and the important $2 denomination. Now you can reserve your own $2 Double Eagle. Each coin is struck in .25 troy ounces of .999 pure silver. The final issue price was to be set at $39 per coin. But during this limited release, the new 2022 Silver Double Eagle $2 coin can be yours for only $19.95. Each coin comes with a certificate of authenticity, verifying its precious metal content and legal tender status. There is a strict limit of 5 coins per caller. Earliest orders will receive priority status over later ones. All are covered by our 100% guarantee of satisfaction. So hurry, avoid disappointment and future regret. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-516-4142. Strict limit of 5 coins per caller. Call 1-800-516-4142. That's 1-800-516-4142. Call or log on now.
Dude, you coming?
Alka-Seltzer Plus Power Max gels with more concentrated power. Because the only thing dripping should be your style. Plop, plop, fizz, fizz with Alka-Seltzer Plus. Also tried for fast sinus and pain relief.
Dupixent helps you do more with less asthma and can help you breathe better in as little as 2 weeks. Dupixent is an add-on treatment for specific types of moderate to severe asthma that's not for sudden breathing problems. Dupixent can cause allergic reactions that can be severe. Get help right away if you have rash, chest pain, worsening shortness of breath, tingling or numbness in your limbs. Tell your doctor about new or worsening joint aches and pain or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines, including steroids, without talking to your doctor. Ask your specialist about Dupixent.
Hi, Phil Swift here. Before winter storms hit, get prepared with the Flex Seal family of products. A deep freeze can cause pipes to crack, but Flex Tape can easily patch those busted pipes. Flex Glue your old snow boots so they can make it through another season. Stop cold drafts and insulate your home by sealing up windows and doors. Make the Flex Seal family part of your winter storm kit. Flex Seal, because it works.
Olive Garden's never-ending pasta bowl is back, which means the never-ending pasta you crave is back. Starting it with our never-ending first course, well, that's always been here. Never-ending pasta bowl, starting at $13.99 for a limited time.
All right, following multiple tornado warnings now in Texas, Oklahoma, and Arkansas. And we've got a couple that are very concerning. One actually having a considerable threat tag and has had a history of producing significant and even catastrophic damage in North Texas. It's now getting ready to cross into Oklahoma and Idabel. You're next in line. So please take shelter immediately there if you live in those communities in McCurtain County in Oklahoma. Here in Tyler, Texas, you're under tornado warning. Again, the city itself likely to be missed. It's the north side of Tyler, but again, Tyler's a much populated area for this part of Texas, and so you've got several neighborhoods and homes that are well outside of the city proper. So please take shelter immediately if you live in North Tyler, if you live near I-20, and then if you live in northern parts of Smith County. So there's a look at the rotation, and there's two actual areas of rotation. One just north of Tyler, crossing Highway 110, also U.S. Highway 69. That's about to approach I-20 right now, near the Tyler exits. Okay, this is a crossing I-20 as we speak within the next minute or two, and then getting up north of I-20, we start to disperse the population a little bit. But some of these more smaller communities like Hawkins and Big Sandy, you're expected to see this tornado warning storm within the next 15 minutes. And this is our second tornado warning in the past hour for some of these communities. So we can time this out. The second area of rotation is right over Winona, that getting up towards Big Sandy by 6:48 p.m. and then Pritchett by 6:55 p.m. And then if we zoom out a little bit, we actually will track this next area. So you are in a tornado warning right now in Camp Morris and Titus counties, and if those cells near Tyler, Texas hold together, it's very likely you may be under a tornado warning again. This is in the same path of that tornado warning that we were tracking near Tyler. This now for Camp Morris and Titus County. This includes Betty, Cookeville, and Pittsburgh, Texas. Very concerning velocity there with a tight notch. You got your winds moving away and towards the radar, crossing 271, moving into Dangerfield and likely approaching Naples. So let's time this storm out. Again, tornado warning in parts of Camp County. This is just to the south and east of Pittsburgh. This is near Ebenezer as we speak, 6:42, so right about now. And then getting up towards Cason at 6:48 p.m. and then getting up into Naples, Texas in about 15 to 20 minutes from now. And then north of that warning is the most concerning of the tornadoes, because this is the one that we've been tracking. It caused all of that damage near Sulphur Springs that you're looking at on the top right. So what you see there is a possibility here now in Idabel, Oklahoma. You're now under a tornado warning. This is for McCurtain and Red River counties right there on the Texas-Oklahoma line. Again, observed and a considerable threat tag. So a catastrophic possibility, especially given the track of this tornado. Let's take a look at the velocity, and this again is still really concerning to see. Very high returns. We've got a tight couplet right there, and notice how it kind of fans out. Still some high wind though, and it's right over the Red River and crossing into Oklahoma as we speak. We're still getting returns based off radar. Look at this, Dr. Knapp, 114 mile per hour returns. Now that may be a little bit elevated, but that could easily be translated to the ground, and this is literally making a beeline towards Idabel.
Yeah, and what this shows is the strength and longevity of these supercells. That's the parent rotating thunderstorm that generates the tornado that is on the ground. And this is a long-lived supercell that has a history of producing damage and is something that, it's one thing to get a tornado warning.
Yeah.
It's another thing to get a tornado warning from a tornado that has been on the ground and producing damage for a long time. There is no reason to wait 1 millisecond before taking shelter at your lowest level, most interior room. We want to take a live look at Hopkins County. This is where Sulphur Springs, Texas is, and look at the damage, Chris. We saw this on the radar. It had the velocity signature, it had the correlation coefficient suggesting that there was debris, and unfortunately, it's not just trees. It is people's homes that have been severely damaged.
They're really sad to see, and as people try to collect their belongings, we've actually got rain and the potential for some strong winds still to come through this area. Now, they're not likely going to be tornado warned anymore after this in Sulphur Springs, but we're not quite done with the strong weather just yet. We've got the front that's actually got to come through and bring more rain briefly for some of these same areas, as there are emergency crews out trying to go to some of these properties that have been heavily damaged, make sure that everybody's been accounted for, trying to just make sure if anybody needs help that they can get to them really quickly and safely. And you can see just what folks are having to deal with. And obviously power's out in this neighborhood near Sulphur Springs, and over 20,000 customers now without power in parts of northeast Texas.
And we have a lot of interstates that tornado warnings are included on. So this is another reason to be off the roads and in your safe place tonight.
We make sit-down chicken, stand-up chicken, backyard chicken, oops chicken, lots of time chicken, no time chicken. If there's one thing we know, it's chicken, chicken, and chicken. More choices, more wow, more to love. Tyson.
Hi, I'm Jeff from Nuts.com. When my grandfather started this business, he relied on freshness, quality, variety, and service. We still deliver the freshest nuts, dried fruits, snacks, and sweets to families all around the country. From Nuts.com. Enjoy free shipping on your first order.
Hi, I'm Jason, and I've lost 202 pounds on Golo.
For me as a veteran, a transition from active duty service to the civilian community, it brought on a lot of stress, and a lot of us go through having sleep issues, mixed and complicated with a bad diet. I started gaining weight. Golo and Release has helped me and allowed me to transition into a healthier lifestyle.
When you start feeling that your life is coming back to you, it's an amazing feeling.
And that was thanks to Golo.
You pour your heart into everything you do, which is a lot. So take care of that heart with Lipton, because sipping on unsweetened Lipton can help support a healthy heart. Lipton, stop chugging, start sipping.
Introducing Domino's new Leftovers. It's the same delicious pizza you expect from Domino's, but instead of eating it all tonight, you save some for tomorrow. Sure, it's hot and melty and really delicious, but resist the temptation and you have Domino's Leftovers. Domino's Leftovers are delicious straight from the toaster oven. They're delicious straight from the skillet.
Who reheats cold pizza?
Right now, you can try Domino's Leftovers yourself and you get 2 medium 2-topping pizzas for $6.99 each. Enjoy one tonight, love one tomorrow.
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
Hey, if you come in and come down, play. If you feel too shy, then watch for me. Watch for me.
Shake it up. This the biggest bounce of the summer. If you ain't coming, that's a bummer.
Watch for me.
This the biggest bounce of the summer.
Star Money bonus days are going on now. Macy's cardholders get $10 Star Money for every $50 spent.
And bronze members get $10 star money for every $100 spent. Then use your rewards for early holiday shopping at Macy's.
Nonsense. It's something every small business deals with, but Spectrum Business has perfected no nonsense. When it comes to business internet and phone, you get the best value and no surprise fees like those other guys charge, like this modem fee or cost assessment charge. Nonsense. Fast, reliable Internet Ultra at 600 megabits per second for $49.99 per month, plus business phone for $19.99 per month. So just call 833-944-2425. Questions?
Is there a contract?
No. Contracts are nonsense. They'll even buy you out of the contract you're in right now. Get 600 meg Internet Ultra for only $49.99 per month, plus business phone for $19.99 per month. And no nonsense. No nonsense is here today. Call 833-944-2425 and make the switch today.
I travel the world to carve a path for those who aren't afraid to get a little bit dirty.
That is the craziest thing I have ever done in my life.
Let's go on an uncharted adventure.
Currently in our area, 65 degrees under mostly cloudy skies. Tonight, mostly cloudy, low 61. Winds south-southwest at 5 to 10 miles per hour. Saturday, mostly cloudy skies, high 73. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Saturday night, mostly cloudy, low 65. Winds south at 10 to 20 miles per hour. Here's our 7-day outlook.
We have got a tornado emergency now moving into Idabel, Oklahoma. So this is near the Texas-Oklahoma state line. There has been confirmation of a large and dangerous tornado that's approaching the city of Idabel in Oklahoma. That's what that purple polygon represents. This is as bad as it gets, guys. Catastrophic damage likely now as this tornado warning moves right into Idabel. What you're looking at on the radar, it may appear as if it's weakening. The problem is it's getting kind of so far away from the closest radars, we have a hard grasp on it. That's why the deep reds and oranges are kind of disappearing, but don't let your guard down there because you look at the velocity and this is as concerning as it gets. I mean, this is a town of 7,000 plus people and this is likely to move right over the heart of Idabel in Oklahoma with velocity returns as high as over 115 miles per hour that we saw as it was crossing out of Texas and into Oklahoma. So the radar is doing a good job of indicating where it is. It's having a hard time just showing how dangerous this tornado is, Dr. Knapp.
And the correlation coefficient is what is also telling the tale of how this picked up debris when it was in Texas, not far from the Bagwell area. And that correlation coefficient, the objects that the radar is detecting that are not correlated with the atmospheric particles around it, it's got to be debris kicked up from the ground. It is moving along with the velocity signature. See that isolated area that Dalton, our weather producer, is highlighting there? That's the debris. And then it moves along northeastward with the tornado being carried along with the rotating mesocyclone and moving into the area where Idabel is. And also, Broken Bow is right down the road a piece from Idabel, also in this tornado emergency. So you've got to be taking shelter right now, Chris. This is an extraordinarily life-threatening situation with a tornado we know has caused damage.
Yeah, Dalton, do me a favor. if you can track Sulphur Springs, see Sulphur Springs there to Idabel, how far is that? Because this tornado has produced quite a bit of damage near Sulphur Springs. That's what you're looking at the top right of your screen. So we're well over 70 miles now.
And it's been going at highway speed, so it's, even though it's been moving fast, it's been on the ground for more than an hour.
So we we can't emphasize enough, please get in your safe place immediately if you live in McCurtain County in Oklahoma. If you live in Idabel or have family there, let them know, tell them to run to the basement, to a storm shelter if you have one. That's your best bet. Basement, most interior room. If you don't have a basement, get out of a mobile home. I mean, this tornado is approaching Idabel literally as we speak and moving right into the city. I mean, look at that. So while the correlation coefficient doesn't look that prevalent yet, it's probably coming across some more rural areas, and then we'll likely pick up a lot more debris now as it's coming into Idabel proper.
And there are more communities downstream from Idabel, too, that are in the tornado warning that need to be taking shelter. Broken Bow is one of them, and if we zoom in, we might be able to see on the timing here, other communities like Crossroads, even Mineral downstream. If the supercell holds together, you're not in the warning right now, it could be on you within a half hour or so. So, Chris, we've been giving heads ups to people who are downstream, not in the warning yet. Because of these long-lived supercells, you got to have a way to get to your safe spot immediately when that warning is issued.
So if you are in Idabel, literally this tornado is coming upon you as we speak. Broken Bow, you saw the timing on there. I mean, we're talking 10 minutes, Dr. Knapp, 10 minutes. A tornado emergency that's in Idabel moving up towards Broken Bow. And again, some of these are the most populous communities in this part of Oklahoma, in far southeastern Oklahoma and McCurtain counties. And they're both under tornado emergencies right now in anticipation of that catastrophic damage that is anticipated. And what we've already seen. I saw some ground truth of what it's done to trees north of Clarksville along the highway, kind of missed Clarksville, passing by to the north. I mean, we're talking massive oak trees, Dr. Knapp, that have been totally uprooted. Very strong signs that this is a high-end tornado, too, probably on the order EF3 or stronger.
Yeah, and some of the communities in the Bagwell, Clarksville vicinity and the roads in between there in Texas before it crossed into Oklahoma, it may have hit structures there that contributed to what we see in the debris signature from the correlation coefficient. But the velocities are more than enough to be very convincing that this tornado is likely right over Idabel right now and headed quickly north and east from there. And now, places like Broken Bow are about to get perhaps the full brunt of this. It is, going to be probably lasting beyond the zone that's in the tornado emergency. So we have to be ready to move very quickly, even if you are farther north and east. And a tornado emergency means that we've got a catastrophic tornado situation, Chris, that we know that has caused damage and is moving into damage more communities.
So you can get an idea. I'm seeing a video that we can't air with you yet, but it shows what appears to be a wedge-type tornado.
Yeah, so that's one that is wider than it is tall.
Yeah, not a narrow, small, compact tornado. We're talking a pretty large tornado, probably on the order of a half mile or more in size, and likely on the higher end scale, EF3, EF4, and potentially EF5. Again, we won't get an exact rating. Again, they assess that well after, once they get a look at the damage. But I wouldn't be, Idabel, as you know it, may very well be different in just a few minutes.
Yeah, and there's just tremendous potential for additional damage, but we already know it has been a damaging tornado, and that velocity signature is right over Idabel right now, Chris. So that means the mesoscale cyclone is right over the town, and with the images we're seeing of how wide of a tornado this probably is, the damage path could be extremely wide, and is why communities downstream need to be taking shelter right now. So you have to assume that this is not just going to go away once the area that's in the tornado emergency, the system moves out of that. So if I'm in DeQueen, for example, I'd be getting ready now. Or, in Arkansas, or at least be aware of the situation and be ready to get a warning and go to your safe place immediately, because these supercells have a history of lasting multiple tornado warning cycles.
Yeah.
Over an hour, this has been damaging on the ground.
If we can track this out, let's track it out long range, Dalton, if you can, and let's take it out past the Emergancy and then into Arkansas, south of Mena. So if you live south of Mena in Arkansas, you need to start thinking about getting into your safe place. We can time this out. Look at it. Broken Bow, we're within 5-10 minutes.
And you might be thinking Mineral, well, I'm way over in Arkansas. I'm long way. It's only a half hour away.
Yeah.
If it holds together.
Half hour away. Look at, what are we looking at there on the bottom right of the screen? It looks to be some sort of storm tracker in some sort of storm. It looks like the footage stopped, but it looks pretty intense. I don't know what cell or storm this video is coming from, but again, this is just impact. If we can switch to, okay, that video was near Sulphur Springs. That was the back edge coming through.
Now, again, same supercell.
Yep.